Welcome to the Overwatch League. Yeah, we are in for Soul Bowl number 2, Soul Inferno versus Soul Dynasty on LAN at the WDG Esports studio. It's a packed out crowd, fully sold out arena leg day. And we're in for, I'm hoping, the banger of all bangers.
It's sold out in minutes. The competition for who will be the alpha Seoul hometown team. Such a, obviously, the capital of South Korea. Some would say that South Korea, the capital of Overwatch as an esport. This could not mean more to local fans, and that means it could not mean more to the teams, especially Soul Infernal, have a bit of a chip on their shoulder about previous results against the Dynasty. Last time, it was not so pretty for the Infernal.
Not at all. I mean, it was a 3-2 victory for the Dynasty, and my goodness, that final map of Oasis, that'll be one that Infernal I've been, I think, looking back on the entire year so far as one that was extremely winnable. And the really upsetting thing about that particular first stage as well is we recently had announced from Overwatch League director Sean Miller that the winning team from the regular seasons of each stage, they actually get a recolor of a skin. So because the Guangzhou Charge were the first seed in Spring Stage 4 East, they're going to get a recolored Climbers Aria skin. And you know what? The Soul Infernal, had they beaten the Soul Dynasty, they probably would have been the first seed. So I don't know what it is about this franchise that can change their name, but they are somehow cursed, forbidden to second place every time. But if in our second game today, Dallas somehow lose the Hangzhou Spark, there is a potential for the Infernal to maybe claim first spot because, well, second stage here, summer stage, another recolored skin for our winning team in the regular season, which I think is a great prize because I was hoping that you were going to get something for coming first place. Dallas currently holding that number 1 spot. Soul Infernal potentially doomed to number 2 again, unless they can get a really nice win versus Dynasty today, and they also need Hangzhou to potentially beat Dallas Fuel. But on the other side, leg day, Dynasty, they're a team that have had their ups and downs this year, but one team they're typically quite good against is the Infernal.
Yeah, some teams have like a speciality enemy against which they are at their strongest. For Houston, it was London Spitfire in Season 1. And this season, it seems like Seoul Dynasty do just play out of their minds when we go up against the Infernal. Obviously, Prophet sometimes has his moments to just go Big O mode and pop off as much as they would like. As a look at our standings, and like you said, Dallas Fuel, if they do lose against the Hangzhou Spark and Seoul Infernal get themselves a clean win here, there's a world where Seoul Infernal can walk away with number 1 seed in our standings and hopefully maybe walk away with one of those Overwatch League skins as well. They've never been able to have one despite so many tournaments that they've been close to getting into. It has been, for this franchise, an eternal courtship of bridesmaidery. Never brightened.
Yeah. I think they've caught the bouquet every time as well. How many more bouquets do they need to catch at these weddings, huh? I don't know. We're running out of time here, fellas. I don't know what's happening next year. I don't know what's going on. So we got to get something done today. We've got a lot of games on. Oh boy, it is Infernal Dynasty of Soul Bowl number 2 in our first match. Hangzhou versus Dallas. We already sort of shaped up the sort of potentials there that could happen as a result of that matchup. O2 Blast versus Poker Fakes, and finally Guangzhou Charge versus Dreamers. So contenders teams in there, 5 Overwatch League teams, fully packed out day, fully packed out audience.
Dreamers, as you can see, 3-3 right now and number 5 in our standings. The only contenders team above the halfway point and our highest as well, having placed quite nicely in the knockouts previously. So if you're looking for a Cinderella story, a miracle to emerge from the APAC region, Dreamers are as close as you will get for that kind of story, that runaway-esque fairy tale run. We head over now into the studio. It's absolutely packed to the brim, and you better believe that every single person there is dead excited to see some of their favorite players come on out. The Soul Infernal are going to be first, and I've heard, a little birdie has told me, Avril, that there's a certain Frenchman who is present, and there he is, walking out the back. The European has arrived.
He's actually on the team as well. You know, people have speculated, is he just a content creator? Like, what's he doing? No, he's officially signed as the 6th member. He is an actual sub, should they need him. We'll figure out today if they will or not. It's an important game. Look, Infernal. What do we got here? Oh, it's the Sigma Gravitic Flux. My man Poker, he's teasing. He's getting ready for Circuit Royale. Circuit Royale's on the docket. I don't know, man. Poker might just get a bit of that game time. I'm just saying.
Poker coming in for Circuit Royale. That would be a dream. Soul Dynasty on the other side. Oh, it's going to be maybe a little bit nerve-wracking as we head in. They do, of course, have Void who could come in and be a bit of a specialist. Do you have a speciality walkout? Soul Dynasty is the question. Do they have similar coordination, choreography, and team spirit for now? But a bow.
I would like to see Belissaria just barrel roll through the entire team.
I can't wait to see Belissaria
Here we go.
deploy his minefield.
You know what? Just, you can't hate it. It's just a standard chant, hands in the middle. All good.
Hey, if it was good enough for Apex.
Next time we'll get Belissaria tumbling through the entire team. Next time.
Full circle. Seoul Derby marks the first and last qualifier match for both Infernal and Dynasty. The last time you will see these teams before we get into our all-important knockouts. Oh, what a time to be Seoul Dynasty. They've had themselves a pretty successful rebuild. Bringing Easy Han in, formerly of Dreamers. Son Jun was a temporary replacement after Prophet got himself injured. It's been a bit tumultuous for the roster.
What injury? A mental one? How did he?
Yeah, I think it was a mental injury.
It was a mental vacation. He took a brief mental vacation. It's chill.
That's the one.
We're good. Yeah, Lee Sumin was also on this team. As you mentioned, Vindim's back. But in terms of the actual results this year, not bad. I mean, well, this stage in particular, 5-2. They're only one game behind Seoul Infernal at 6-1. So, I mean, you look at the other side of the coin here, where if Seoul Dynasty win, both teams end 6-2. And actually, I'm just trying to figure this out. Is there a world where they can actually take over? If they 3-0, do they have a better map differential? Possibly. We'll have to figure that one out.
Once again, it's fairly reasonable. Mag on the map. Big plays.
There he goes. Skewed feels like this needs to be rescued, and indeed it does.
Look at how aggressive he's able to get right now. Everybody's dropping.
And it is just a field day for Zest. Oh my god.
MN3 has other plans, though. MN3 has other plans, though.
Well,
All have risen for the Seoul Infernal here in the studio. What's this? Oh, these are the numbers. I was wondering if these numbers correlated to like MVP votes or players of the matches. When I saw Fixer at 82, I was like, that seems slightly unreasonable. I'd give him 82 player of the match votes.
I did some maths. If Seoul Dynasty actually 3-0, they would have a better map record than Seoul Infernal. Which actually would put Dynasty in second and Infernal in third. Again, assuming Dallas doesn't change. So, it's actually no, it wouldn't matter because even if Dallas lose to Hangzhou, they'd be still first, so they'd be 6-1, wouldn't they? So yeah, I mean, Seoul Infernal have one shot here to maybe unseat the Dallas Fuel. They'd have to get up there though. Seoul Dynasty have the ability to usurp the Seoul Infernal as well. So actually a lot to play for here, man. It's not just an exciting stage game on land with an audience and all that kind of business. It's not just the fact that we're doing Soul Bowl number 2. It's the fact that there are some real standings implications.
We ain't just yapping. This is real gaming right here, Avril. And someone who has been bringing gaming to its peak has been Zest over the last couple of matches. This guy's Tracer, he's been so hot on it that Inferno will do whatever it takes to keep Zest on Tracer. They'll put MN3 on the Echo, where the Echo is at their most powerful, on Ilios, on Umbani, just so that Zest can continue playing around on the Tracer, hitting the pulse bombs that are necessary. And while we did have some funny comments about Zest often going for those Tracer on Tracer pulse bombs, it seems that now he's calmed on down a little bit, doing a little bit more to try and farm those tanks and the backline as well.
If he wants to send Profit on another mental vacation, there's one way to do that. There's
another
one way to
mental
get that
injury.
done. Pulse bomb on a Tracer. But like this, the other thing is like they have to not have a recall, and you know, even when he gets the sticks, sometimes they just, oftentimes actually, there's just a recall there, and it doesn't really work out. I've heard we, by the way, have some cameos in the audience. So, Spot the Pro Player is always one of my favorite games. There's a couple of hidden pros in there somewhere. I won't reveal who. If you see them, you see them. And +1 point to you if you notice.
Yeah.
I'll call it out if I recognize, but we'll get there when we get there.
No one likes a backseat reader for a Where's Waldo book. Avril will let you figure it out by yourself.
Speaking about Where's Waldo, who is that fifth player?
Who are they? A new challenger has appeared. Actually, it's an old challenger. I think that Vindime's move was ill-suited to both the Seoul Dynasty and the San Francisco Shock. So they kept the receipt, they sent him back, and everyone's a little bit happier now that Vindime is, some would say, where he's supposed to be. A lot of faith from Toby in this player, and it's been well rewarded. Vindime has definitely leveled up this team in that Krillin can now play the flex support that he was always meant to be. It was always a little bit shaky bringing Krillin in to play Lucio or Brigitte. Did Krillin just hurt his hand? He looked like he just hurt his hand. Please, no, this needs to be a banger, Krillin. No injuries before the match.
Get the hand warmers. Get the hand warmers out.
Somebody see to this man.
Summon the masseuse immediately. So Dynasty currently on, I believe they're on a bit of a win streak. Let me just check their previous matches real damn quick. A 2-match win streak. They did lose to O2 last time. That's just the one issue they've had so far. They lost to Shanghai at the very start of Summer Stage. Which, look, if there's a boogeyman for the Seoul Inferno, it's typically been the Seoul Dynasty. But if there's a boogeyman for the Seoul Dynasty, it's typically been the Shanghai Dragons.
It has been. Even
And
when
then if there's a
Shanghai were at their
boogeyman for the Shanghai
weakest.
Dragons, it's actually typically been Inferno/Fusion even in previous years. So we have that. We also have Zest versus Prophet. We kind of, talked a little bit about this matchup, and Prophet has been on a tear. Let's be real. Playoffs Prophet. I think he's arrived a little bit early. We ain't even into playoffs yet, but he's here. In the last few matches, even I would say in the games that Dynasty didn't win, including the O2 Blast game, Prophet was unreal. He was a big part of the 3-2 win versus Hangzhou Spark as well. But sitting across from him, Zest has looked like #1 in the region. Zest made a mockery of anybody else on the other team for multiple games in a row. We were there for Zest yesterday. 40-10 final blows to death, I believe, was the scoreline after 4 maps. So, yeah.
Disgusting. It's an affront to mathematics, everyone. It's an affront to reality, but real it is. And here's our map set as well. Like you pointed out, that third map, Circuit Royale, we might see a Void versus Poco showdown on the Sigmas. Things have been getting a little bit wacky on Circuit Royale, especially for Seoul Dynasty. They actually got flummoxed by Guangzhou Charge there yesterday. The Moose Farah
Exactly.
got one over on them.
That is, and Void was playing too. It is a very Seoul Dynasty they would have already by now, I have to imagine, revisited that game. You kind of have to, because that one stuck out like a sore thumb. I mean, it was the only one they lost as well in terms of maps. So, my goodness. To be fair, Jimu's Fire is it's pretty deadly. Void probably could have gone towards the Diva. Here we go. Fan chance already. We're heading to map.
Soul is fighting. We're raring to go. Mecha Base is where our long war between two clashing cities of the same city will begin. It's a standard beginning here for the Seoul Dynasty. Seoul Inferno exactly the same. This is going to be a bellwether for how these two teams are going to match up. Standard versus Standard, and Belarus is already... It's been decimated!
Hacked out, bionated, can't jump away, bubble destroyed, and instantly the Seoul Dynasty back to spawn. They'll be lucky to not lose extra members here. They absolutely do not want to have any staggered deaths. Belarus already back, and plenty of ult charge straight off the top for the DPS of the Seoul Inferno. You'll have to see M3 getting ahead of Easyhan. That will be something you have to look out for later on as the first EMP comes online. Zest solo capping, the rest of Inferno still on the high ground.
While Zest is down, that gives a little bit more room to Belos Ria. A well-placed anti coming through from the side of Scoot does slow him down once more, and Seoul Inferno just having a quick bit of a disengage, trying to drag Seoul Inferno potentially out of position. So that allows Krillin to get low, but the peel suddenly came on through. The ebb and flow, the yin and yang, the back and forth. And Mag desperately needs some healing. It is delivered.
That healing is going to transform into a nano for Skew straight away. Look at how quick that charge is. First ultimate on board. Long range Baronade doesn't quite connect Skew now. A little bit of pressure. Profit. Pulse bomb. Nearly connected Skew. Felt like he needed to use the nano onto Fixer, and Zest now delivering on the opposite side of the map. Talked about the Tracer versus Tracer matchup. The Pulse bomb did go out. Don't know who that was targeting. It might have been Profit. Didn't end up heading, but he gets the kill anyway. With that, Seoul Inferno take flight number 2. EMP ready to go now for both teams.
Some could say this is APAC's most iconic Tracer matchup that is available this year. The GOAT versus the new hotness from last year, and certainly the current hotness that is Zest. EMPs, like you
GOAT
said,
versus
doing
an orange peel, or maybe a lime peel.
Oh, yes.
Maybe Krillin needs a bit of peeling.
Where did
get
Zest come from? Might need a little bit of peeling. However, Vinda, I'm feeling fruity over here. He's been absolutely juiced. So many people looking his way while he was stuck in the corner. Nowhere to go. Translocate away. And I'm afraid, Belos Ria, you're out of friends, out of HP, and almost out of time.
Time is a factor now. 3/4 gone, 25% left. Seoul Dynasty. EMPs are traded. The support line of the Dynasty melted, so no nano there to save Belos Ria's life. That would have been crucial to allow Belos Ria to build the primal. That would be his first primal, by the way. He is 3 deaths in the hole. No real opportunity to get the primal so far in the first 90% of the game. Will have to happen now. So good offensive ability from the Dynasty. Again, nano into primal to actually get this play in. We'll be coming back 0 to 90 now. That's a stick from Zest onto Krillin. The nano did get played though. Went on to Vindine.
Zest still playing around though. No big healing coming through, even after the Nano. Vindime still around, manages to take out Zest. That could be a critical pick here, as Mag doesn't have too much staying power here. Needs Skew to be able to top them on up, and Soul Infernal are still remaining around here to try and make this workable. Belos Rear catches themselves an anti-grenade, and now you have entered the Skewdiverse. He reigns over it with an iron fist, an exchange of Annas. Either way, jumps into Prophet's bomb. A stick was not given over, that's okay, because the Nano was delivered, and that means the damage also is going to be forthcoming onto the backline of the Soul Dynasty. Another flip over now in favor of the Infernal, so someone's got to stay on this at all points. Soul and Dirt, they're all gone. Soul Dynasty back in control. Mag slapping away. Belos Rear, not too much HP to work with. Surely there's going to be another flip back here. And with Vindime returning, might be workable. Prophet gets himself a quick contest. Avoids being hacked as well by using the recall, but now very few defensive options remain. A Soul Infernal set up new defensive positions to try and weather the forthcoming storm in the last overtime. MN3 with an EMP in his back pocket. Soul Dynasty just waiting for everyone to get on back. A swap over to the Doomfist here for the additional mobility. It's instantly EMP'd, and it's just as hopeless as it was for the Winston. EasyHan can try and turn this around with an EMP.
EasyHan needs to pull the trigger now, but there's so many members of the Soul Infernal alive. He gets it done at least onto Zez. Fix is still alive though. Rally keeping the team healed up, popped up. Vindime trying to do the same thing here, but it's all over. 3 members left from the Soul Dynasty, not expecting the supports to touch. It came down to Belos Rear. Might have been pressured out, but ultimately it was a 5 versus 3. Soul Infernal had 5 up when the EMPs fell. Soul Infernal were ahead in ultimate the entire way through as well, so no real surprises that it ends up going the way of Soul Infernal falls. And as take a look at the very early frags, Zest onto the backline, believes he gets a double here, catches Krillin out. Pulse Bomb, he didn't even look where that Pulse Bomb went, but finds Prophet in any case with the double.
That's a definition of a throwaway Pulse Bomb. Zest is like, this thing's slowing me down. The Pulse Bomb actually weighs something, so I've got to shed this excess weight to bring my speed up.
I've got to bring this up as well as Zest swaps over towards the Echo. We have seen a little bit of Echo being played on some downtown recently. Currently sitting at 7-2. Soul Dynasty together as a team combined only have 5 final blows, and Zest has 7, so he's got 2 more than the entire Soul Dynasty currently on 1 round. See how much he continues that forward. We get to see the rare MN3 Tracer now. We talked a little bit about this yesterday. He doesn't get enough time to play it much. He'll have to play it when Zest goes Echo.
Oh, the Echo. Easy prey for a Tracer. Those wings. It's a big hitbox for those pulse pistols. Now Prophet just going to start camping out on the point.
Dynasty should be able to secure first cap. That will be at least 1-to-1 in terms of neutrals won. Zest was able to be one of the players getting first blood onto Soul Dynasty last time around. It'll be MN3 now for the second fight. Zest staying alive after getting first blooded in that first fight. The backline dead. Easy flip for Infernal.
Yeah, no healing remaining. Prophet might have to actually sacrifice his life here, but does attempt the Houdini escape, and it seems like may actually get away with it, even though antied. Soul Infernal can now assume defensive positions and try and tax Soul Dynasty as they approach. Make them pay the troll toll in hell.
MN3 first ultimate, it looks like. Maybe Skewed will get there first, but Zest just try-shot snipes Prophet into the face. So I want to give a little bit more time for Soul Infernal just to find more. MN3, nice deck. It's not just Zest that can play the Tracer here. Backline dead once more. That'll slow down both the Nano Boost and also the rally of Vindime. Dynasty just hoping no one else dies here. They're at least getting closer to the EMP.
MN3 is such an important threat. Banana Boost in the hands of Skewed could be a good countermeasure to EasyHan's EMP if it does happen to be one of those which just goes straight on to those vulnerable Winstons after a dive. Spacing here, pretty good from the Soul Infernal, but it's going to be 2 flankers pressuring the points to try and drag back a couple of players. That does mean that EasyHan's not going to be in the fight for a little while longer. It's going to delay the arrival of EMP, but Zest's arrival cannot be delayed. Slept for a moment by Krillin. You ain't going nowhere, son, says Mag. All of these doors are closed. I'm going to need to see some ID, sir.
Belos Rear, late death there as well. It's a couple of players dying right towards the end, and just as ultimate start to come online for Dynasty. You notice at the start of that play, EasyHan Transo gets away at about 94, maybe 96%. So close to the EMP, but still just can't farm it in time for the previous fight, that is at least. But we'll have it now as we quickly approach the last 25% once more. This was the time that we had a bit of a check-in on Mecha Base. It was going quite in Soul Infernal's favor. Now into Vindime, Krillin instantly melted.
Oh my goodness, Krillin melted.
Flip though.
Asleep onto Vindime while rallied and nanoed. Two ultimates almost effectively cancelled there by a well-placed play from Zest, who is going to be stuck in the backline here. Does have an out. I don't know if anyone's peeking it. It's instantly displayed anyway. EMP on the other side makes Skewed a little bit of trouble being cooked here by the dive, and it should be a good disengage here for Bellows Rear. Takes plenty of damage. Still has the Primal in the back pocket, and like you said, Dynasty have managed to flip on over here, so it's actually Inferno who are under pressure to get back towards their point, and Zest extends it a touch too far.
And now Dynasty are slowly winning this fight as well, so they flipped a while earlier. I mean, it's been a good while now for them to actually get this cap percentage, and they were slowly winning the fight the entire way through. Good EMP by Easy to catch Skewed in the backline of Soul Infernal. This time no real save to get them out of trouble. First real bit of pressure, I want to say, onto the supports of Infernal as well, because Dynasty, it's been their supports that have been in trouble the entire way through.
Finally, pressure given over MN3. You thought that Zest was the only one who could do it, but MN3's got some magic. He's got some cards up his sleeve. Bellows Rear with the Primal. If it goes under half HP, remember that that beam from Zest can be incredibly deadly. Oh, Vindime quickly resetting. I've got to catch my train.
Yeah, get back to spawn, because they got about one fight left to go now, 90%. Just a pulse bomb to work through. Krillin needs a bit of time to find this nano as well. Matching Skewed, because Skewed has options here. He can go into Zest, go into Mag. And Zest could also just duplicate here as well. He's going to find that ultimate. It's going to give so much survivability for the Echo. Easy hand for the first touch. They've at least enabled that. Now it's time for the fight to get underway properly. Mag will find the Primal off this nano. Krillin still charging, 6% behind, under pressure from Mag. Mag wants to kill. Mag gets to kill the Krillin. It could be over. Krillin needs to deploy his nano boost if he's gonna die, but he has no targets. I don't think Krillin can see anybody. And meanwhile,
He's been zoned too far away. Bellows Rear has to face down 4 alone, and he might be a big boy, but an army's too much. Easy Han, yes, gets a 4-man EMP, but no one's there to see it. And if an EMP strikes 4 and no one's there to follow up, it isn't enough for the Seoul Dynasty, and Infernal walk away 2-0 with Busan.
And MN3 and Mag walk away deathless on that entire map as well. 2 whole rounds, no deaths, and a staggering 35 final blows to 8 final blows from Seoul Dynasty team to team. It's an incredible difference in terms of how many final blows and how many frags were actually there. Combined, Krillin Vindime died 18 times. Skewed and Fixer only died 4 times. Their back line, outside of Skewed being dived a few times, was not really dying at all. Under no real pressure. Both Zest and MN3 closed out with 12 final blows apiece. Both getting 4 more than the entirety of Seoul Dynasty. The frag power, the real damage output, not quite there for Seoul on Busan. They're going to need to come back and look for a different map on a different opportunity, because Busan was not it.
A message given over from the Seoul Infernal. You may have proclaimed yourself a dynasty and sat upon a throne in an empty courtroom, but you shall slip from said throne. Because here, if you can't make the dynasty work, you're going to hell. Demon mode has arisen, and we'll see you after this break.
Come back to the Overwatch League here. Soul Bomb number 2 on your screens. The second time this year that Soul Inferno played the Soul Dynasty. I will say though, despite it only being the second time this year, overall, if you include Philadelphia Fusion's results as well, the all-time record between these two teams, 12-6 in favor of the Dynasty. And to be fair, it's not a lot of games considering, you know, Soul Dynasty and Shanghai Dragons have played like, God knows, like 30 times or 40 times by now. But they got a lot of games done in the 2021 year, 2022 year. This year, it's strangely only been twice. I guess we just had the 2 qualifiers, right? And they didn't end up facing each other in the knockouts. But lifetime, Dynasty have more than double the amount of wins than Infusion, I'll call it. Infernal and Fusion together.
Who knows how our brackets might shape out. Like I said, there are so many implications that can come through from this particular game, especially if Dallas Fuel end up having some trouble later against the Hangzhou Spark, which will be coming up on your screens next. So there's no excuse to go to bed, those of you in America. I'm talking to you. You've got to stay up all night for APAC. That is not a request. That is a demand. And I demand that we next up go to Midtown.
And if your time zone is in Hawaii, you're loving it right now.
Yeah,
But if your time zone is all the way on the East Coast, you actually might be awake if you're somewhat of a normal human being, or you're just an early riser. So well done to you. But if you're on Mountain Time, or maybe Pacific Time, you know what? I applaud you, because you're here for it.
Yeah, you're a trooper. A true soldier on the front lines of APAC.
I miss
Soul
Central
Dynasty.
Time, but you know what? I remember you too, Central Timers.
You remember Central Time?
I had to make sure I covered all time zones.
But there are 4 there, oft forgotten. Obviously, most of the Americans are over on the coasts. Midtown coming up next. Wonder if we're going to see anything a little bit different here.
We will not see anything different in the middle of the town. I'm almost sure of that. Unless
Yeah, no one giving away PS5s
He
over
might
there.
Ash. He might Ash.
There's a world where the Ash
Like
could
that,
happen.
I don't know if you catch on the bottom left there. Zest and M3 got the little disc fans out.
Oh, wow. Transition into the map slightly late. That's okay. Just a little bit of poke to begin with here, coming through from Skewed.
We'll be on time for
Simplex
first blood,
gonna be
though.
on standard. Oh yeah,
No
they
one's
will.
done anything yet. We'll be on time for first blood. Look out for a Winston randomly dying in the underpalms. That did happen in one of our games. A Mag looking to be possibly that Winston, but Krillin will actually go down first. Mag runs into Krillin. Krillin falls. Soul Dynasty's backline already kind of shattering. Easy Khan taking a bunch of damage. We're already on point. Infernal should be capping at the moment because Dynasty get down members and now they're down a break as well. That's double supports. Zest on the Prophet. What an outplay. Could be the cap straight away.
Vindime tried to look for a shield bash away, actually went into a wall instead. Momentary lapse in map awareness does take his life away. Of course, Easy Khan is going to be able to get the touch here and just delay the cap for about a moment, but I don't think the Soul Dynasty are going to be able to touch here. So this is going to be battening down the hatches for second. Soul Dynasty shell-shocked early by the Infernal attack.
Just catching Krillin like that, from Mag walking up, I mean, damn. The Vindime dying straight afterwards, Zest outplaying Prophet as well. We talk about the Zest versus Prophet matchup, and Playoffs P has been good so far, but up against Zest, it's not looking pretty, at least not on map number 1, and the first 1v1 definitely goes the way of Zest quite handily. To be fair, his supports were dead on Prophet's side, so it's been a little difficult. It's Easy Khan that's been bringing up the frag so far for the Soul Dynasty. MN3 onto Bellastria, so Easy Khan, despite being ahead of MN3, it's not going to be enough. Soul Dynasty have to back out.
And second Bellastria touches as well. Mag puts down a shield behind him, blocks off any healing that could have come through from Krillin despite their best efforts. Takes a while to burrow through that shield as an Ana. And Zest fakes out a pulse bomb. Gets in the back pocket, but now releases it. Must have been onto a shield or something. There was an attachment sound, but no kill given.
Easy Khan on the hunt. Halo already moving through quite steadily as well. This is not good for Dynasty, obviously. Halo already into the underpass, looking to come through from the other side already. Firing a connection onto Bellisria just to keep him honest. Salt Dynasty got to make some moves happen. They got the ultimates. It's their time to get this done. Zest, nearly manual hack, but quick blink away. EasyCon's got to be looking for an EMP. I don't know about this manual hacking business right now. Nearly 5 ultimates for Dynasty. To be fair, the Inferno have at least stopped pushing. So we've hit a little bit of a neutral point now.
Yeah, slight stall here as Infernal try to figure out how they want to approach these safer positions for Seoul Dynasty. Krillin's going to be all the way towards the back, and that's a difficult dive to try and make happen. Mag slept, as you can see in the top left-hand corner, but MN3 considers maybe using an EMP to turn this one around. In fact, just uses it to strip away Mag's HP and disable the ability to use the Primal Rage as well.
Yep.
So that'll end that.
Mag went deep there. You said he got slept, right? So no way of getting out. Primal not going to save you in that situation, and I don't even know if Skewed was able to see anything. Mag was so in deep. There it is, successful. You can see, by the way, that MN3 was thinking about running that EMP onto Bellisria, but Bellisria does have Primal and couldn't probably have LOS as well, so MN3's got to be careful about going for these solo EMPs on Winston's, as he most commonly does. It's his most common target.
So Dynasty finally using some of these ultimates. EasyHan spotted out early going into stealth, and so Mag decides to lay down the pressure. What a play onto Prophet, but still, Zest traded out here by EasyHan. That is the most necessary frag just to try and keep things even. Bellisria elsewhere decides that they want Skewed. Still, separating them is more than enough, and look at where Mag is. The likelihood of him surviving that without Primal Rage was super low, but still, the EMP goes in as well, but Mag's disengaged. Soul Infernal put so much into that the second that they see the Nano, they simply scatter to the 4 wins.
There's no Zest. You need Zest to be in the play as well. He has to be the one to do the damage. Unfortunately, Mag is primaling, and primaling is not the best way to follow up onto an EMP. This is a little bit better now. Nano onto Zest, not onto Mag this time. Zest is going to try and deliver, but it's MN3 that does the trunk of the main damage. No boot, or rather no touch. It's the boot that stops Bellisria, and a shield bash to get that final kill. So Seoul Dynasty not going to end up being able to defend B. And that's the play, right? Nano Zest, he'll get it done.
3.5 minutes, but that was equally ruinous for both ult economies. Only a single tick stands between our 10 players, and that is an EMP in the hands of EasyHan. The new pickup for Seoul Dynasty in front of a home crowd must deliver value on what the Sombra promises. Skewed's the main target. What a dive that's been given over, but Zest is quickly there to peel. So EasyHan is gone, but most of the healing for Soul Infernal as well is going to be waylaid.
Also means Fixer survives that play as well. So Zest arrives, gets a trade onto EasyHan, makes it at least minimum 1-for-1. Seoul Dynasty still 3 minutes to be able to defend this one and maybe prevent the entire full map capture. It's still quite likely that happens, pending what MN3 does with this next EMP. Nothing to really defend against it. A rally, a primal, no nano. Here we go. Sees the back line. Could get 2 members here. Sees now the Ana player as well. And Krillin will be hard to defend if he just wants to go for a singular play. He's got options, plenty of them. Needs Zest to come on, and it's got to be into Vindime. Krillin, the nano, it's gone. The nano went on to probably Vindime, but he's dead.
Decimated. Everyone just rolls in onto that Brigitte. No shield, no defensive options, and no problems for the Soul Dynasty. It's another stick onto a Tracer. We said that Zest had calmed on down, but it's okay. He is back onto form, trying to make another mental injury happen for Prophet.
Yeah, book your vacation, Prophet. Get those tickets ready. A mental vacation happens straight after this map, I think. That was sick from Zest. And it's one of the few moments as well. Prophet didn't have the recall, so you got to somehow find those moments. And Zest, bag him and tag him. Often now trying to do the same thing with the back line. All the Soul Inferno ends up missing. It's Mag and Skewed that have the ultimates now. And Skewed, he might even just go for his S2 for 2 in terms of putting the nano onto the Tracer. Again, we're looking at a count now. 135 left to play through. Soul Dynasty still waiting for a couple more ultimates, but Zest is down. That's the big carry. Number 1 carry on the team has fallen. And Infernal, they back out.
Mag forced to disengage there with the Primal as well. There was a good shield to try and segment away Krillin from the remainder of the team, but getting rid of Zest, that is the big ticket item here for the Soul Dynasty, removing that clutch factor from the Soul Infernal.
Last minute. EasyHan spots targets. Might get revealed that he's really danced with death, but he did get the rally out. He does bait the rally out, but they lose Bellisria. That's critical. So you get an ultimate, and now you're down a player.
And our Prophet's going to have to be the one to likely hold the car. He has the survivability to do it. Krillin and Nano in the backhand here and avoids the auspices of the Bardic Grenade. But Vindime, not so lucky. Easy Hunt on the other side. EMP doesn't want MN3 to begin with. There's a Winston shield in front of him, but doesn't want to instantly dispel that. Still, there's this tap dance around the car, which continues rolling on forward as Zest has got himself another pulse bomb. Facing down a Nano Winston. It's a quick disengage here for Soul Infernal.
Well, they don't have much time to play through, so this will be the last disengage. You can see that Seoul Dynasty are playing this one with trepidation because they want to bleed down the timer as much as possible. That's why Easy Han hasn't pulled the trigger yet. The pulse is gone. The Nano is gone. Oh my
Not
god.
again.
2 for 2, Zest. This dude is on, he's on fire.
There's simply no way, but he keeps on doing it. Scoot's caught in a tiny room, but he still isn't dead. Oh, it's a sad little time for a little Winston. And Easy Han's gone too. Still momentum, maybe not on the side here of Soul Infernal because Prophet has returned. And there's the Nano going over on towards Krillin. Zest putting out so much damage, but the pocket is good. Cookie after cookie going the way of the Ana. And while it is going to be a dance around this emergency services fire truck, you're going to need to be calling an ambulance for Zest as Prophet's return to a vengeance. Nobody pulses Prophet twice. And nobody full caps on Midtown against the Soul Dynasty.
Even with 4 alive, if Zest goes down, that is your hard carry gone. And the Soul Dynasty will in the final hour complete that hole. But my goodness, 2 pulse bombs from Zest somehow landing on Prophet, both getting kills. That is crazy stuff here. And Soul Infernal, they got close to capping, but credit where credit is due. Dynasty, they saved themselves. And I don't remember what this moment was. Prophet. Oh, here we go. Yeah, he kills Zest, and this is how Soul Infernal back up. Well, your Prophet's going to get some. He might not be able to dodge out every single pulse bomb. Somehow just keeps getting caught out without a recall. But he is able to at least a few times get the better resist in the Tracer versus Tracer scenario.
He's still the GOAT. You cannot deny history. A trophy in this guy's back room in the very first Overwatch League Grand Finals. Bringing to mind excellent performances. Prophet popping off on the Tracer. DJ Khaled popping off on stage. Ah, what a time it was to be alive. Soul Dynasty looking to revive themselves here in this series now.
Just one more mission.
Well, certainly turned this from looking pretty dire to quite winnable for the Soul Dynasty. They still have to get to the end of the map. It's a lot of work to be done. 16-8, by the way. Soul Infernal 16 final blows to Dynasty's 8. Not quite as severe as what we saw on Busan, and certainly the gap at least starts closing slightly. No deathless members on the Infernal. So Dynasty's attack, all standard here. Nothing weird. The last time it was Mag running down Krillin, an Infernal attack. Let's see what Belisria can do.
Just a little bit of space claimed. As Mag going to be taxed here by Prophet. Just an exchange of poke. MN3 being slept. This could be deadly if only it can be set up. It's good defense coming through from Fixer, but he's put himself into a dangerous position. The Prophet's more than happy to just tear through now. 13 HP. And an anti does mean that he's scurrying for cover, but this time will survive, and this should be an easy little bit of administration for Krillin.
They're capping really late, which means there will be a recontest here. Might get 2 ticks still. There's a second tick's about to come on through. Once Mag is in position, they will be able to go for the play. MN3 for the first touch as well. He's already been detected. It actually forces the transform cannon out of Easy Han, so there is an opportunity, and Zest will claim that opportunity by killing Vindime onto Krillin now as well. Zest is a one-man army. One-man killing machine, and Soul Dynasty, yeah, they'll get the 2 ticks, but that is all they're going to get.
When I look upon these blood-spattered streets of New York, and I'm reminded of the ancient Korean scriptures. I am become Zest, destroyer of backlines.
Destroyer of other traces via pulse bombs.
Destroyer of profits.
Destroyer of tracer mentals.
Capitalism wishes to know your location.
99% for Easy Hunt. He's about to capitalize on this EMP. MN3 is pretty close though, so both teams are about to use this at the same time. It's Fixer that's close to the rally in terms of at least defending against this EMP, and Infernal generally speaking with a more greater width of ultimates. Zest the primary target. No real surprise there. Prophet instantly getting him down now into the 5v4. Rally is played in. Infernal want to remain into this. Well, they're going to have to because it is one last tick and they're defending. So good defensive ultimates here. Primal. Nano should be coming next. Dynasty is starting to run dry now. Dynasty, they get some kills, but they're really struggling to find anything.
Oh, what a boop coming through, I believe, from Vindime to stop a touch coming through from Mag. For Nano as well, but the cap's already come through, so this may well just be urinating into the wind for Soul Infernal. They will have to back off here, just forced out by the closest spawns of the Soul Dynasty, who can attrit for days if they so desire.
And Dynasty were, I think, slowly losing that fight as well, so if they weren't able to get that last tick to get the cap, that would have been a lot of time lost. And their ability to finish the map starts to look pretty poor. So Dynasty need to start to get ahead in some department of Ultimate, but looking across the board, that's not really the case at the moment. They're still holding onto Pulse. M3 onto Prophet, so Zest is like, well, that's one of my targets. The Pulse gone. He's still at least got 2 supports to, well, he'll probably save it for the next fight. Thought about running down Krillin, but Bellassria came in for the save.
Yeah, Bellassria just sticking down that shield does give a little bit of extra cushion and padding to make sure Soul Dynasty aren't hunted down. How do you approach this area when Mag is consistently just playing from his high ground? It's so hard to remove. Soul Dynasty might need an extended poke phase here for Easy to build up towards an EMP and give them a real ability to actually entry into this point.
Yeah, this is definitely a lot slower than Soul Infernal, that's for sure. Now M3 is above Easy in terms of all charge as well, whereas previously at least Easy had slight advantage there. Prophet goes down to Skewed. Zest takes down Easy it's a Prophet. It's a Pulse Bomb, not to Prophet, but onto the Sombra. Soul Dynasty right back into spawn. It is double DPS ultimate spam, but can they get more? If they get Krillin here as well, things get much better for the Infernal, and things are already pretty damn good.
Oh yeah. Life sure is sweet for the Soul Infernal, but less so now for Skewed. And now they're moving on over to Bellassria, but target selection is not the ideal. It was too difficult to get some of those players in onto the targets. Mag turns around with the Primal Rage. This is a nasty room to be trapped in. Your avenues of escape are so limited as a Winston. Oh, he just gets beaten to death when no one can hear him scream. A Soul Dynasty.
Bellastria's got Mag. Bellastria's got Mag. Yep, he's got him. You want to juggle me in a room? It's my turn to Primal, and Bellastria Primal second. Kihu Primal second gets the better juggle, and Mag, he's going to have to sit down in that duel. Soul Dynasty, they survived the also. That was looking really tough for the Soul Dynasty, considering that M3 EMP'd first. Decent catch as well. Payload finally out of the underpass, coming up the hill. One last stretch of land before we get the cap on towards B. Double ultimates online for both teams now. Pulse Bomb out from Prophet, doesn't get a catch and Krillin down.
Big crunch onto Krillin, MN3 and Zest in concert as always. A single mind but 2 bodies. And they find one to lay down into the grave. Soul Dynasty smartly decide, hey, without Krillin, no chance we're winning this. Let's back out.
That's really super low as well. Need to transfer that healing over to Krillin ASAP to match Skewed. At this point, though, they still have the rally. Vindime needs to think about saving that one and try and defend against M3's EMP once that happens. Another good defensive tool will be Krillin 30% away, though, and about a minute left, so it's bad timing for the Soul Dynasty. Even when they cap, I'm assuming it'll happen in OT. It's going to be 1:30 left to try and finish the map, and if they don't finish the map, then lights out. No time bank here. Soul Infernal sitting on 3 good ultimates. Payload is moving, though.
Skewed and Krillin were both hacked here. The attentions of the DPS were given on over, but it's Skewed who finishes off his counterpart, and Anadiff may be declared in the chat. Oh, it was Vindime.
He's gone.
2 deep EMP'd, Rally's gone. All of the healing, in fact, is gone, but maybe Prophet doesn't even need it.
No tank,
deep into the back line. Oh, they're hunting. They may have missed him. He slipped the net.
Here we go. Prophet has to be the one to go for the touch. Easy Han, no, if he dies here. Yeah, they caught him. You told him. You said it. Easy Han was trying to run away, but he could not get out. He's got the EMP as well. That is an awkward time to die. 10 seconds left to play through. At least there's good ultimates on board for the Soul Dynasty. But remember, they still have to finish the map. So they're probably going to end up overspending on this fight. And then you're concerned about their ability to snowball for C. In either case, one fight at a time. Focus on this one first. The Primal's already been used. Nano onto Vindime now, but it's Easy Khan that I'm interested in. He's got to be one to pull the trigger. He has to be the one to carry this fight forward. And Mag goes down to the EMP. Prophet, nice follow-up. 4 players left alive for the Soul Infernal. Make it 3. Fixer trying to keep everyone up with the green HP, but I don't think there's enough to go around. No supports, no defense. Dynasty cap, and they have 1 more life to live.
Oh, what a life there from Bellassria. Krillin as well, hitting the such an important anti onto Fixer. Weaving it around that rally shield is no easy task, but manages to bounce it off a backboard. And now, with 1 minute and 30 on the clock, almost a full completion is demanded here. Remember that Soul Infernal were held for 3 minutes 30 on this point of Midtown.
Let's re-swap. And we'll dive for the Soul Dynasty, at least not with the tank. It'll be a dive on the DPS side and walking up, staff in hand. As Belashria gets ready for the invasion on the 10th. Here we go. Last minute left to play through, and as MN3 a lot closer to EMP as you'd expect, with Easy Hunt having spent a little bit earlier profit. Misses a 3-pointer there. Hitting the backboard and see if Soul Dynasty can catch it, and it is. Belashria slam dunk and mag.
Even with a pulse bomb run amok. Remember that Mag's disengagements can be somewhat tempered by that Ravenous Vortex. It will instantly shut down a Winston jump. An accidental decloak onto MN3, having just lined up some shots onto Skewed. Still, some damage levied over towards Easy Hunt. We'll keep him at bay for a moment, and Easy Hunt now has
So
the
close.
EMP in the back pocket ready to go. They are so close.
They have to survive the EMP. That's the most important thing. Here we
Five
go. Vin
people.
dived out first. They got the rally. The rally is gone. Cess now on to Belashria. That's going to be the tank chunked down. Maybe. Can it be? Krillin down. No more healing. No more time. Soul Dynasty, they've fallen. MN3 even saw into the Ash. And it will be the defense complete. Profit and Easy Hunt alive. But even if they touch, they just don't have the members.
Easy Hunt with an EMP. They don't have the members, they don't have the health, don't even decide to use it at this point, simply tempering the expectations. The Blinks can't get there. Profit falls at the final hurdle, and it's nothing like an Olympic finish. In the WDG Esports arena, Soul erupts, and the Infernal have found themselves match point 2-0.
Yeah, Soul down 0-2 in this series now, as Soul is up 2-0 in the series. Whew, what a day so far. I hope Soul wins. One of them at least. It is a 0-2 though. And a much more competitive Midtown. Like, given how one-sided Busan was, Midtown is at minimum at least far more competitive. But at the end there, as I mentioned, just Easy Hunt and Profit Alive, you just don't have the members. Even if Profit and Easy Hunt try their best to try and rotate back on the payload, get the touches going, unless Belashria can connect and the supports arrive, it's just not winnable. So, out of time, nearly out of maps here as well for the Soul Dynasty. It is the final hour indeed. I gotta get a reverse sweep, man.
They have a chip on their shoulder from the last time and making sure that everybody knows who the better Soul team is. The artists are certainly out in force today, but is the fan support enough to help drive Soul Dynasty back to the point where they can return in this series? Circuit Royale's up next. We're expecting... Is that Poco down there in the bottom? You'll find out after this break.
It's a lights out affair here in the WDG Esports Arena with Seoul Infernal 2-0 up versus the Seoul Dynasty as we get ready to head into map number 3, Circuit Royale. And I spy with my little eye the number 3 player sitting in the middle of the Seoul Infernal lineup is none other than Poco.
Recently arrived and now on stage, the Frenchman himself, the token European. Poco is in. Didn't get as much playtime with his short stint with the London Spitfire, but Poco has always been such an integral part of the Philadelphia Fusion brand and now Seoul Infernal. He has been an integral part of Overwatch League in general, even in the first season. The Poco bomb was the coin term. When Diva was basically mandatory, her self-destruct, it was named after this guy. The mathematics going on in his head, a peak player, and one of the best to ever come out of France. And that's a long and storied list of solid players.
It was looking like maybe a retirement for Poco, but he's back for one more season. We even got some Western fans in the audience there as well. We got the fellas here. I think he's ready to play. I mean, there was going to be one map and had to be Circuit Royale. Void, by the way, is also going to be subbing in. So Void versus Poco, we teased it at the beginning of the series. Could it happen? It is indeed now on our screens. Last year, Poco played for the Spitfire. Prior to that, it was on the Fusion. Now on the Infernal, originally as mostly just a content creator, but as I mentioned as well, officially the 6th member, all the way in France. They flew him out to Korea. People were wondering, what could he be here to do? Surely not just content. And the answer is, no, sir, it is not just content. But we are going to get some content anyway, in the form of this map.
If Seoul Infernal give you the call to join the team as a quote-unquote content creator, you don't turn them down. I think that one of the awesome things about Seoul Infernal and previously the Philadelphia Fusion is that they always seem to have done so much for their players. You've never seen players really complain about this org. It's always been hugely positive, and why wouldn't Poco want to rejoin that family when there's clearly so much good blood there? On the other side, Void, a world champion previously, of course, with the Shanghai Dragons, and now coming in to play a couple more off-tanks this year. Was an okay Junker Queen last year as well, but we are mostly going to be, of
more
course,
than okay
Sigma here.
Man won a whole ass title last year on the Junker Queen, so a little bit more than just okay.
Wait,
I'll put it out there.
Yeah, Shanghai did win that one.
They did.
Who are you popping up on the Genji
You want to know who they
well?
won it against as well? They won it against Seoul Dynasty, actually. So that was when Void was on Shanghai, and he beat Seoul Dynasty to get that title last year.
Oh, yeah. Don't think we're going to see any Joker Queen here, though, unfortunately. I was just teasing the
I mean, you
audience
say
with,
that, but
hey,
Smurf
yeah,
played it. We had Boston versus, was it Boston Houston? I can't remember which game. We did have two teams recently in the West play a Joker Queen mirror on circuit.
It truly was the weirdest of times, but also the best of times. We have a little bit of variety here in our comps in the Overwatch League. It can't be Winston Sombra Tracer all the time, as fun as it can be. Relaxing and lounging, simply waiting for the lobby to open up. It's been a while since Poco's been on stage, but remember, he was part of that cadre that continuously played in the Blizzard Arena.
Yep.
Very hard to equal that much LAN experience. Profit on the other side, very much the same. Been here since day one.
I don't actually remember the last official match that Poco played, because last year, while being on the London Spitfire, you'll remember that was most of the year of Hardy bringing out the Rhine. So I think it was pretty limited, the amount of playtime that Poco actually got, which means this might be his first game. Well, certainly is his first game this year, that we know with full certainty. But with regards to what he did the year prior, I don't know what the exact length of the break has been in terms of when he last played a single Overwatch League match till now.
I think those combined signs at the top say Zest, proud member of the Yoon family. That is some very consistent and beautiful artwork.
Yep.
Consistently impressed by all the Korean fans. Like we said, it is a sold-out arena. In fact, it's sold out in minutes. This match, the second that someone saw it on the schedule, everyone rushed to buy tickets to the WDG Esports Arena. Coming as close as you can to the home team ×2. It's a dream matchup for Korean fans. but it might be a quick one if things continue as they have already.
So I believe that was M&3's family in the audience there.
I've been pranked.
M&3 is the surname Yoon, so that will be his family. As I mean, you got an important LAN stage game out. Family members will be there to arrive. Again, I'm still looking out to see if we get a couple of cameos from pros.
For free, though? Crazy. I love the little cartoon versions of all the logos. It's a nice little hug there. Looks like a somewhat nervous tiger representing the Seoul Dynasty. Dynasty has profits, is one of these. I'm assuming the bottom right. Do get ready to head into Circuit Royale. This would be an interesting place to see MN3 flex what many people might consider one of his signature heroes.
It'll be Widow. Widow versus
so.
Easy Han. I mean, assuming it's going to just be a straight-up Sigma battle, which between Poker and Void, that's exactly what I'm expecting. Jinmu fired today to muddy the waters, although if there was someone to muddy some waters, I prefer it to be Jinmu. This is going to be some, classic MN3 Widowmaker Zest either on a Sojin or a Hanzo. Easy Han to match the Widowmaker, Prophet then on either Hanzo or Sojin as well.
We've got an X fresh out the oven here, coming through from Roston. Poco hasn't played a single scrim, doesn't have his peripherals, but at least he's fluent in Korean. Let's have some fun. Ah, okay. No scrims, no mice, but we got Korean. What could go wrong? It'll be absolutely fine.
I don't know why
Unfortunate camera position.
I don't know why the Megamind meme just came. No scrims?
So no scrims?
No scrims? No mice?
Slaps phone. That's a big bottle that Prof has right there. My boy is hydrated. Everyone else with these puny bottles. Figure out what's going on soon. Poco may just be getting used to whatever peripherals have been lent to him by his teammates.
I didn't bring his own peripherals on the plane.
Grabbed him out of storage. There's a lot of MN3 love here as well.
Oh, this is his map. He kind of made a name. I would say that last year, in his rookie year, it was this map. He came through, and I think it might have been versus Soul as well, if I'm not mistaken. It was this map, Circuit Royale, straight into a new Queen Street. That he absolutely went nuclear and activated like we've never seen before.
It was against the Seoul Dynasty, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that was possibly one of the greatest single performances we've seen out of any player in any competitive.
Definitely one of the best scan performances, yeah.
Just 1v5 in the lobby sometimes. MN3 definitely getting a lot of love, and of course as part of a prestige team as well in Element Mystic. In the old guard of the Contenders Korea circuit, Runaway and Element Mystic were of course some of the top dogs before O2 Blast rose to the top, although they were always a dark horse competitor even in the early days of proper playing something like Azaya in GOATs. But at that point it was kind of a proper daycare as we all slowly watched the calendar days turn towards 18 of a future Rookie of the Year and MVP. Circuit Royale finally going to be coming up on your screens. Void and Poco in, and Snipers hopefully locked.
See if things have developed since we last came to Circuit Royale. Obviously, Zenbap has been the typical support line as well. So our main support players coming through today, with Fixer and Vindime will most likely be running on towards that BAP, assuming no one's going to be trying anything crazy here. I am eyes wide open though to the possibility of like maybe someone pulling through. Like I can see Zest thinking about the Genji and the Fixer going onto the Brig to make that happen as a possibility. But I mean, there will be questions surrounding Infernal's ability to sort of coordinate with a player that, as mentioned, they haven't actually scrimmed with. But, you know, if you want to play meta on this map and Sigma is meta, you're going to have to bring in the guy that knows how to play this hero.
Could we see a dream of a fluent Korean? Unfortunate timing. A fluent Korean Poco giving an interview in the WDG arena.
They have to get unknown to run downstairs to quickly translate if it's a English interview. Okay, but it's gonna be actually Prophet think about the Genji. So I thought maybe there'd be Genji, but it'll be Zest playing it, not Prophet. He'll think about it. Maybe he'll just go back to the Hanzo. Usually if you're gonna go to the Genji, it will be supported by a Brig as well, but that's not quite on board for Vindime just yet. Prophet's gonna get in the face of Infernal. They gotta respect him. He's already made a lot of space happen, man. Infernal are all the way back, straight off the cuff.
And no Brigitte behind the Genji this time as well, instead opting just for the Harmony Orb of the Zen to get that continuous but low-grade healing onto the Genji Island to take these off angles. What a shot from EasyHan onto Zest already. That's a huge opening.
The return kill. MN3 gets revenge. Nice and early. Low HP though. Void gets a snipe on the Hyperspheres. That 2d12 hit for plenty of damage as now the Seoul Dynasty ever inch forward. I mean, Seoul Infernal got to wait a little bit here. We're nearly capping. I mean, this is a minute of pushing. Solid pushing by the Dynasty.
Yeah, this is very dangerous here for the Seoul Infernal. Zest has returned. MN3 strikes first again. Krillin unaware of the return of the Widowmaker. Oh, MN3 decimates the backline.
EasyHan was taking the safe angle there. EasyHan was the next target of MN3, but couldn't spot him. Gets the body shot there. Now it has to be Prophet trying to make his way out. Waiting for dash cooldown. We'll get it, and they're safe. Payload push is extremely good by Dynasty, but they reset all positioning, which means they have to play a long angle again. Choky as well. Waiting for some other ultimates. It's window online first. Fixer Vindime is able to match now, so there's going to be both windows deployed. Poco slightly closer to the Flux to be able to counter that one out.
A dreaming of MN3K. That's a double damage rock coming from Poco to absolutely crater Prophet through the window and turns Prophet into part of a wall.
That stalemate goes the way of Infernal. Poco got his kill there. Creation onto Prophet. Now both Fluxes online. MN3 with a big advantage on the Infrasight. So Infrasight can't be matched at this moment. If MN3 decides to play it, Seoul Dynasty can only respect it and back out.
He'll be waiting for a commitment here. Void Solo forces out the Immortality Field, and Poco knows that that means it's go time. It's a pair of Gravitic Fluxes, but who has better control of fundamental forces today? Poco taking out his counterpart yet again, and MN3 surges forward to the newfound space to find himself some skulls.
Yeah, that worked. Hang on, Prophet might get 2 heals. Sacrifice his life, but he's really looking for an extra kill on Skew. Didn't end up getting it. Would have been worth if he was able to just try and dash in and secure that one, but Infernal now will drag this down to 1 minute. Seoul Dynasty have good ultimates, but I mean, it's been 1 ult for 1 ult trade. The exact same ultimates used by both sides. Vindime is at least slightly closer towards the next window. This is likely to go to OT now.
Remember that Void's usage of that ultimate does mean that there's not too much means of forcing out Skew's Transcendence prior to Prophet's Blade. A pair of Infrasights given over, EasyHan already fairly low, and a Dragon Strike simply bisects the Seoul Dynasty, but doesn't take any...
Might be early, actually.
Might be.
I think you have to consider the fact that Vindime's about to hit window again, and Dragon Strike would have been nice to counter that one out. So Dynasty will just slowly wait out the final moments of that Dragon Strike, and as it goes out, now it's time to play again. The 1v1 MN3 onto EasyHan, waiting out the Infrasights. Both players now no more vision. It's Poco versus Void in the front lines. As Void walks forward from the window, but Poco still has to respect it. Poco low HP. He might get taken down skewed. I was waiting for the trance. He was holding on to that one. He really wanted to milk it out, but it's Prophet now that will get the work done. Straight into the back line. In comes the slash, and no other defense to be seen at all. Infernal, the trance was used, and you mentioned it. Is there a way to bait out the trance? Well, one way is to get Poco low, and then Prophet finds his timing.
Not just a Tracer player. And not only that, Prophet actually blades during the trance there, in concert with Krillin, getting the Discord Orb onto Zest. And that allowed for an instant evisceration and a slash and dash combo through the healing of a Transcendence as well. You've got to be a brave player to make that work, and, well, Prophet is not only brave, but he's smart as well. And
Disco matching. Gotta get the double Genjis out into play. There it is. I thought it would be Zest pulling up the Genji first, but he'll be the second one to at least be able to match Prophet now. Anything Prophet can do, I can do better. This is young Zest will be actually slightly ahead on the blade, given that he would have swapped off some previous existing ult charge. It's Void first up on the Gravitic Flux, and he'll pull the trigger instantly. Should be... No, there's no defense because there's no BAP anymore. I've swapped off.
That's twice now that Poco has absolutely torn asunder Prophet's life and limb with an accretion well hit onto a Genji. Maybe catching him after those double jumps when the Genji's at their most predictable. It's easy. Easy as they come, and now Void is having to shuffle out through the underside. That leaves Easyhan with no defenses, so MN3 can grab that easily.
Boy, should be able to back out given that he saved his connect grabs. Actually, hang on a second. It's not guaranteed. But I don't think Infernal are going to go chase any further. It would be too risky to chase Void into the side room, so Void indeed will be able to make it out alive. And that's one less player that you'd have to wait for on the Dynasty end. But if they're going to cap, it's going to be another OT push, it seems. So likelihood of finishing the entire map, pretty minuscule at this rate, given how slow Dynasty's approaches have been. And that's also considering the fact that their initial push on A was in 1 minute. They got to the end. It just took another 3 minutes to actually get the cap in. And now Poco straight away on the flux. Vindime instantly dead.
Yep, Poco first to strike. Vindime just suspended in the air, so it's easy for MN3. Prophet, simply a victim of the smelly gas. Oh, the crowd are almost as excited as I am. That was crazy.
Easyhan, just a normal victim. Standard
normal victim. Standard victim.
Yep. Normie victim is what I say then.
No one can hurt.
We're almost out of normal time here. 10 seconds remaining. MN3 aggressive off angle. Again, Infrasight, no real challenge from Easyhan. He doesn't have it yet. I don't think Easyhan can really try and poke forward to find an angle. Prophet just dies to Poco, and I think that's a nano onto Prophet as well, so that's a nano deleted. Zest is going to clean things up if he can find a kill, because Poco's got them all.
Poco simply too fast, grabs them all, hoarding the kills. Poco. Welcome back to the Overwatch League. MN3 currently sitting at 10 final blows, which is... He is technically on a deadlift right now. Out of 20 final blows, he has 10.
Yeah.
There's a reason why we talk about this guy's Widow, and it's...
But the caveat I will add is his defense side Widow is going to be stronger. So now Easyhan gets to play defensive side Widow. This is the opening... Well, no, it's not the opening few shots, but because we're 1:30 left in time here, but a couple of nice shots from MN3. As he just, snaps straight onto Prophet. Oh, that's 2 out of the 10 that he got. So KD, 10 final blows, 2 deaths. Easyhan sitting on 1 and 5, but one more time, there is a slight caveat for the defensive side. That is massively skewed in favor of MN3, though. Favorable sightlines or not. So it's still an extreme number of kills, and as you mentioned, currently a deadlift 10 out of 20.
I do wonder what Vindime, what led Vindime to choose going to Viana instead of a Baptiste on this map. Maybe thinking that more healing was needed for Prophet, of course. Incredibly difficult to consistently heal a Genji who's leaping around with a AoE healer like Baptiste.
It's curious. Could have been for the Nano Blade capabilities as well.
Yeah.
Prophet did get the Nano at the end. He got melted anyway, but unfortunately, you do lose the Immortality field, which is, I think, super important for defending against Gravitic Fluxes and also from the enemy window. Okay, there we go. That's what I'm talking about, right? Defensive side, Widow is king, and MN3 copping the first death there.
Defensive Widow. And what a defense it needs to be here from Easyhan in order to extend our Soul Bowl and not make it an entirely destructive 3-0 in favor of the Soul Infernals. Zest is still opting in to this Genji here, but the long-range pressure from this double sniper.
Multiple courses out of this meal.
Please,
otherwise it's a small
feed me.
Small salad bowls that we're going to get instead. Alright, well, let's see if Easyhan can find a bit of a feast here. MN3 go for challenge. Left. Spot each other late. Good movement by Infernal. Approaching hairpin now. Vindime first on the Ant Matrix, so that should be first ultimate on board. If Void and Prophet don't go down here, Void.
The off-angle pressure.
Has to be careful with his HP.
Zest just continuously managed to get around that shield.
Widow's up.
Keeps Void on his toes. Widow. A jump shot here from MN3. Unable to find anybody. Disciplined positioning from Assault Dynasty, but they can't afford to lose a fight here. There is no space beyond this
that's
car.
too
There is no
shallow.
land beyond this.
It's just too easy for Infernal just to back out. And as they back out, MN3 even gets what you could consider somewhat of an exit kill. I mean, they don't want to plank the window. Oh my goodness, Zest now into Vindine Void's low HP. No lamp, it's already gone, already deployed. 94% for Void, 84 for Krillin, and a Zest with all the pickups, trying to catch up to MN3. It's got to be the cap with way more time as well. Remember, Dynasty basically capped ANOT. Infernal, they got more than 4.5 to work through on B, and they don't even have to get to the end of B.
Secret source of a brand new Sigma. Or maybe even a much more old Sigma. Restored by Roston. And back up to its classical glory. Soul Dynasty. They have some means of stopping this here with the Gravitic Flux, but remember that both Skewed and Fix have orbitals they need to stop damage coming through. Here it moves. Skewed going to be the primary target. It's only one, though.
There we go. Once again, Easy Hunt is not going to be the challenge for this Infra site. Zest is going to go to the back line. You want to get rid of the Widowmaker. This is how. Can he find a target, though? Zest is struggling at the moment. His Prophet gets killed to Fixer. Krillin onto Zest, and suddenly things have gone sour for the Infernal. It might have had the ultimate, so they don't have the kills. The kills are all coming through from the Dynasty instead. Late one was skewed. And the Dynasty have survived. How many ultimates was that? That's like 4 ultimates from Infernal.
It was everything. It was everything and more. Skewed popped a Transcendence to deal with a solo Flux coming through from Void. And Zest blades into the back thinking, I could force out the resources here. That will give all the space that Poco needs to finish this with a Gravitic Flux. But excellent resilience from a Soul Dynasty. Still, it had its own toll on the Dynasty and their armaments. Only the Infrasight remains. Pop now by Easy Hunt to just keep the Soul Infernal at bay.
Well, Infernal will just, again, have to respect that, and that's what happens when you don't respect it. Easy Han has full sights, MN3 has nothing. In fact, MN3 even just flirting with death there by thinking about poking his head out, not what you want to do. So, that's just a clean Infrasight that won't be challenged. Will only result in the 1 kill and some time lost. It's something.
MN3 sailing. And Zest is actually darted into the underground now. Might give him safe passage over to Easy Han. Prophet needs to be able to gather this info.
Prophet saw MN3 there and was ducking like a madman to hide his head.
Desperately wants to make sure a Cerebellum can't be cloven in twain by MN3. Now wrapping around instead, trying to find themselves an off angle to deliver that pressure. A movement over onto the Brigitte here from Skewed. It's all the old heads are feasting today. It's just like the old gladiators over again. Dragon Strike down into the underground, but
This is a big spin by Dynasty.
Away Infernal.
This is a big spin by Dynasty, and Infernal, I mean, okay, they're starting to go lower on time. It's still 2 minutes, but Payload is right there. They only got to win 1 fight, and they can still afford a couple more resets here. Dynasty not getting value of their ultimates is not good at the moment. Fixer, nothing to save him. No trance, no lamp, no hope. In fact, the lamp was there, but it got destroyed. Long range rock. Zest getting Prophet, turns his back into 4v4. Skewed must ran it because he was low HP. Currently the only healer, so not a lot of healing on board for Skewed. If they can get Krillin down, they can at least equalize the healing. Prophet now coming back on towards the Genji. This is looking like a big one. Poco now has the opportunity to pull out a Flux. Nothing to defend against that one. Krillin on 94%. There's nothing there. It's going to be the Flux to finish things off at a 3-0 for Soul Infernal. That will also give Poco his debut win in the 2023 season.
And not only that, winning via the forced objective removal of the Sig-9, just dragging everyone off the car and putting it back home. There was no way for Soul Dynasty to recover from that one, but what a punctuation to leave on this Soul Bowl, to bring in Poco. Not just the content creator, but a family member for the Soul
male.
Infernal. The Sigma male! Since the genesis of this team, Poco has been there, and now as they battle for supremacy in their adopted new territory, it is still Poco who stands strong with a crown on his head.
What a way to come in, play a 1 map, dominate, win. And as I mentioned, you know, previously, it could have been last year, 2022, the real final year for Poco in the Overwatch League, but comes through in the cameo of all cameos to take a map win, officially play on stage, on LAN, for his old team, his old org. with a lot of brand new members that he had previously not been able to play with, and even with no scrims, so good to be able to face up against Void, against Seoul Dynasty, who, as we mentioned, I mean, standings wise, they are close, man. They were only one match behind the Seoul Infernal, so easily top 3 in the region. But not good enough. The tear break still exists in between the two Seoul teams, and the Infernal once again stake their territory. They get revenge for the first game that we started with in the opener of the season of map 5 that Dynasty won. But here in Seoul Bowl number 2, it's all Infernal.
One last ride potentially for Poco, but hey, maybe he'll turn up for Seoul Infernal's later games as well. And 3-0 here is huge for Seoul Infernal, because it means that if there is any trouble for Dallas Fuel later against Hangzhou Spark, for most seedings, they can get messed up. Zest is, of course, going to be your player of the match, and it feels like he's almost got every single one of these. Prophet's not able to farm yet another because it was Zest who was farming the entirety of the Dynasty.
I think that was one of the key matchups as well. We saw Zest outplay Prophet. First 2 maps, it was clear. Map number 3 was a lot of, I think, Poco and especially MN3 that took charge. I mean, that's their map to play through. You get the Widowmakers, you get the Sigmas, and it's those types of matchups that really win you the battle. But maps 1 and 2, especially on Busan, dude went ham. Second map as well, on that Tracer, 2 Pulse Bomb sticks onto Prophet. That's not easy to do.
Here's a good look at the magic that Zest brought to the match. I believe you said it was 18 combined deaths for Krillin and Vindime on Busan, if I remember correctly?
Yeah, correct. Correct.
That's a lot of deaths, after all. And this is how some of them happen. Just this continuous farm at the dive. Zest is just so well synced with Mag and with MN3. It feels like these 3, they're starting to join that hive mind status that previously was exclusive to the Dallas Fuel.
And even being able to, you know, still bring out the other picks as well. It's important to remember that Zest played a lot of Echo last year, his debut season. And we saw the Genji today as well as the Hanzo, so is able to bring out the full force. It's one of those sticks comes through. I remember that one so good. The full force of the Flex DPS pool. That is just not an easy stick to make at all. Hopefully we'll get the other one as well. I believe here we go. Up at number 2. Batter up.
Batter down. Crazy plays. Zest is just built different. The fact that he has the confidence to go for those, this is the kind of mojo you expect from a Widow player, right? Or like your hyper carry, you need them to have that kind of jovialness and that ego to make the play, which might not be the most technically efficient, but does the most damage when it works, both to the overall enemy team and to the mental of your greatest rival here in the GOAT of Prophet.
And we'll get the final couple of clips here, this time on the Genji, and I've missed that for sure. But let's go towards the stage. We've got the interview with, I think, the man himself. That might be Zest, translated by Unknown.
자, 이렇게 해서 서울 임페르날 1승 더 추가하면서 이번 동부 서머 퀄리파이어의 모든 경기를 마무리했고요. 갤러스에게 1패 외에는 전부 다 승리를 거두고 마무리가 됩니다. 자, 현장에 인터뷰 준비되어 있다고 합니다. 부탁드립니다.
2023 오버워치 리그 서머 스테이지 퀄리파이어 서울 더비전으로 인사드립니다. 안녕하세요, 손혜민입니다.
Hello, this is Sonamin, the
네,
interview
역시
host.
하늘 아래 같은 서울은 없었습니다. 서울 다이너스티를 서울 인페르날이 3대 0으로 꺾어내면서
So there
지난
can be
스프링
only
시즌에
one soul
리벤지에
and the
성공하게
Infernal
되는데요. 베스트
sweep
선수 모시고
Dynasty
인터뷰
3-0.
나눠보도록 하겠습니다.
And we
안녕하세요.
have Zest on the
승리
interview for
축하드립니다.
아, 감사합니다.
Congrats on your win.
승리 소감 한마디 해주시죠.
How do you feel?
오늘 진짜 꼭 이기고 싶은 경기였는데 3대 0으로 깔끔하게 이겨서 네, 되게
Today was a
기분이 더
match
두
that I
배로 좋은 것
really,
같아요.
really wanted to
기분이 두
win.
배로 좋다라고
And winning this in a
기쁜
3-0
마음
fashion feels
표현해
really, really good.
오늘 굉장히 공격적인 템포가 돋보였던 인페르날이었습니다. 저번에 스큐드 선수가 인터뷰를 하실 때
Overall,
본인은
Infernal was
공격적인
really,
아나다라고
really aggressive.
말씀하셨는데 혹시
And
그런 아나의
Skewed
영향이
previously
있을까요?
said he's an aggressive Ana.
네,
Does that have
뭐
anything to do
그런-
with the
스큐드 형이
overall
이제
style of the team?
힐벤 각도 잘 보고 그래가지고 이제 힐벤에 약간 좀 템포 맞추면서
I think so because Skewed is really
저희 팀이 그냥
distinctive with his
템포가 좀 빠른
aggressive
느낌이어가지고 네, 다 같이 템포 빠르게
needs, and then we
잘
really
되고 있는 것
those
같습니다.
that's usually the call for us to
강점을
really jump
살려서
into
그런
aggressive
분위기가
mode.
나온 것
So
같다라고
I guess
말씀해 주신 것
there's some
같은데,
reason into that.
제스트 선수가 트레이서를 좀 많이 하셨잖아요 오늘.
네.
근데 제가 살짝 놀란 장면이요. 상대 아나에게 부착을 했는데 상대 아나가 나노가 있었거든요.
So one thing that I was
그래서
really impressed with your tracer today is that one of the actual pulse skills that you had was on an Ana with a nano, forcing out the nano, maybe forcibly.
그렇게까지 생각을 안 했고
Was
일단
that
저희가
something that
그
you had
상황에서 궁이
calculated,
엄청
or
불리하다는
is
걸
that something out
알아가지고
of just
펄스
pure
아니면
instinct?
난 이기기 힘든 한타다 해가지고 그냥 펄스에 온 힘을 다해서 썼는데
So
다행히
no, it wasn't really
잘
calculated. It was more like, hey, this is kind of like a tough fight. I need to take out anyone rather with a pulse. So I really focused and landed it. So
말씀이 많이
that's it.
나왔었잖아요. 그래서
네.
여쭤본 질문이었습니다.
아, 네.
네, 약간 도움이
네,
됐을까요?
영훈이 아주 로봇 같고 좋아요. 네.
로봇 같은 픽사 선수의 공 카운트가 굉장히 도움이 됐다라고 말씀하셨습니다. 오늘 그리고 굉장히 진귀한 장면도 나왔습니다. 위도우 한조와 시그마를 들고
Also,
온
we
이페르날
saw
정말
something
오랜만에
very
보는
rare today.
그런
We
모습이
had
아닐까
we saw a little bit
싶었는데
of Widow and
포포
Hanzo.
선수와 합을 맞춘 지가 혹시 얼마나 됐는지 여쭤봐도 될까요?
Also,
이제 한
like
30분 정도 된 것 같고.
how much practice did you have with Poco?
2대 0으로 이기고
with that
있으면
composition?
딱 이벤트 약간 좀 짜잔한 느낌으로 딱 포코 출전할 예정이어가지고 네. 합을 30분 맞췄는데 거의
So
뭐
to be
2년 맞춘
honest,
느낌으로다가
it
이제
wasn't
잘
really
된것
pre-planned.
같습니다.
네,
I think
맞아요.
we had
마무리를
like
그리고
30
중력
minutes of
붕괴로
practice time
시원하게
together.
해주는 모습까지
It was supposed to be a very special
어떠세요?
event for us,
이
and
좀 넓어지니까
we won. So
달라진 점이
it
있을까요?
was worth it.
네 이제 뭐 다양한 조합도 쓸 수 있고 네 저희가 원하는 조합 다 쓸 수 있어가지고 네 더 좋은 것 같아요.
I think overall we
오늘
can,
그리고
it
정말
kind of
다양한 영웅을
expands our choices and
그리고 특히
compositions, so it's
트레이서를
always a
하실
good
때
thing.
나노를 받는 모습이 많이 포착이 되었는데 그때 혹시 나노를 달라고 주도적으로 콜을 하신
We saw a
건가요?
lot of nano tracers today. Was it your call to get the nanos?
약간 트랩봉조 제가 말하지 않았고 좀 트랩봉조 보고 해봐 이런 느낌으로 나와가지고 제가 뽕 받고
No, it wasn't really my call, but as a team, it was the team call was like, hey, nano the tracer, and let's have
그렇다면 약간
some extra damage
궁금해지는
on
게요.
the
겐지를
tracer.
제외하고
So it wasn't
나는
necessarily
어떤
my call,
영웅으로
but it was
나노를
rather
받는
a team
게
call.
좋으세요?
아무래도 이제
Which hero do you
에코로
want to
가는 게
get
제일
nanoed
좋거든요.
on the most?
에코면 이제 상대 에코가 있을 때도 이제 나노 에코로 쉽게 잡을 수 있고
The
데미지
Echo,
자체가
because
워낙 세다 보니까
usually when I play the Echo, there's also it's also mirrored by an enemy Echo. With the nano, you can get that advantage to win that duel.
오늘로써 퀄리파이어 일정이 모두 끝이 났고 너가웃만 남아있는 상황입니다. 굉장히 좋은 성적으로 마무리를 하시게 되었는데 너가웃이 더
So
중요하잖아요.
you end the qualifiers on a good note, and you have the knockouts next. What's the plan for knockouts?
네 이제 퀄리파이어 네 1패를 하긴 했지만 그래도 그 1패를 발판 삼아서 이제 노가웃에서 더 좋은
Yes,
모습
we did
보여드려서
finish qualifiers on a good note,
플레이오프
but we
갈수 있게
did lose one match, and we'll use that as a lesson
네,
to get
감사합니다.
better
다시 한번
and
진심으로 승리
actually have a good,
축하드립니다.
better performance in knockouts. And that's the end of the interview.
제스트 선수와
Back to you,
인터뷰
Kevin.
나눠 보았습니다. 다음 매치는요. 항저우
Well, there it
스파크
is.
대
Hoping for
델러스 퓨어의 매치.
a very good performance from Infernal as they head into knockouts now, and that's all they have left to play through before playoffs, that is, assuming that they manage to get all the way to Toronto for the final portion of the year, the most important part, only 3 slots from the East region to be able to make it through. That's only game number 1 though, out of 3 more matches to play through. Hangzhou Spark versus Dallas Fuel next. Don't go anywhere, another banger lined up right after this break. Welcome back to the Overwatch League. As we get ready for match number 2 for the day. Just had a 3-0 in Seoul number 2. Infernal taking down the Seoul Dynasty, and now we head into Hangzhou Spark versus Dallas Fuel, and Dallas Fuel have the opportunity leg day to sweep up the number 1 spot in the regular season for the summer stage, and that will actually give them 2 skins this year. A championship skin from 2022 and a recolor for coming first in the summer stage.
It could still be a good year for Dallas Fuel even after losing both Chio and Fielder, but for Hangzhou Spark, we were expecting this to be a banger year for this team, the Chinese super team. They managed to get some of the best from Chengdu Hunters in Leave and drag together everything else they needed to put together a powerhouse team. This should be their meta. Winston, so powerful. That's Gushui's best hero, the originator. The man who wrote the legend lore for the Primal Blade. And here, they have their work cut out for them going up against the Dallas Fuel.
Not going to stand for this Monk Erasure, who's also from Chengdu. Wanted to make the joke that actually Guangzhou just got all the Chengdu players, but there's plenty of Chengdu players to go around.
There are so many Chengdu teams with roads as well. Chengdu didn't die, simply like split into 3 Horcruxes.
3 different Chengdu teams, really, if you think about it. Still, I'm hoping for a good one, because another 2 of our top teams, Dallas Fuel versus Hangzhou Spark. No guarantees here for either squad, but Dallas Fuel, they're looking like they're on top at the moment. The championship squad delivered. Summer stage looking on fire.
Mode, and it feels like Sid Prizza had just defaulted to that far too quickly. 2 users left. Ungodly connection there with the Rampage, and Harpin, he's come up with the goods again. And Fielder goes down. It's going to be Sal Barry ready for 4. One goes down. Went 3. And Dallas Fuel, Overwatch League champions.
Dallas Fuel, number 1 at the moment, undefeated. How many maps did they drop? Is it 2?
2
maps.
1 to the Shanghai
6.
Dragons, 1 to the Guangzhou Charge. It's it's incredibly impressive, especially considering that their beginning to this year was lackluster, but it really feels like MCD and Bliss have finally come into lockstep, and they've been brought into the fold by Rush. Bliss in particular. We both voted for Bliss as a player of the match previously. This guy has really been popping off on the Brigitte, knows the best ways to modulate his shield usage to make sure that he's never really overextended. But you have to go up against a Hunter of a different caliber in Leave, whose Tracer can be anathema to a backline.
To put into perspective, spring stage this year, Dallas Fuel in 5 matches went 2-3, 7-10 map record, 7 wins, 10 map losses. Summer stage, they're currently 6-0, 6 games, 18-2. I mean, we've gone from -3 map differential to +16. Oh my god, what a turnaround this team has had.
Hey, sometimes you get a bit of a longer time off by missing mid-season, and certainly it was not spent resting on the laurels of a couple of championship members. Rush cracked the whip. They went into hyperbolic time chambers and they emerged on the other side, plus Ultra, going all the way to their highest power levels.
Yep.
And Hangzhou Spark, on the other hand, we see different power levels all the
when
time.
your hair goes blue and it, it gets spiked up, is that the Ultra instinct? Is that the highest level you go to?
No, that's when I mess up my home dye jobs.
Okay, well, I'll take
unfortunate leg day moment. Here's a quick look at some stats here of Edison and Shy, both of whom have been previously pretty handy on the hit scans, but often relegated to the Sombra Ashish's mandatory during this meta.
I want to see a Sojin off today, because
I would love
that's probably the best hero for both of these players. Now, we're not in a Sojin meta, and maybe it's unpopular opinion, but I actually enjoyed watching Sojin personally last year. It was a treat for me as one of my favorite heroes. But maybe actually not even on circuit, because they'll both be Widowmaker, won't they? I'm probably not going to get my wish today, but no John Sojin versus the Shy Sojin. But we are going to get Some classic dive to come on through. Sparkle versus Leave though. Now Sparkle's had to really take down some top level traces, and Sparkle did have to also take down Zest on the Soul Infernal. So if he's been able to do that, then maybe Leave's got some work cut out for him. But Leave is also a 2021 MVP, and he wants to be definitely the best player in the lobby. So this could be a very interesting game. Dallas Fuel looking to complete the summer stage flawlessly if they can, as I believe this is their second to last game. And after this, they've got Panthera left to go, and they're very favored versus Panthera. So realistically, this is now the most difficult game they have left.
Dallas Fuel looking to whet my appetite with a little bit of rush here, potentially. Unless it's a coordinated group prank in the spawn, but Lijiang Tower would be the place to run it. All three maps here are viable for the rush. However, this is the one that you would be expecting to see Winston be at his most viable.
Oh,
Harbin just hit the rollout.
Yeah, so they're going to rush. They are going to rush, but it's not going to be the rush we're thinking of. We are going to get the Sojin, but it's not going to be the duel. So we'll at least get half of the equation that I'm looking for. And now they know, they're aware. Monk cops a bit of a headshot. Do Spark make a change? Because if they're going to make a change, it's going to happen now. It doesn't seem like they're going back to spawn. So they're going to roll with it.
Remember, Sparkle is going to add continuous pressure over. Length gets booped off by Bliss.
How has that happened?
How does it happen? Surely not another one, no. There is a jump to rescue Gushue from a watery death. Doesn't become koi food. And the brine remains at bay for now as MCD is traded out, but Dallas Fuel should still get the first cap here, barring a touch coming in from Leave, who's laid at bay.
Linkser, early trip to Davy Jones. Here we go. First fight should be, an actual first fight should be coming on board. Dallas Fuel, though, off the back of that early pick, is going to get the first cap, and Linkser returns the favor. He's got first blood this time onto Spark, and that's going to impact the ability for Dallas Fuel to get a good engage in. And while that player's gone down, our flippers come on through. Harbin low. Baronet excellent by Monk, and Monk is going to find the first Nano very soon as well. Just got to keep Gushue alive.
Let's keep him at bay, though. Making sure there's fear of God when the bridge is touched. Hungjo Spark still in control, though, so now they can set up these defensive positions. And it might be a little bit more difficult for Harbin to try and enter there. Very few means of mitigating that incoming Bardic Grenade. Monk is definitely going to be a linchpin of this defense.
Yeah, no Kariko for the Dallas Fuel. You might have to think about that swap a little bit later on for MCD, but currently 70% towards the ultimate. Bliss and lots of trouble here. No healing, but no kills. Gushue is slow, but they're flying too much. It'll be shying lengths of the... Another whip shot. That's 2 in a row late day. Sparkle, he's eating mace.
He is eating mace. And that is not part of the balanced breakfast I can tell you about for free. John Sojourn.
He's trying to whet your appetite again.
Yeah. Well, he didn't get to eat last time. The boys only got like half a buffet. A pathetic croissant. And Murphy stole it.
See if Jonathan can get this headshot. And I ain't talking reinforce here. Let's see what Jonathan Sojourn can do. EMP up online for Shy. Humber's got the ultimate, but you don't want to be just ulting into the back line of the Spark just yet. 4-man EMP saved by Bliss. Well timed on the sound barrier. And this time it'll be Spark with a headshot onto Lee. 5 versus 4. Gushue Primal. It's not going to last too long, is it? He's already completely burned at this stage.
Oh, there's the rampage as well. If it's actually hit anyone from the looks of it, maybe it was blocked out by Length's shield. Remember, that doesn't go through barriers, so if you can angle your shield correctly, it'll work out. The Blizzard moves forward onto Lengths, but guess who's still safe? Guess who's still healing? Guess who's still sleeping? Oh, Hanbin, you moved into the monk zone, and I'm afraid that he isn't taking any visitors today. Yes, forced out for about a moment, but Hungjo Spark is still in control, 99%. And Dallas Fuel are finally starting to turn this one around, but Hanbin's isolated. Only Bliss here. Quick extrication
Hanbin might
from the
die.
speed boost.
Gotta be careful, okay? They have to give it up, and, you know, it was looking like Dallas Fuel could get the last few kills in the 100 Spark. Not gonna be the case, and because Spark, by the way, got a flip in the middle of that, Dallas Fuel got no progress despite actually winning this fight. Got to keep them down for the count in terms of actual progress. Meanwhile, big ultimates on board. 100 Spark. Final push here. The Doom push to end it all. Take us to now round number 2. One fight will do it. Spark has to be respectful of the Whipshot Lengths.
Oh my, yep, the EMP simply turns off the Immortality Field. You won't be needing that, were you, Hanbin? Bliss, gonna be just moving around here. Sparkle on the other side, taking up the entire back line. You can still play Tracer even when he's playing Mei. Doesn't matter. Down goes a well-placed amplification matrix with a long-range suppressing fire, and Hangzhou Spark, despite investing 2 of their primo ultimates, have been rebuffed.
I don't know how Sparkle just managed to get both supports there, but that's critical. If he just gets the one, still output of healing for the Spark to maybe retain themselves in the fight, but getting both is lights out for Spark's push. Listen out, finds the sound barrier to allow Dallasfield to push out of the dojo. And with that, Lingsa gets knifed down. Can they get Gushui as well? They can push this to 99 if they can do so, and Gushui down, no shot for the Spark to be able to do too much. Pulse Bomb to at least trade Harbor. That's not a bad trade. If Spark reset now, Leave can get back quicker than Harbin. That's bad for Field.
Perhaps a slight advantage when it comes to the timings, but remember that Sparkle can still play the wall here as well. Hangzhou Spark would have to split up to try and get around it. A touch is going to be demanded. Sparkle can really complicate this, but Shy's on the other side.
It's
almost
Blizzard as
towards
well.
an EMP. That Blizzard, that is going to be difficult to deal with. Remember that the EMP can shut it down, but you don't really want to be playing the EMP reactively as much as you want it proactive. There's the wall coming through, the Blizzard behind. Oh, this should be freezing up the Brigitte. And that should be curtains for them as Gushui's fallen on down and Dallasfield look to be in control.
They got it. They've certainly got it. Shy didn't have the EMP, was 10% off. And all the ultimates coming through from Dallasfield at the exact right time. They've managed to turn it back around, and they were like not quite 0-99. Not really even 20-99 at one stage. I mean, they were really behind. And there was a critical fight that I got back to the Sparkle clutch. If he doesn't kill both Monk and Lingsa, I'm pretty sure Fuel lose that round. Pretty sure Spark lock it out. We go to night market. Sparkle 1-0 up. Sparkle brings it back for the Fuel. Even the leave Harbin trade, it wasn't enough for the Spark to be able to get any positioning. Because it means that, okay, well, Harbin can't really push forward and play aggressively. But Hangzhou Spark still got to walk into good ultimates like the Blizzard and just wasn't EMP in time. Harbin's going to run it back, though.
Got to drag Rise over to a stat here. Leave considerably behind on damage compared to everyone else in the lobby. Even the Sombra being consistently kept at bay by Sparkle. You can't eat 2 of those icicles. And of course, Sparkle can also insta-tap a Tracer as well with a single one. Now it's Shy's problem who's going to have to deal with that. As Dallasfield, they're already sitting pretty on the point, having TP'd in. I
think this is a good spot for the Hangzhou Spark. Leave, Echo, one of his classics. Gushui down though. Harbin can always focus on the Winston. That's the key target. You need to buy some time here. It's Leave and Shy playing the peripheries. Knife caught into Leave's back, and even if he had the opportunity to run away, it would have been pulled in. Lots of low HP on field, but I don't think anyone's going to die.
Oh, Bliss is just keeping them in here, just continuously booping them. They can't make it up the stairs. It's such a sad time for the Hangzhou Spark supports. Mohammed may fall into beamable range. There's plenty of backup behind this guy.
That's like the maximum stagger result because Gushui died, I think, first. And as he comes back in, his 2 supports die. So in terms of, you know, as I mentioned, maximum stagger, that's about it. To feel they bend but don't break. They had a lot of low members, but no deaths at all. Plenty of members got bionated there as well. Spark was just not able to get away in time.
Yeah, midway through the cast of the wall, the ice block wasn't available in that moment. MCD forced to use the regen first. Now it's going to try and keep everything at bay. What a boot coming through from Bliss. Make sure there isn't going to be any pressure onto those who dare to use the window, but MCD is going to move away from it anyway. A nano boost onto the Winston. Cleaving should be solid, but right now targets they're lacking. It's difficult to find them. Everyone wishes for Symmetra to fail, and indeed they will as Bliss wants to turn this around. A 4-man.
Big catch by Harbin.
Oh, that's a big catch indeed. Gushui still has the primal to give himself some additional HP as Shy has found MCD. The healing's going to be limited, but playing around the edge here is begging for Bliss to try and grab you with an environmental kill.
Clutch green HP from Lynx. If it wasn't for that, I think more people would have fallen to the Rampage bleed. Monk certainly did. Leave with a duplicate onto Harbin's Junker Queen as well to make sure that Spark had the sustainability of the fight. No way. Yeah, Gushui didn't have the jump ready. Even on a 1-second cooldown, he just did not have it ready to go. And that's going to give opportunity. Sparkle and Edison ulting on the point. Edison is down, but is that enough? Seems to be the... No, not really, because 2 members on the Spark are down. Dallasfield managed to flip the cap around again.
This is ridiculous. Sparkle's bullying them. And Gushui just flings himself off the map. Uses a jump to avoid getting booped off by Bliss. Pops the Primal Rage to get back towards his team. And yeah, now moving over onto the Reinhardt instead. But this means that it's going to be even more isolatable by Sparkle.
It's a desperate spot. I'm thinking this is going to be TP through the windows while Shy has gone towards the Symmetra here to match Edison. Okay, they're actually going to hold it, so maybe using TP to get to the backup point instead. Leave already low HP. Got to be careful with that.
I'm going to use a shout, though. It's a major defensive cooldown that's gone, but that's a major offensive person that is missing. Gushue can barely even tuck his head inside this point. The beam, the microwave, it's a kitchen nightmare that's been generated here by Edison. And oh boy, John Sim is cooking.
Someone put the fire out, get the extinguishers. Hangzhou Spark. Their flame has been snuffed on that map, in particular at 0 and 2, and Guardians was looking damn winnable as well. With some incredibly clutch factor coming out of Dowswell. They have had that in spades this stage. Missed that in the spring stage, but in summer, there have been notably plenty of times where I thought people are losing this fight. There's just no way, and they do. They find that way. Gotta love the Hanbin Junker Queen coming back, because he played a lot of that in the spring stage, and it was semi-working when Hanbin wasn't feeling great on the Winston. The Junker Queen was kind of carrying the Dallas Fuel to a couple of limp victories, but now legitimate good counter versus Gushue, and they pilot it to great success where Hangzhou Spark just couldn't really find the opportunity to take away Night Market in any sense of the word. So honestly, Control Center probably would have gone poorly for the Spark. So Dallas Fuel, once they had won Gardens, it probably was lights out. 1-0 to start things out with Spark trailing behind. We'll see what happens after the break. Well, that was a very well-played opening map from the Dallas field, especially round number 2 on Night Market, even forcing the Spark to try and match on the Brawl compositions, but one team has significantly more practice on the Brawl. Even though you'd probably say that Rhine into Junk Queen should favor the Rhine, not when Harbin's piloting the Queen.
Yeah, and having the Symmetra behind that Queen as well just means that there's essentially a major downside to using your shield on the Rhine, but you're charging up that beam and making it even more difficult for your team to enter against that Symmetra. The longer that a fight goes on with a Sim, the more dangerous that she is, but Sparkle has been dangerous 100% of the time. No ramp up required for Sparkle, who's been playing out of his mind on the Mei.
Yeah, that was a performance for sure. We talk about the clutch factor, but even just the one taps onto Leave as well. You talked about the fact that Leave was maybe a little low on the damage side. You just have to play so cautiously around Sparkle, whose Mei is honestly top there. And any team that wants to be successful at Brawl, 2 parts of the equation there, or multiple parts, but 2 of the main parts, you need a damn good Brawl tank. You need a damn good Mei play.
And hey, Dallasville have them both. However, I expect to see very little Brawl on point A of our next map. So we head over to Hybrid. It's going to be Numbani, and only the London Spitfire would be brazen enough to play Brawl here. This has been Winston's playground since the inception
of
say,
this map. Any map can be a Brawl map if you're brave enough.
Or silly enough.
But no, I wouldn't recommend it.
It's a fine line between bravery and silly quirkiness. And it is often tightrope walk by the London Spitfire. On the other side, Guangzhou Charge, I'd love to see Shy pick up something like an Ashe again. We've seen MN3 show it on the defense previously, and you and I have talked about the sometimes, often picked Echo, especially attacking because of easy access to high ground, being able to join your Winston and make those initial dives more impactful.
I think the Echo is more likely because you can't have both the Ashe and the Echo, and of the 2 choices, I think Spark are more willing to play the Echo than the Ashe. That would just be my guess.
Yeah.
Although the Ashe is easy to swap off, because typically if you're going to play the Echo, 2 players need to swap if you want to remove the Echo, 1 player needs to swap if you're just playing the Ashe. But Ashe is a purely defensive pick, Echo could be played offensive and defensive, so there is that to consider as well. But I do expect Spark to go for one of the options here.
Yeah, slight boon as well. Spark, just like the Soul Infernal, both of their players actually have a really good Echo. So they can leave, leave, as it were, on the Tracer, and then only have to swap over towards...
2 can trace as well. Both
Yeah,
Shy and Lee can play the Tracer, MN3 and Zest can do that as well. That's important. And actually, while, Sparkle was on the Mei, we saw Edison play a tiny bit of Tracer. And if Sparkle wants to play any Echo today, which is also one of his heroes, Edison's neither going to have to step up on that Tracer also. But I don't know if Dallasville are going to be doing any of that kind of stuff. Sparkle could be tempted. So no, he does favor the Echo as well.
Head in towards Numbani. Only time will tell where our comps will settle, but Dallas have proven again and again that they are no slaves to the meta. They will play whatever it is best suits them.
You know how I said like you wouldn't play both the Ashe and the Echo at the same time?
Here are some observable facts to try and stymie your analytical
You know what
take.
else got said? You know what else got said? You mentioned something about tomfoolery and silliness, so I do wonder.
Sillies in spades here for the Dallas Fuel. A damage boost onto Sparkle though after the performance he gave previously. 30% more Sparkle might be too much for the Spark to handle.
I can't believe Dallas will just taco girled me and said 1 on both. They are gonna give it a good go. Well, let's just sort of think about giving some damage boost to both Edison and Spark. What is Edison looking at though? That's the problem I have with running an Ashe attack. The angles are not clean. Does put a little bit of pressure to Believe if he wants to go aggressive. Harbin Diva is preferable though. I'm not gonna lie, he does prefer the Diva if he can.
So the Diva here is also important, it seems, to cover Edison after coach gunning up onto the high ground, because during that critical time, you're unable to try and keep the Winston at bay using the coach gun, so you need Hanbin's bruising power on the Diva to be able to keep it at bay. Yeah, Gushui's dead, but so too are all of the rest of Hangzhou Spark. That was done, and Gushui didn't even know it.
Well, if Gushui played defensively there and Spark kind of exited and just waited for Shy Lead for respawn, I think they have a entry attempt, but not anymore. Retake off the table here. Right, Dallas make it work. As Han, but I think he got 2 there. He gets 2 kills.
Yeah.
See how much more they want to do this. I think this is a better point. Now that we've opened the map up a little bit, gone towards B, this is where Edison's Ashe is going to find a lot more value than on A, given that Edison actually did kill Leave on A as well, so that would actually happen.
And Nano here to try and win out on the Echo fight. Both Echoes actually nanoed here, so all's fair in love and war, but an anti coming through is even better from Monk, making sure that it is going to be Leave who walks away with multiple scalps.
Leave is unpocketed, by the way, as well, so that's kind of like a 2v1 right there. Bliss down also. 4 ultimates on board for Dallasville. That is a critical time for Hungry Spark to get back control of the game, because Dallasville were ready to snowball. And as you mentioned, I mean, that was a lot of resource being pumped in Nano onto Sparkle as well. So
went to give it over, forcing out the duplicate now. Duplicate was in deep danger, and Leave is now starting to come up on the Diva. Well, we don't believe can play anything, so this will work out just fine. A free resurrect there for Bliss, using the mobility given over by the Valkyrie. Now Hunbin just tries to hide within that explosion to keep himself safe, and Leave was unable to escape it in their own Diva mecha form. Now Sparkle, they can try and set the pace with a duplicate. Both for Winston and Diva, it's just like the old days. A single tear rolls down my cheeks, a diving duo will be present on your screens, but Hunbin is just taking so much damage, and with Edison down, it might well be that Dallas Fuel have run out of space and players.
It looked to me like Lee was maybe trying to get the kill onto Harbin's baby Diva, willing to sacrifice his youthful for it, which is smart enough. But beyond all of that, Dallas Fuel looks like they're changing comps to see if Sparkle changes as well. It's going to be at least a brig for Bliss. Sparkle has the opportunity to go towards Tracer. Edison towards the Sombra a little bit afterwards. I do think the Mercy at this stage is maybe just a little bit too much for this comp, and you're missing out on all the extra utility that the brig brings to the table, especially into an anti-dive fashion, because Shy was he was getting away with a lot.
Sparkle nanoed again. Continuously, these resources are being pumped into Sparkle, Mercy or no, but
big nade.
Yeah, kept at bay by a huge nade from Monk. What a time it has been for them, and now a counter-attack coming through. Leave will do slightly better. I don't even know if that was an intentional body block from Harbin, but it eats the damage anyway, as Leave tears through the Dallas Fuel, and they have kept this offense at bay for so long. It only took a couple of seconds for Dallas Fuel to even take aim.
Well, we heard all the rumors about Leave and his lack of damage on map 1. Well, he's leading the lobby by a significant margin now from the body. And again, he wasn't even pocketed. At no stage on this map so far has he received a single blue beam. He's done this all with his own collared up, sleeves rolled,
blue collar Echo
in the mud. Well, it's a blue collar Echo. He gets up at 4 in the morning.
Oh, working class nade right there. Decimates MCD and Bliss. However, Rebuff fairly easily using the rally. Bliss just going to be left inside a bubble right now as Edison forced the recall, having moved over now, of course, onto the Tracer from that Ashe. Hunbin simply went too deep there.
Thanks to use that too. He got 2 seconds of nano, and that allowed him to kill Harbin. That was not bad.
Damage is damage, my guy.
Leave down is pretty big because his respawn distance is huge, so Spark gonna have to pull all the way back.
I didn't get the memo, just wants to try and troll the cart for a minute. Still doesn't want to use that recall, so Edison happy to just lay down a little bit of pressure and try and manufacture an unfair 1 versus 1 in the Tracer duel.
This is the most amount of... Oh, what a sleep. That's huge. Shy dead. MCD. Beautiful accuracy. That's another death for the Spark, and they're trying to regroup here. They have not lost this much ground the entirety of B. This is the most amount of ground they've lost. Monk now in trouble. Byron a good connection. And Dallas Fuel, they're going to snowball forward. This is the snowball that we were expecting to see after the A cap, and we'll get it late, but looks like they'll get the cap indeed. Yeah, Spark, dude, after losing Leave, they lose Shy, and it's just never been the same.
This continuous attrition on the disengaging, fleeing Hangzhou Spark. Dallas Fuel do not let up on the gas ever. They force that afterburner to burn blue, and Hangzhou Spark simply cannot keep up with the pace that they are affronted with. Moving on to C now. It's only 2 minutes for Dallas Fuel, so this is highly defensible for Spark.
This is the arc of a good team as well. You know, really good at punishing mistakes. Any errors that Spark make, plays that get individual effects. Dallas Fuel are able to really push that to its limit. Now let's see if Sparkle can get more done on this Nano. Leave also received a Nano, so unlikely that the kill is going to come through onto Leave, and Leave also has to duplicate to get himself out of trouble if things get really bad, and things might get bad soon for the Dallas Fuel. Losing players here. Leave loses his duplicate form, but they got the kills. And time is on Spark's side, not Fuel's.
Oh yeah, every single second that passes, Spark are getting closer and closer to that victory, but Dallas Fuel are about to reach a critical mass of 4 ultimates. Andre Spark will only have the 2. For Shy, ideally here you want to stick MCD. Incredibly difficult to rescue unless he's got all the green health that is on offer from Bliss.
The last time he tried, MCD got a really nice sleep on him. Edison leaving put the bed there. Extremely low HP. Final minute to play through now. Lots of ultimates for the Fuel, but they have probably 2 good pushes to go through. They have to win a fight around the spawn and then one more fight of the actual spawn of the Spark as well. Unless Spark start giving away free push, which at this stage, Fuel are making moves. My goodness, Hanbin slept and completely rolled. Didn't get a chance to primal.
The additional stun from a rally means that there's no chance to press that Q, and Langster just continues to maraud on forward. These scallywags are raiding the coast, and they are coming back with plenty of loot from the Dallas Fuel war chest. There's going to be one last fight. It's going to be a lot of ticks on the board.
Yeah, plundered, absolutely. And now with any time left for the Dallas Fuel, just the 10 seconds. Final touch and then onto the payload for the final push. No one's allowed to get off. Not for too long anyway. At least they'll have 5 ultimates. So managed to retain that. Leave, duplicated. They gotta go aggressively. Spark want to dive deep in. Leave's gotta pay for it with his life.
Oh, but it's Shy who's returning now with the pulse on. Brings Hanbin low, but pops the primal range this time. Not stunned in the moment. Edison moves on forward. It's going to be a miss coming through. That was actually a block nade from Gooshway. The bubble from on high. An AC-130 in a defensive fashion, but it's not enough to save Monk from the auspices of Hanbin. Gooshway still continues to absolutely demolish the backline. And MCD destroyed by Gooshway. That's a lot of healing now lacking for the Dallas Fuel. Hanbin gonna be beamable. Gooshway's going absolutely ape for Dallas Fuel. They can't withstand what Winston's cooking. And Edison can't touch either.
The rest of your team starts falling. Gooshway, he's still got a primal. We know what he can do with that primal. He's going to be able to get the frags that are required for the Hunger Spark to finally get a hold of the sea. Looking dicey. Look how far the payload got. And you have to remember as well, B was starting to look like a very good defense for Spark until it wasn't. Dallas Fuel started snowballing through. It's not a bad amount of distance for the amount of time that Dallas Fuel had, but also I think given how mostly smooth A was, you probably would have expected that Dallas Fuel ultimately could have finished the entire map. So both teams got a little something out of that attacking phase from the Dallas Fuel, and now Hunger Spark with all the work to do.
A whisper of contempt from Leave onto Sparkle. The mercy being at your back. Your pocket has made you weak, overconfident, vulnerable. And more often than not, Leave was able to take advantage of that. Here's how Gooshway managed to absolutely wreck the backline of the Dallas Fuel. Knew exactly what he wanted, and it was those healing providing characters. He gets what he wants.
Perfect targeting. Perfect juggling, perfect targeting, and a zap on Sparkle to end things out. What a highlight. And he had to save the day as well because he had players down. It was up to Gooshway to play through the 1000 HP to get on the primal. And an instant corner trap onto MCD. No remorse. No sleep dart. MCD done for. Now the defense. It's going to be the Ashe Echo again. I prefer it on the defense. Look, if you're going to play the Ashe and Echo together, at least on the defense, Edison has far better angles to work with.
This is going to be such a difficult dive here for Gooshway. So many different ways to try and knock them back between Hanbin and Edison, but no whip shot in this case. Still Sparkle, put on notice, but playing it safely up on the high ground.
This might be interesting for Spark to approach. Shy at least doesn't have to contend with two. He might die here. He's got a lot of damage in his face, and Gooshway will barely make it out of the range of the beam. As I was going to say, nothing to challenge the flanks for Shy, so he should be able to get into the backline fairly freely.
Oh, what tracking there from Leave. The comms are solid. They're down below 50. Beamable, you might scream. And beamable indeed he was. Now Dallas Fuel torn apart from all sides as Harbin found himself out of position. Does give a little bit of stall on the point, though.
Doesn't look like there should be a contest here. Harbin not yet respawned. He's already on towards the Winston. Bliss now changing as well. So Sparkle's pocket short-lived, as is Edison's Ash. Wow, I think that might have been a faster 8 camp for Spark than it was for Fuel, so time at least very positive for Spark. See what they can do with this offensive side on B now. Fuel struggled to snowball on B. Spark, so far, have had better luck, at least on the initial approach.
Got to talk macro series as well. This is a must-win map for the Hangzhou Spark. Next up is Circuit Royale, and I don't give the advantage to Gushui in that particular Sigma matchup.
Well, how good is Leaves Farah, huh? Because,
hey, that could work. Bring out the old classics, and old classics once more are going to be arriving as Leave is given over. Oh, both asleep and a nano. It's an extended power nap for the Echo.
Sparkle as a duplicated Ana actually got a nano from MCD. That's the second time the Overwatch League I've ever seen an Ana receive an Ana boost from somebody. Sparkle's dead anyway.
Something a little bit different. Leave copying over the Winston. No shield can stop him. No fuel in the tank. Dallas Fuel. Wait, hold up. Something might be going very wrong, but no. Lever's going to put his foot down on this one and say that this one's over, boys, even if Edison gives his best performance.
Just dancing on the payload slightly to slow things down. That'll give time for Dallas Fuel to regroup here for the final contest. In fact, they might be able to contest before we get to the cap as well, so if the final corner is defendable, that would be even better for the Dallas Fuel. And they got reasonable ultimates. Harbin had even saved the Primal Rage just for this final play as well. Double rallies available for both sides. Hangzhou Spark, though, otherwise they're completely out, so they're going to have to depend on some neutral damage to get these frags.
Harbin, so much damage taken. 1,050 HP is reduced to 0 in but a blink. But Leave is gone as well. Yes, moving forward here, 8 centimeters stand between Dallas Fuel and an extended hold on C, and it's looking to be purchased here by Shy. I've heard enough about Leave and his Echo. Talk about Shy more. Demands for Tracer.
Yep. This is what you want to have. Flexibility on the DPS line. If your main flex DPS player, who's also your main Tracer player, goes over towards the Echo, the person playing the Tracer on the opposite end better be damn good.
And he is.
Shy will make his mark on the Dallas Fuel defense on B. Man, Harbin just getting destroyed there is unbelievable in the amount of damage output the Spark had to get past, because Primal should have been the difference maker. He got naded and just destroyed, and now over 4 minutes to try and finish this map off. They don't have to finish the entire map. Sparkle just annihilated. Leave is unreal.
Just a charred outline where once a Sparkle lay. Bliss is gone as well, and MCD, I'm afraid, my guy, you're going to be standing alone. But yes, there is some time potentially for maybe a triple blink out here. MCD has a nano. It needs to go on to whoever's going to come and touch it. Sparkle who does so. He's too high, though, and laid low by Leave. Hangzhou Spark with excess time to the tune of about 4 minutes. Steamroll Nabani.
43-17. Team final blows. Hangzhou Spark 43 to Dallas Fuel 17, of which 18 of those was Leave. So Leave got more final blows than the entirety of the Dallas Fuel. When we talk about the fact that, look, Sparkle likes the Echo, but my man Leave won an MVP in 2021 off this hero, as well as Hanzo and the Tracer on that particular year. This is MVP Echo, 18-4 to Sparkle's 3-12. It is a gargantuan Grand Canyon level of diff on the Echo performance.
Unbelievable. Leave takes the match into his own hands, but the rest of the Hangzhou Spark far from slacking. This has been a show-off for Monk, being able to hit the nanos at the right times for Sleeps to shut down a pocketed Sparkle. Dallas Fuel may have dominated on Lijiang Tower, but the clapback is strong. Circuit Royale coming up next on your screens. Do not dare go anywhere.
The clap back in full effect now for the Hangzhou Spark because they managed to take away Numbani. At least we got to all 3 points, but no map completions. Means no time back. Means no extra Numbani, and maybe we won't need it.
Hello.
Gonna get into Circuit Royale. Got the Lee fans in the audience today, and yeah, that was an inspiring echo, I'm not gonna lie.
That was world-class performance from Leave, and of course, some of the Seoul Infernal fans that were in the WDG Esports Arena are going to be rooting for the Hangzhou Spark as well. So if Hangzhou Spark can disrupt Dallas Fuel's run through the qualifier stage and scar and mar their record, there's a world where maybe Seoul Infernal could walk away with that #1 seed.
Infernal, they are praying for Fuel's demise right now, I can promise you that. They need Fuel to lose this one. They're gonna have to pray.
Pray for demise.
They're gonna have to pray a little harder because Circuit Royale is that our next map. It is gonna be.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna say it. Probably quite favored for the Fuel given Hanbin's hero pool versus Gushui's. I don't think Gushui is gonna even try and Sigma battle Hanbin. That would be pretty bad considering Hanbin is one of the best Sigmas we've ever had in the history of the Overwatch League. So really, ball is in the court of the Hangzhou Spark, which are they going to do a little bit of the Guangzhou Charge cosplay? Go for the Jim Mufara? I don't know. Are they going to try and just pull through the Winston anyway?
I mean, the Winston, like, the news goes from bad to worse because this is one of the few maps where you could argue that maybe Junker Queen has her uses, and the Junker Queen was real good at shutting down Gushui's Winston on Lijiang Tower. You know that Hanbin is more than happy to play the Junker Queen if such attacks is demanded of him. Esperanza.
I think you just play Sigma instead.
Yeah. Like, I'm not expecting we're going to see the Junker Queen, but there is a possibility. The Sigma, of course, is going to be always the blind rollout.
If this ends up in a Sigma mirror, it goes the Fuel's way. If it ends up in a Brawl mirror, it goes Fuel's way. The game does get a little bit easier, more tenable for Hangzhou Spark once you get past A. A is really hard for that Winston to get any value. Once you get to B and C, things start to get, especially on C, things start to get much better for that matchup, but the difficulty is the A point. Because if Spark try and force Winston into Fuel Sigma, they can get full help straight up, so...
Yeah, think about how many...
Might end up being a 5-mapper if Hangzhou Spark want to take this one, I'm afraid.
Oh, yeah. I'm down for a 5-mapper. We only got a little entree, a little appetizer with our Soul Bowl, unfortunately. 3-0. As Poco came in and decimated in the same
inflation,
fashion.
bro. That inflation, bro. Like a few months ago, that Soul Bowl was all the way to 5 maps, and you order the same Soul Bowl today, and it's like, man, they're running out of ingredients out here.
It's real. The Junker Queen is real, and she is at your door, staring you down.
But now Gushui just goes... That's the problem with the Junker Queen, is like, Gushui's just not going to play Winston into it. Because you can just play Brawl. Now, I did say in a Brawl versus Brawl mirror, I'll probably still favor the field, but at least Gushui is going to get a good matchup for himself.
And finally, someone's going to be able to contest. But no, I was going to say they're going to be able to contest for Sparkle May, but I stand instantly corrected. No one can stand against the Ice King himself. Frozen 3 is a very different property because it involves a lot of icicles through brain pans.
You know what? I'm manifesting Shy Sojins. We can finally get Edison versus Shy Sojin. I'm waiting. So the Spark. Spark are now going to have to wait for some players to respawn. Or maybe get spawn count.
Oh, yeah, this is rough. Langsa, the swap over onto the Zenyatta here, just trying to make sure that they can play some safer angles and make things slightly more difficult for an overextending Dallas Fuel.
You certainly can't get flanked, so if you just Zen out of spawn, it's pretty safe.
Turret mode.
It's early a strat, and it really is. MC, oh my god, Scooter just runs up. Wow.
He just runs. He's just running onto these Discord orb targets. His arms are long enough to catch Bliss as well, and there's no healing left. Good
just walked up.
He just walked up and smashed them. He walks up and smashes them.
Sparkle's kind of self-staggering a little bit now, but maybe he slowed down the payload also. Okay, what a field do here? They're going to be any swaps, and I'll probably knock a Sparkle Innocent by the vault. And they do favor themselves in Brawl Mirror, as do I, by the way, as that's been announced previously. Lexa has the option of swapping, but he's going to remain. I don't know if the 55 to trance is that valuable, but they're going to do it. I will say this, though. Discord on the Junker Queen makes Junker Queen's life really difficult.
She is squishy, especially after having used that shout. Dragon Strike coming on through, but quick movements try and avoid it here from a Dallas Fuel. Plenty of ultimates out, and so too is the Blizzard. Gushue and Shy victims of that, but Spark, after investing for Dragon Strike, won't use much more than that. There is a hostage situation going on at the moment, though, and Monk and Legs have to reset.
Another great Blizzard come through from Sparkle. You can always rely on the mate to be excellent in Sparkle's hands. So Gushue and Shy frozen there. And I don't think Monk had the nano available. Maybe his LOS was blocked, in either case, no save on the Gushue. So this game has slowed right down. 130 left to go. Dallas still sitting on 4 ultimates, so comfortable. Great position for the field to be in. Full hold, still possibly on board. We're not even really halfway through this hairpin at the moment.
May well used. This is the best opportunity to potentially get value out of an annihilation here for Gushue, but of course it wants to use the first Nemesis form. An attempt to maybe drag in Gushue with the knife, and now with the trance behind him, it still won't walk through the window that was laying down. Oh, what a block from Leave! Huge architectural place, but still dies to MCD. Now the nanos come on through, surely in tandem with the annihilation. Gushue gets himself a little bit of extra armor, but remember, it can only block him one direction. If he's surrounded, things are going to get real complicated. But the enemies behind have been taken down by the backline of the Hangzhou Spark, and now it's Sparkle looking for a 1 versus 1. The mouse apparently has stopped working because the aim's gone wayward.
Well, Shy has granted my request. Sparkle's living forever, by the way. That's going to be a late death, so it's going to be 5 versus 4. Edison has run away from the duel. For shame. For shame. Anyway, but he's come back as a trace of the touch. But also on the Doom here as well. Blizzard coming through from Leave. Sparkle would also like to be up to Blizzard, and maybe he won't need it at all. Bliss and Edison with the 2-piece, and that's final fight as well. 10 seconds left. Spark, it's not looking good. It's not looking capable.
Listen, Edison simply made a perfect dive. There's going to be a Blizzard. It's inside the clothes store. It's a sad time for Gushue, simply frozen in a corner looking like a Christmas ornament. But if you don't believe me, it's August. Dallas Fuel are making sure that everyone's aware as they turn up the temperature, and the summer vibes are strong is on sunny Monaco. We end up with a full hold.
That is the difficulty for Spark. What do you really play into? Can't play into the Sigma. Brawl is Fuel favored as well. You play the Winston here, you're playing Winston into Harbin Queen. It is, unfortunately, all bad options. Fuel really, I don't want, they didn't luck out, but they, I don't know, then they prayed to the right deities today to get the right map. Map number 3 is so unbelievably Dallas Fuel favored.
Odin Allfather smiles upon the Texas Instruments today. Dallas Fuel, yes. Their sacrifices of goat and mead have been met with excellent fortune. Hangzhou Spark, the likelihood of a full hold here is incredibly low, as Dallas Fuel can, of course, just continually force those fights.
I think Gushue's gonna... Well, they're just gonna play what they know, and what they know is the Winston Tracer Summer Dive, and unfortunately, Harbin already knows. He's gonna lock the Queen early. He's expecting the Winston, even if it's not. I think Harbin is happy to just play the Queen into anything at this rate. I would say that if Gushue had come out on a Rhine, maybe Harbin would have thought about a Ram instead, or a Ram versus Ram situation. I mean, Spark got to play this perfectly. They don't have any margin of error, considering it was a full hold and they're going to have to get a full air hold.
Got to give some credit. It was Bliss and Edison actually manufactured that full hold of an early pick onto Lengsa, who took an aggressive position looking to try and generate an off angle on that Zen, but excellent movement from Edison and Bliss just got them in on top of the Zen in a 2 versus 1, and there's no way for Monk to try and support that. Sparkle already forced into Ice Block, but you're trading that force out of position from the Sombra as well, who can no longer gather that information.
The one Gushue, they want him bad. Will get rescued by the team. Low HP on the Spark, and Sparkle has gone hunting with the right clicks to try and find a pick, and the early pick is just going to set the stage for Fuel to get some extreme distance. Sparkle's eaten 2 hacks so far, and Shy, a second translocate gone. Struggling to find a lot of ult charge here at the moment. He's just getting some peppering in on Sparkle. And Sparkle just has an Ice Block ready.
simply isn't that much room to give. The Carnage comes in, and the Carnage has found Gushue. Chopped up and turned into butcher's meat. As Hanbin, yes, is going to be antied, but that's some good peel coming through from Sparkle as well. This man's such an architect. Always got himself an angle, always got himself a couple of prisoners. And even with the Nano coming through onto Lengtha, this is looking ill-fated. Still the rally. That's enough to take down Hanbin. Shy has decided to bring it back. Lee finding himself some beautiful tracking as well. And an ill-fated fight is turned around by Hangzhou Spark.
What an EMP. Shy came in. EMP finds its mark. I was saying that he was struggling to get the ult charge, but he'll get it at the end. And the Dallas Fuel distracted. They're trying to run down the two supports. They'll get one of them in Monk's final breath. He lands the Nano on top of Lengtha. That on top of the eventual rally means that Lengtha becomes your de facto tank. Shield bashes for a one-shot into Hanbin. It's suddenly winnable. Sparkle didn't get a chance to blizzard that play either, so Spark get given a bit of a miracle opportunity to still save this. Nearly half the time gone. Early pick on the Edison. Pulse bomb. Got played in. Missed, but doesn't matter.
Leave, flicks into the blizzard. Brave, and somewhat punished still. Hanbin, nice!
Hanbin's brave.
Auntie for Auntie. And it's Auntie Anna who puts them down, but still Monkey's gone now. A touch is going to have to come from Gushue. He's within
Let's
league
two-man
range.
beat of that. Dallas really want this, and the bleeding damage was actually enough. But when we talk about respawn, Spark have close to respawns.
Sparkle nowhere near that blizzard anymore. But it's Edison who we're going to be looking at here. John Sojourn with the overclock. Still Shy almost has yet another EMP. It's been doing so much damage to all these players who are tightly grouped up. The spread of the SMG, real strong. There's the EMP. They want the Sojourn, but the Immo field tries to waylay that. Lever's been caught out by a headshot from Sparkle. Continually coming up trumps on the Mei. And now the overclock means rail after rail, but none are connecting. A disengagement comes on through, and a fully charged rail means that Lynx is gone. It's easy as they come for John Sojourn. You prayed for it, and it came. Dallas Fuel, complete Circuit Royale.
Yeah. Little bit of difficulty towards the end there, but overall you would have said that was fairly straightforward. Cut and dry for the Dallas Fuel. They know they're better on this map. They have the better flexibility for the correct comps you need to play. And unfortunately for the Hangzhou Spark, just not enough time to be able to get to B. They need B because A is so hard. A is where Winston suffers. A is where everything that the Spark are good at is not good on this map. B and C would have been a difference maker for Spark, but just never got there on the map. So I'm going to end that one prematurely, and as expected, I think Dallas Fuel favored to take away Circle Rail, and Circle Rail they do as they now lead 2-1.
Sad time for the Hangzhou Spark, but there's still plenty of room to come back in this. Esperanza coming up on your screens in but a few moments, so don't you dare get out of your seat.
Circle Royale, quick and dirty. Dallas Fuel get it done, 2-1 leading match point now as they look to lock out a 7-0 scoreline in terms of their match record for the summer stage, and if they can beat Panthera after this, it would be 8-0. Let's see if Hangzhou Spark can make a bit of a comeback there. Esperanza coming up next as map number 4. At least Hangzhou Spark can look forward to a map that actually favors dive. They'll have to get past, I think, the Harbin Queen again, because if Dallas Fuel want to counter that Gushui Winston, they'll just pull out the Queen one more time.
Yeah, a lot of teams have been leaning into just trying to demolish a Winston as their means of trying to win out either in the mirror or just against the de facto standard comp. Often we often see things like solo EMPs moving over onto those Winstons and the necessity of nanos to try and create a defensive bulwark to keep that Winston up. And if you can have that level of pressure on the Winston all the time from something like a Junker Queen, life becomes a lot harder for a player like Goshui, who look to this meta as a place where you really can carry if you've got those kind of power mechanics that we know Goshui does.
And then the dive to dive, like we saw in Nimbani, I think Hangzhou Spark definitely had Dallas Fuel firmly against the rope the entire way through, and maybe that wasn't, you know, the true dive versus dive, because Dallas also spent a lot of time playing, well, no flankers. They had an Echo and an Ash at both points for a considerable amount of Nimbani. But when it comes down to raw Echo, Winston versus Winston, even with a diva gameplay from Harm, but it wasn't enough from the Dallas Fuel. But I don't know that Dallas are going to go for that sort of duel again in terms of the mirror matchup for a dive on a map like Esperanza, where plenty of teams have played Junker Queen here. And I think if you're the Hangzhou Spark, you'll play your game, but you have to expect that Harmon might just pull out the Queen one more time.
Got to be ready for anything when going up against the Dallas Fuel. They can always dip into the well of silliness that is present, but that silliness is somewhat tempered by the fact that Hanbin is one of the best Junker Queens in the world, if not the best. Obviously, Hanbin and Void were the respective winners of the Jopes metas last year, as the Dallas Fuel and Shanghai Dragons. Still, I think that we've seen plenty from Leave today to show that he's in solid form. Gushui's clutch at the end of Nimbani was near perfect as far as Winston mechanics goes. No reason to move away from that standard and try to just keep the pressure on Fuel here for Esperanza.
Still winnable for Gushui, even if it is the Winston into the Junker Queen. I think at that stage you just accept that your role as the tank is going to be difficult, but Leave and Shy and at least try and run circles around. Very little protection for the team outside of the commanding shouts. No bubbles to contend with. Very easy to dodge out against a Rampage. It'll come up to the DPS of the Hangzhou Spark to really win out the battle and win out the day for the Spark if they can somehow get this map.
Yeah, I mean, Monk can take a little bit more aggressive a position as well without being inside that leap range. It's often like a hallmark where an Ana can safely play. You see that in particular on somewhere like Midtown second. These preset positions for Anas that are generally determined by the leap range of a Winston, where they can effectively be supported from when making one of those dives. Crowd still in the studio, ready to watch how these two titans will clash.
Right, Winston Queen as expected. Sparkle back on the Mei, and I think the Mei has been the difference maker so far. This Mei has been really making things difficult with the Spark, because we talk about the fact that Lee and Shai can also get the work done, but if you're hitting right clicks like you are a Sparker right now, it's not easy for the DPS either. So you need some sort of winning matchup here, because Gushui is not going to be the one with the winning matchup going into Harbin's Queen.
One taps of sadness, going to flick Leave, of course, from that Mei. 150 HP to be taken away in but a second. Gushui's already forced to move away. And think about what Bliss's speed boost brings to the table here as well. Disengagements might be rather difficult for Monk and Lengsa. And now Lengsa's been isolated. That means that Monk is by himself as well, as Gushui looks to try and relieve a touch of pressure by dipping into the back. That's a huge nade. You're absolutely right. And MCD is going to pay with his life for what was a tight formation from the Dallas Fuel, easily exploitable by Monk. All they needed was time.
Possibly recoverable if MCD lives, but he does not. 4-man anti-nade coming through from Monk and eviscerated his Dallas Fuel's entire team. Bliss as a lone Lucio is not going to be able to keep the team up. especially because I think the app was at that stage already gone, so just slow AoE aura healing, it's not going to do it. Spark, they get the fight winning. All it takes is, look, Gooseray has to survive against Harbin. He's going to be the punching bag. He knows that's his role. But if Monk can continue to land Bionades against a team that doesn't have a shield, I mean, that should be, hopefully, a much easier job than versus a Winston team. And Lee and Shy can run circles without getting one-tapped by Sparkle, then Spark can definitely still get a lot of work done.
Fisher reports for duty in his job of taking all that damage, but guess what? It's Dallasfield who dropped first. They thought they were getting clever with it, but Shy had the read. The EMP is solid. Sparkle staggered out a little bit longer. This should be the cap, and that should be forward spawns as well, which is really important when you don't have a Lucio.
Yeah, it's going to be the cap for sure. Langster's the only one dead, by the way, for the Spark, and otherwise, Spark have played fairly flawlessly so far. Really quick rotation on the EMP, and Fuel are yet to even get an ultimate. The Sparkle shifts over towards the Reaper, so well, it will allow you to sort of defend against the dives even more. I mean, Gooseray's going to get punished even harder versus the Reaper, but now I think you lose the ability to just shut down Lead and Shark. Gooseray does go down. I expected Gooseray to primal, then he doesn't. Could be a mistake. Well, either way, something needed to be used. That's so awkward death for Gooseray. Something needed to be put into that play, because Gooseray should not have died.
Yeah, Gooseray's going to get the forward spawn at least, and you're exactly right. There were so many mitigation conditions there for the Hangzhou Spark. Against this much damage, needs to be done. A rally here should be a solid enough counter for a Rampage. You're giving everyone that green health, even through the anti-nade as Lee looks for a target for this Pulsar. Remember that Immortality Fuel is still going to be relevant and it's caught out. Now you have to use the Sound Barrier instead. Hunbin wondering, how do I make use of this Rampage? Might not even need to now that Lengster's dead. And still that Nano is in the back pocket of Monk. Just can't find an opportunity to use it.
Sparkin needed to regroup at the moment. Harmon doesn't get. He wants to go deep. He catches two. Monk the target now. Not going to leave without the Ana. Gooseray, despite having the Nano, he's got Sparkle. Can he get more than that? Sparkle need a couple more picks. Edison's quite low. Shy needs to get that frag onto Edison, or somebody needs to pick up this low player because it's about 50 HP. Lee tries, but couldn't do it. 1v2 technically because Bliss got into the feed as well. So Dallasfield, they end up winning that.
Yeah, caught out in no man's land there from stealing the bot as well. Desperate to get that frag onto Edison because now, guess what? Not only does he have a rail in hand, but he's got plenty from the overclock as well. Extra speed coming through both from the Lucio and the commanding shout, but it is blocked on out. Edison, the second he pops it, Shy answers the call, and the call is answered well. An EMP racks the nerves of the Dallas Fuel, and this should be a wipe unless Sparkle can find something out of a Death Blossom. Surely you don't try and commit it here, but Sparkle has big dreams, and they're put to bed by a mace.
I don't think that would have been the right time to use it, given that his team was dead anyway, so unlikely that much would have happened there for Sparkle. Just delaying to allow the team to respawn, preventing Spark from engaging the forward spawns again. Dallasfield should be able to recontest before the payload gets to that cap point. Death Blossom still the key ultimate here. He's going to have to sneak in with this one. Forward spawn found once more.
Unbeen looking to be a distraction. Thanks, Gooseray, but the positioning's pretty good to mitigate the overall movement for the tank. And Lee forced to dilly-dally but a moment as Sparkle is once again going to be the main concern of a Hangzhou Spark. Playing up top, super important. Is Spark going to get something of a speed boost here to actually getting onto these players? For now, the roadblock is going to be Gooseray, and Monk playing from further away. Lengser now. He is the wall, he is the bastion, but he's also the primary target of so much offensive might arrayed by the Dallas Fuel. An armory unloaded. Still all this time, it's Leave who's continuing to troll that payload. And now the Sojourn Fund denier, the SFD of the Primal Rage is critical from Gooseray. He gets the Matrix as well. That means double damage from the Reaper, yes, but that's one less tool that Dallasfield now have to try and retake the lead.
Oh my god, Bliss just gets hacked and taken down. That's going to be the ultimate guard from the Dallas support line. All up to MCD. Lamp to come through to block the damage of the pulse pump, but Shy gets to clean up anyway, and now no more healing for the Fuel. Outside of Harmon, getting his own life steal in there. Edison slept as well, and you just are going to get outranged here. Harmon, he's swinging into air, trying to slow down the payload, and now Sparker on board to get some real distance, baby. 100 meters in sights. 81st in the 90. And you really can't contest until Harmon's ready to go. There is going to be some good ultimates on the Fuel side, but man, when another EMP is on board, Bliss better survive against this EMP if Fuel want any hope of surviving in general.
Yeah, Bliss's position here is going to be critical to the overall fortunes of the Dallas Fuel. For now, Sparkle continually ping. They want Hanbin as well, but it's a good interrupt coming through from Dallas Fuel. They've dotted their I's, they've crossed their T's. The homework's been done, and Langson might well have been isolated, but popping to rallies plenty to try and stop this. There's the sound barrier coming through. Bliss did exactly what was asked of him to make sure the Hangzhou Spark couldn't get further. But it's like the mathematical slug lives in your brain, Av. Well, it's exactly 100 meters that Hangzhou Spark will walk away with.
The only disappointment there is that Shy is, you know, he's trying to play footsies with the manual hacks when he should just be going for the EMP. Like, at that stage, why reveal your positioning for just a manual hack? I mean, does he think he can just bait out a sound barrier for one hack? It's not going to happen. Play the EMP first. As soon as Shy translocates away, Fuel go in. They know they have a 5v4, and they played that situation well. Now Spark are down 2 ultimates for it.
It's a big tax on the armory. And also a high ground given over to Edison, who you know is going to flourish here. And this entire time, Kart's pushing. Hangzhou Spark trying to put the backs of Dallas Fuel to the cliffs, and they will cede away the entirety of the high ground. This is an audacious push from Goucher with Banano. And now Edison's trying to cleave them in two, bisect this roster, but guess what? Already Goucher has done more than enough. The entire backline decimated here. Thinks better of going in on Sparkle, but still gets a little bit close for comfort. Coming up close, there is going to be a spin. But guess what? Leave and Monk keep their crosshairs where they need to be, and Sparkle can't clutch.
Yeah, Leave, he just pulls the plug out from the wall. That's a spin cycle done, nice and early. No close washed at all. Hangzhou Spark now will put the payload right back where it belongs to enable the forward spawn once more. Edison now going over towards the Cassidy and Fuel. They're just running out of ideas to what to play. They've gone full empty dive. They're like, I don't know who we're countering now, but we're just going to try and get rid of Goucher. Maximal pressure to get rid of this Winston, because it's been hard for the Dallas Fuel to get enough kills here. They got some kills, but man, they can't stop the distance. Spark shoving the payload consistently in Fuel's face.
Going full scramble is one way to cook. The amplification matrix might be ill-aligned to actually have some long-term impact. And oh my goodness, they've just run away with the bot. Somehow it slipped through Dallas Fuel's grasp, and it's a sad dissension from the elevated position. They've just been out-rotated.
And they haven't touched either. It's 108 now. We're going from 101 to 108. Another 7 meters just stolen.
And the bot's still there as well, and that means someone from Dallas Fuel just has to stay here. Hanbin is the one who actually pays for tax, and that's going to be the EMP in the backline. MCD had no idea what was coming for him, and Edison's going to be there as well. A return to normalcy for the Hangzhou Spark, getting revenge for a map that ill-favored them as we get towards maybe a full cap.
This is not looking good. Dallas Fuel are now swapping back over towards the May. It's hero roulette here for Dallas Fuel. We're stuck in the hero selection screen for so many members. Edison's turn to play the Reaper. And you're dead right. We are threatening the full cap for sure. Nano coming through. Goucher needs to find another prime. We should be able to get it off the damage. MCD's just dead. Sound barrier at least connects onto 4, but it's one single healer. Edison. The shift is going to save him for now, but not for too much longer. There's still another primal left to play through. Leave is on a killing spree, and I think the cap is coming. I think this is going to be done.
A long-range frisbee. Sparkle will keep it at bay for but a moment in the ice block, but Goucher simply tearing through the Dallas Fuel. A map 5's on the horizon. Dallas Fuel being made to work for it after dropping 2 maps over the entirety of the qualifier stage. They've now dropped as many against the Hangzhou Spark.
It's just like that moment. You have Dallas Fuel putting their hex onto Hangzhou Spark to manifest that Circuit Royale map, but across from them on the Quidditch pitch is also the Soul Infernal, who have got their own hex onto Dallas Fuel. There's that Esperanza. As it's not just Hangzhou Spark that need to win this series. It is a Soul Infernal looking on who are trying to take away the #1 seed from Dallas Fuel. And as you mentioned, Oasis next. One more map to decide it all. And oh boy, look, I was praying for a long, close series, and I think we have it delivered. Let's see what happens after this break. Things are getting real interesting out here as we're about to get into map number 5, and look, it almost seems like the individual maps that each team has won has been super dominant. Like, it's been a close series, but individually the maps themselves in a vacuum have not been close.
So the question is, who's going to come out and hit the first punch? On now the only map that matters. We've come down to 1, and it is a control map. And guess what? Fuel are 7-0 on control maps in this stage. Spark 4-4. However, there is still plenty of to grow, and well, right now it looks like maybe Spark flustered Dallas Fuel a little bit. We had some scrambles, a Cassidy Reaper.
Well,
what year is it?
I would say that Oasis is a pretty neutral map to finish things out on, because Lee Jung would be very Dallas favored, and we already had Lee Jung early in the series.
Yeah, and Toxic
Ilios would be very Spark favored. So you're not getting any, for the final map at least, you're not getting any map that is like extremely favored for either team. Oasis has plenty of neutral ground on all sides. Maybe University, you'd probably give that one more for the Dallas Fuel side, but Garden's pretty 50-50. City Center might be more on the Spark side, although I think Harbor can still get a lot of work done, assuming he plays Queen again. He hasn't really, I mean, this is the interesting thing about Fuel. For every other game, Harbor has not been concerned about just playing some Winston. In this one, I think they're definitely respecting the Gushway S-tier Winston coming on through, and Dallas Fuel are thinking, look, I don't know if we can beat Hangzhou Spark just mirroring them on the Winston. We got to counter that. And some of the time, it has been working. But you look at the 2 maps that Spark have won, those have looked insane. Even the 3-2, which doesn't look... That looks close as a 3-2, but when you inspect that actual map, it was not close.
It's not even close. 4 minutes of extra time Spark had if they needed it to try and finish out Numbani. Didn't even need a full cap. And yeah, the Humbinston has remained locked in the cage for now, not wishing to go up against one of the true avatars of Winston supremacy that is Gushway. The pantheon of Winston certainly may well have started with Gushway.
Yep.
Obviously, Fearless joined them as one of the premier Winstons in the world more recently over the last couple of years, but certainly started with Gushway, and who knows?
Tell you what, it's Miro, Gesture, Gushway, and Fearless on my Winston Mount Rushmore, and
yeah,
that's a lot of praise. We'll see if it's enough to get Gushway across the board for Oasis. Harbin looks like he's gonna roll up uncaged the Harbinston.
It is real, it is confirmed, and it is standard comps. Some normie Overwatch for both Hangzhou Spark and the Dallas Fuel. Edison's got an advantage, though, on the Mega Health Pack. That's going to be real important for survivability in this fight, and force Hangzhou Spark to actually give up the high ground here. It's going to be a huge boon for MCD.
Let's see if Spark is indeed the better dive team, because this was the round that I said that they would be favored on. So for Spark, I've got to say it's probably a must-win, as University will also be a must-win for Dallas, which means Gardens is going to be the swing map. Get the Gardens a little bit later on. Opening neutral, Gushway takes the first hack, but Harbin, he is getting burned. He's being antied. No deaths though. Everyone lives, except for Bliss.
Please. Had to go a little bit further to try and get that Inspire uptime to keep Harbin healed. And every single inch, you bet that Hangzhou Spark will take a mile, and they'll take even more than that. In our opening fight here for City Center, Sparkle's hunted down, and MCD might well escape with his life. Gushway getting a tickle as he moves away. Hangzhou Spark get the first cap. Oh, look at the nano dip.
Yeah, I mean, 25 whole %. Uncle get that last % just about now. The long-range Bionade will confirm it. First ultimate on board. At least Edison and Shio roughly on page with each other, so we're not going to see a humongous EMP differential coming on through as well. Spark can't just get away with everything here. 25% in the lead as the actual cap itself. Hangzhou Spark, I don't think they're going to get too aggressive. They might just wait for Fuel to walk up a little bit, then have Gushway actually land a leap into the background with that nano.
Looking to activate the collapse. What an anti it was for Spelled the Doom of Lengsa. Gushway's forced to move on up to just peel away that Winston from the only remaining healer. Surely here, Hangzhou Spark used for now to save Gushway, but there's no LOS. Monk was elsewhere. He was on a day trip around the back trying to hide from these flankers, and Hangzhou Spark will lose control.
Cost a few ultimates though. I believe that was what, at least 2 ultimates. Spark, Land, Edison played them towards that. Decent neutral opening though is MCD Bonate on top of Linksa. The dive from Harbin to confirm it. And Monk is a soul healer alive. That would have been expensive for Spark to try and retain point. Gusho also didn't have Primal. He'll have it now. So 4 ultimates, actually 5 for the Spark, and still at 51% on the cap itself. So not the worst fight to lose, especially now if they come back and just get MCD and Bliss one by one.
These Nanas are crazy.
No response from Fuel.
With their low ground nades. That's 2 of them now that have spelled the doom of a support. And Dallas Fuel are just simply forced to evacuate the point. Harbin's considering re-entering just as one of the players was remaining behind to keep it contested. And Hangzhou Spark can now defend with 4 ultimates in their back pocket.
That only was an EMP. That was really cheap for the Spark. Extremely cheap.
Meal deal level.
Yeah. Well, feasting in this match. Spark are currently still at least somewhat feasting in this mirror. Dallas Fuel though, they got plenty of legs still to play through in the fight. 3 ultimates now make it 4. Both teams on 4. Gooseray, he's primaling, which means there's danger in the backline for the Fuel. Saved only by the sleep dart, as Sparkle will end up getting both supports. 1 on a pulse, 1 just on the pulse pistols themselves. Gooseray being slipped there was huge.
Hangzhou Spark is starting to lose a huge amount of initiative though. This is the same nano that Monk had after the first fight. It is yet to be loose. It needs to be used.
4 there, by the way. I don't think Monk had LOS and Gusho, who went very deep on the primal, so possibly it could have been used on Linksa. As, yeah, I mean, who got pulsed again? One of these supports got pulsed. If it was Linksa getting pulsed, then Monk should have probably put the nano, in fact, should have just put the nano onto Linksa, but now, speaking of sports being taken down, MCD's gone, so no nano for Fuel either.
That's a free flip as well. No touch from Vidal Fuel. Didn't want to overextend, simply waiting for Edison to return with EMP in hand. And now, this is going to potentially be final fight here as Hangzhou Spark will get overtime.
Edison looking.
He's seeking.
Linksa. Oh, he caught Monk.
And Bliss got nanoed as well. Yeah, you just call this one if you're Hangzhou Spark. But Bliss having been nanoed and the EMP used, this one's absolutely Jova. Hangzhou Spark, please use the nano.
Well, I mean, he couldn't because he got EMP. So if Monk somehow dodged the EMP, Linksa would have got nanoed, and I think Spark survived the fight. So this has gone all the way to double 99s. I mean, for the round that Spark should be favored on, I think they need to be winning a little bit more convincingly if they win it all at this stage, because it's not guaranteed, but they do have a pretty significant advantage. Double support ultimates, including the nano from the start of the game, as you mentioned, and then also Shy now looking towards the EMP. Getting baited a little bit by, oh my goodness, by Edison. That just gives Sparkle the opening. You're not going to see this nano at all.
Oh, the nano, it's been aged. It's been fermented like a fine wine. This has been in my family for generations, says Monk. There's no way I'm getting rid of it now. A play for the Mega. Yes, there is going to be a tap upon the point to get overtime going. And a counter dive onto Hanbin. What a big brain move from Shy. Now Edison's forced onto the back foot, moving away. And this should potentially give a cap over to Hangzhou Spark. But Sparkle surviving by the skin of his teeth and by the cookies of his bakery as well. Finally, Monk might well have arrived with the nano, but it isn't even necessary. It's just for posterity. Hangzhou Spark get it done without any nano boost necessary. Monk is just playing. Yes, just for the coffers, man. Generate some interest.
That's going to be a 100-year-old wine in that one. Open it next century. I want to save that one for next century.
Let's go in a time capsule.
My great grandchildren will enjoy that.
I'll keep our medics safe.
Okay, well, this is the important one. Dallas have to win it now. And if Dallas do win it, University is looking good for them as well. So, Gardens, I wish we ended on this one, actually. That would have been really hype.
Yeah, that would have been ideal.
Gardens, as I said, this one is the swing map, in my opinion. Armin is going to come through on the Jungle. To be fair, though, Winston nearly got it done. The Dallas Fuel dive comp pushed it to double 99s. That being said, though, one ultimate was completely missing from Spark the whole round, so that's alright. We'll stop talking about that now. Let's figure out what Dallas Fuel can do with this. It's just...
This is what I'm excited to see. Oh, here we go. Big Khalid coming through from Sparkle. He wants Linksa. He gets Linksa. Although it's Bliss who takes the kill in the end. One less support to play with for the Hangzhou Spark, and the architectural auspices of the May have been incredibly good at just blocking away Monk's healing.
My man Sparkle looking like he's rocking up to the Seoul Water Bomb Festival with the Super Soaker just spraying down the Hangzhou Spark.
Those kids and their Super Soakers were no match for me and my Cryo Beam.
It's going to give Dallas Fuel the ability to get that first cap. Shy has to leave this play as well. Speaking of leave, he's still just playing on the periphery. It's been difficult for Spark to really get their way in. Monk's got a lot of healing though, look at that.
Plenty of healing done. Nano boost being generated. An MCD taken out at range by Gushway. The Hanbin snipes go the other way this time as Shy has been taken down, yes, but Hanbin still going, gets himself two. Surely there's not going to be enough healing here. Monk might be assassinated by Bliss, but no, Gushway comes in. Gotta dot your I's, cross your T's, but you gotta deal with the Junker Queen as well. Drags Gushway in with the knife, picking up a mini. And that's going to likely cause a disengagement here. Down onto the floor is the Pulse Bomb. It only picks up the Immortality Field, but still it forced it out. And now Dallas Fuel are able to exert some pressure upon the point. And they can ask for a less than ideal engagement here from the Hungry Spark to keep this in motion.
Shiny on the EMP. Here comes the Nano now. It's been popped. The cork has been let loose. As Hanbin comes through on the rampage, and even Linksa caught that. Edison MCD getting the kills, and Edison will go for a twofer. As a Spark will have to give this one up. Goose not going to primal here, but he'll try and delay the point at least a little bit longer.
I figured it out. When they use Nano Boost, they lose. Gushway was the give him a nano there, but Dallas Fuel easily rebuffed it. Didn't even have to use the sound barrier to try and deal with that. And now Dallas Fuel, so many ultimates. You talked about this being the swing map, and Dallas Fuel, they have a war chest to try and hold on for a Stalingrad-esque hold.
Well, Spark have some good utility themselves, but you're going to need a lot on this EMP. MC, oh my goodness, this could be a kill indeed. He's going to convert with the EMP. Wasn't happy with the manual hack. And Bliss goes down as well, so neither support ultimate ends up being able to be deployed, especially the sound barrier. Hanbin is going to go as well. That's with the Blizzard. I'm losing my brain here. My brain's melting. It's a Blizzard. The Blizzard got used as well by Sparkle, and it wasn't enough. I don't know where the Blizzard was, but not where the play needed to be.
It might have been shut down by the EMP. They might have tried to counter dive and save MCD using
no,
the
I think
Blizzard.
the Blizzard came after. I'm pretty sure. So the EMP had already landed and killed two supports, and then the Blizzard came through.
I have no idea where it was. I can't argue with you there for now. Shy shut out of the play. That's a beautiful anti. Both the supports forces out a reaction. There's going to be the sound barrier. It's not delayed for long enough by the Primal Rage. That means that Hangzhou Spark have to scatter to the four winds. Going off the back here, but Edison lands upon Terra Firma, but he is still teetering, tottering, waiting for the healing to come through, but it never will because MCD is down. Monk tries to stay alive as he is going to be attacked by these players. A stick coming through onto a sleeping May is not ideal, to be honest. It wakes him up and allows for the ice block to come on through, but these are just big staggers here for the Dallas Fuel. Can they even touch?
Yeah, 45. Hanbin can do it. Hanbin can get the touch. Maybe Edison as well. MCD's going to come back on a carry. It's probably important, but the final EMP could lock it all down. Hangzhou Spark, they have the win within their sights. If the EMP connects big, if Hanbin can't land the ultimate as he should, but who's he going to throw it towards? He needs a backline. Oh my goodness. Shy flirting with death there. Nearly went into the drink. Backline caught. Sleep dart though. And he's dead. And it looks like Linksa Monk can survive. Dallas Fuel, they run out of players. MCD's low as well. Sparkle's got it all done himself. He needs more life, more time, more damage. The ice block is there. Where's the Blizzard? Where's the Blizzard?
It might well have gone too far. Yes, it'll freeze up Monk, but there's no one there to finish it off. Dallas Fuel, your perfect stage is sparked out by the railgun. Hangzhou Spark pull one out of the hat on our swing map. 3-2. They have marred what was supposed to be the fairy tale comeback for Dallas Fuel, the reigning champions of Overwatch League.
Yeah, the circle of who dominates and who sits on top of the Eastern region shifts again. Dallas Fuel, they had their turn. Previously, it was the Soul Infernal. But Hangzhou Spark, they're trying to catch back up. And last week, we spoke to Linksa in that interview, said, look, you got Dallas Fuel next week. What's it going to take to win? Can you beat them? And Linksa says, look, if we show up on our best day and give our best performance, I think we can take down the Dallas Fuel. He wasn't lying. Man was telling the truth. Damn good performance out of Spark today. A couple of very shocking maps in there between Lijiang and also Circuit Royale. Circuit, I think, is a little bit more acceptable given that.
Yeah.
Unlucky boys. Just can't play the right heroes there. Lijiang was, I still remember that one being a little bit uncharacteristic, especially on that Gardens, but they brought it back on the maps that they did actually win quite comfortably on Numbani, then also on Esperanza. But Oasis, humble opinion, could have been anyone's game, but today it was Sparks.
Spark just looking real clean and real clutch as well. Think about how Monk got picked early in that final fight on City Center. That could have been a huge steal coming through from behind Vincent and co. But it's the real Winston God. You placed his face upon our monkey Mount Rushmore. And he's our player of the match as well, Gushui.
Yeah.
What a performance today. Absolutely
We talked about it,
he's still the best.
We talked about this off stream, but it's like he's had to do this uphill today as well.
Oh, yeah.
Because multiple times he's had to go up against not just his own matchup counter in the Harmon Jungle Queen, which by the way is still one of the best Jungle Queens in the entire Overwatch League, as a reminder, in the world. But he's had to then do it up against Maze, Reapers, Cassidy's, Edison on his John Sojin role. He has not had an easy run of this, and we were impressed straight from Nimbani. Unfortunately, we're not going to get too many highlights from some of the maps they lost. And I remember Six just runs up to FCD and Bliss on the second round.
He just walks up slowly and down smashes them.
Does the remarkable dog walk in sports?
That is a brutal Gumba Stomp. Pancakes for Dallas Fuel with Banano. And admittedly, uses the Primal Rage to escape, wraps back around. Gushui's game sense is second to none. This guy's been in the game so long. Yep. He's got his mind tendrils in the Matrix.
Still the best primals in the business. For real. S-tier Winston, the original
6 years and counting. Established 2016.
EST 2016 for sure. But yeah, like I said, it was not an easy game for Gushui, and he still pulled out all the stops.
Oh, there's the button. It was an attempt at a counter dive there, but Sparkle simply didn't account for Gushui having a jump. He just leaps out of that room and is plain sailing from there. Honestly, seeing Spark being able to get some clutches, either or by there, and that'll be it. Spark, what a performance! I'm a little bit gutted for Dallas Fuel, their perfect stage being taken away after such a maligned beginning to the year, but there's got to be some bracket math now to figure out how this impacts the Seoul Infernal after their 3-0 victory in the Seoul Bowl.
Exactly. We'll have to figure that one out. Because it looks like Seoul Infernal is 7-1, Dallas Fuel also 6-1, with both at plus 15. Oh, I think Dallas might edge out Seoul Infernal.
Get in the head-to-head.
They get into the head-to-head, and also, assuming Dallas beat Panthera, which is pretty likely, they'll probably edge it out, but we'll have to figure that one out at a later date as we have a post-match interview to get to. So let's dive in, see who we get to speak to, see who we get to meet.
Oh, we get to meet Gushui.
Gushui, 你好.
你好，你好。
Got Evelyn as well, just checking that you're all ready to go. Okay,
Yeah,
I'll
we're
start.
ready.
Well, congratulations today. Fantastic win. You guys had to face what is, in my opinion, probably at the time the #1 team in the region, the Dallas Fuel. They were undefeated. They were 6-0. What were your thoughts going into this game and in terms of your preparation up against Dallas?
首先恭喜获胜。今天的这场对达拉斯燃料队的胜利，在我看来也是非常的令人印象深刻，因为他们这个赛段是6-0嘛。就 Avril 个人认为，觉得这是达拉斯可能是东部现在最强的队伍。想问一下，今天赢下这场比赛的感想是什么样子的？然后你们有没有做一些赛前准备，能够让自己获得胜利呢？
我觉得达拉斯是因为之前没碰到我们，所以大家才会觉得他们是东部最强的队伍。而且我觉得我们正常打的话，达拉斯还蛮难赢我们的。
I think why the reason you think Dallas be the biggest strongest team in East is because they didn't meet up with us in this stage. And to be honest, I think as long as we perform well, Dallas is not that a hard team to beat.
How did you feel about going up against so many Winston counters like Junker Queen and Reaper, and how did your Winston play change to reflect the danger that you were facing?
那么也看到达拉斯燃料队他们选了很多阵容来 counter 孤雪的温斯顿，比如女王呀，比如别的坦克英雄。想问一下，你就是打这些阵容，你在玩温斯顿上面有没有一些心得或者是体会呢？
首先我觉得在比赛里面有女王阵容在打我们的队伍全都输了。觉得只要多保活不死，他们其实很难受的。他们就是想，主要女王就是
大家觉得克星星嘛，觉得伤害很高，能把星星秒了。但是我觉得星星如果能一直活下来的话，他们其他人会被我们的送转交给 A 烂的。
We can see so many teams they come up with us with Queen comps because they think like Junker Queen is a counter to the Winston. But in my view, as long as you keep alive when facing against the Queen comp, and they actually can't do much thing against you. Just the Winston keeps giving pressure to the enemy team, and your Sombra and the Tracer can do the other things and like win against the team fight.
I want to ask about the third map, Circuit Royale. It seemed like a very difficult map for you guys. Typically a strong map for off-tank players like Hanbin playing a Sigma or a Queen or something like that, and you guys seem to have struggled on this map before, so what are your thoughts on your performance on map 3 Circuit, and what would you do about it in the future?
然后在第3张图皇家赛道，我们都知道这是一张非常适合复棋的地图，排名选手的女王和西格玛也是很好发挥。就在这张图上也能看到杭州队的艰难，想知道你们对这张图的整体想法是什么样的？
说到皇家赛道的话，对于我们来说，西格玛体系不是很擅长嘛，所以我们用比较自己擅长的体系在皇家赛道这样打，主要在训练赛之类的效果都取得蛮不错的，所以比赛也就这么用了。但是今天主要没想到皇家赛道达拉斯会用女王吧，所以我觉得我当时没有针对好主要。
Despite we know Sigma comp like works really well on Circuit Royale, it's not really a comp that we are comfortable with. So we still decided to go with the comp that we are most comfortable with. And the main reason why we were really struggling during that map is because we didn't expect us to run the Queen comp on that map. So that brings us like some troubles.
Oh, awesome. At the moment, obviously, we're in a bit of a Winston meta. How do you feel your Winston ranks against the best in the world? It might well be the best in the world. And do you think anyone will ever have Primal Rages as good as yours?
那么现在也是来到了一个温斯顿比较强势的版本，想问一下顾月选手，觉得自己和世界第一温斯顿之间就是怎么样，能不能相比之类的，以及你觉得有没有第二个人可以像你一样把原始暴怒打得这么的出色和优秀呢？
首先我觉得没有世界第一温顺这种说法吧，因为我觉得大家每个人的打法也不一样，包括每个队伍的风格也不一样。再其次，首先我不是世界第一原始炮拍得好的，我觉得拍得好的人现在还在这里做直播啊，没有成为职业选手，挺可惜的。
I think first it's really hard to say who is the world best Winston because we all have different playstyle and team styles. And secondly, I'm also not the best primal range user because the guy who's most good at that, I think, is still working as a streamer, and it's really a shame that he didn't show his skills in official matches.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Congratulations on your win again, and best of luck in the future.
好的，感谢采访，也希望接下来比赛一切顺利。
好，谢谢，拜。
谢谢，bye. A little bit of links in the background there as well for the cameo. But that's going to be it from us. Harry and I are going to sign off here as we've got 2 more matches left for the day. We'll be joined by Necro and Vicky Kitty right after this, so don't go anywhere.
Welcome everyone to the Overwatch League Summer Stage Qualifiers in the East. I'm Vicky Kitty, and I'm back with Necra, and after that insane last banger, we still have so much more Overwatch coming for you.
I don't know how we follow that up, actually. I mean, like, the last 2 series of the day will certainly deliver, but after that one, I don't know. I don't know how that could ever get topped.
MCD was not having a good time. That was such an insane series.
No.
I highly recommend everybody who is now tuning in, who's going to be tuning in later, you need to look at that series. That was basically an APAC wrapped up in one game, so that was beautiful to witness. But again, we still got a lot more action for you guys. We got 2 more series to go, and we got our next match going to be O2 Blast versus Poker Face.
These are 2 contenders teams that are very hungry to get another win under their belt. We've got O2 Blast that are coming into this one week at 1-5 with 2 more matches ahead of them to be able to try to close the gap a little bit with a pretty lackluster stage so far. It's going to be their opponents today. They've got Poker Face, and then tomorrow they're going to be facing up against the Shanghai Dragons. But I want to talk about these new supports we're seeing in the backline, Vicky.
Yeah, we got Lego Lisa Min coming in just a few days ago, actually. So this is the first time that O2 Blast is going to be able to take care of this back lineup here. See how this is going to go into their favor, because they definitely need a Necro. We were looking at the overall standings and where O2 Blast stands. They're sitting in 8th in the overall East standings, just right above Guangzhou Charge and behind Panthera. They basically have lost every series so far, minus that left field banger that came out of nowhere versus the Seoul Dynasty like 2 weeks ago, where they won 3-2. So seeing Lego and Lee Soo-min coming in, it's also nice to know that Lego was on NT earlier on. He's actually playing versus his former teammate, Hidden. If you look at the current lineup that we have for Poker Face on the other side here, but just taking a look at what we got in store for us now.
Yeah, and O2 Blast, like, it doesn't surprise me at all that they're bringing in more talent into the roster. This has been the primary feeder team for the Overwatch League teams in the APAC region, and so to see them bring in some more talent to develop over the course of the rest of this season of Contenders, and even into the next one, it's going to be really exciting to see where those players go. But for the players on Poker Face, most of these players have seen the Overwatch League stage. Taking a look at players like Valentine, Muse, the Toronto Defiant, they lost Finale that went back up to the Overwatch League as well. But you talk about Hidden and the rest of this squad, like, they're still also Contenders royalty.
Yeah, Hidden coming in as well. We're looking at why Poker Face has been struggling, and it's the mixed match between Valentine and Victoria to see which of these DPS players wants to rely on that Tracer. Well, with Hidden coming in after we said goodbye to one of our previous players here too, now we get to see him coming after Finale had left. The hit scan has to be filled up, and Hidden is going to be one of those great players to help out the rest of Poker Face, and they desperately need it too. We talked about O2 Blast. Well, look who's sitting on the bottom of the overall standings here in the East. It's going to be Poker Face.
And this is their last match of the stage. So they've kind of got to clutch up now, otherwise it's now or never, honestly, for this squad. But it stinks when they did lose a talent that was as proficient as Finale. It left a hole in their roster that could be felt, and the impact of that has been really hard for Poker Face to overcome. Hidden coming in last week, or even just yesterday for their match, did show up in such a big way. But when you match up against a DPS like Prophet on the other side, Prophet has been having some amazing performances as of late, whether it is with these long-range hit scan heroes that have started to become a bit more prominent as a flavor addition to a dive comp, Prophet showing up and maybe living up to the shoes we put him in for little PH over Prophet.
Yeah, he said, hold on, put that little P away. He is coming in full force with the Hanzo. Get to see the cute signs out in the crowd live in the WDG. They know, Necra, they know you're here.
These signs are actually for me. I love it. It's giving me so much life right now.
So cute here. The fans going to be able to cheer on from the crowd still while being able to watch the matches. Tonight's dinner is chicken. That was what the sign said right there with the Prophet sign. Just cheering on with Pikachu right next to it. All right, going into our very first map, we got Lijiang Tower coming up.
So this entire map pool, and knowing what these teams like to play, I feel like O2 Blast is a little bit favored. O2 Blast has been able to show us just a little bit more flexibility when it comes down to the compositions that they are willing to run. And when you look at Circuit Royale, that is going to take a completely different playstyle approach than to Lijiang that also requires a little bit more flexibility. Sometimes we end up seeing a bit more of the dive, sometimes we see the rush, sometimes it's even 3 different tank heroes coming out of a squad if you end up getting to all 3 points, but looking down the line, it's going to require a lot of flexibility coming in from a roster today.
Sometimes whenever I take a look at Lijiang Tower, I call it Lijiang Tower, especially seeing some of the plays that we have at the very beginning. Seeing the flexibility, I love how you highlighted it that though, because we've seen O2 Blast play previously on this map. The Hanzo iteration, of course, the Mei, the Ram maybe perhaps too, after the action we got to see earlier on with the Junker Queen. It makes me excited to see some of the things that we may have in store for us here.
Yeah, and then when it comes down to where O2 Blast would like to go later, I've also seen like the Ashe or Cassidy that's once again speaking to Prophet's prowess on those hit scan oriented heroes, as well as just kind of seeing a bit more of the Ramatra, which is a look I will say that we will probably see the most of coming out of Protect. Protect has been leaning more into the Ramatra rush and the team supporting that over the course of the last few weeks. And the Winston, it does not look as strong, but it's about the other pieces that would be supporting that Winston role that I think would give O2 Blast a bit of the upper hand. Poker Face on the other side of things, though, it's going to be that Tracer Sombra dive, the classic.
Nice nade in that backline of Poker Face. No follow just yet. Protect. Pop that Nemesis form just to clear some of that extra space. Ryu's going to be able to just back up ever so slightly here, with the point being unlocked already. O2 Blast with Protect falling incredibly low, having to back away. He gets hacked, and the follow-up from Valentine is able to clean that first pick here too. Sets up Poker Face as we do get a pause right away. Maybe some tech issues going down here after Protect was taken out, but it's nice to also highlight Valentine already at 76% on that pulse bomb. He gets him up online pretty quickly here and already off the rip in that first engagement, nearing that ultimate.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why I really like Hidden coming into this roster, is that it allows Valentine to just focus on playing the Tracer.
Yes.
There is some DPS flexibility when it comes down to Hidden's hero pool. We got a chance to see that just a little bit yesterday, where they do have a little bit of that flexibility for Valentine to go like the Echo or the Sombra, and then Hidden to pick up the Tracer role. And it feels a little bit more fluid than what we have seen from Poker Face in the past, but the way that they got off to the strongest start is Valentine just sticking to that Tracer. So it doesn't really surprise me at all that he's already 70% towards a pulse bomb already after that first fight.
And seeing how that went down too, with Protect holding forward just a little bit, trying to take the aggressive positioning right there too, but then getting hacked and then finally getting dove on by Poker Face, playing it a lot more patiently around them. I like the approach that we're seeing from them. Again, there is a lot on the line here for both these teams, just so that way they can secure a better placement in that overall standings after a very lackluster stage thus far.
That is one of the difficulties about playing the Ramatra into something like the Winston. And so what we need to see from O2 Blast is, if Protect is going to play that far forward, then if you're going to also have that sniper pick coming out from Prophet, you have to be able to get picks, and you have to be able to find value from trying to invest so heavily in that pick potential. Whereas, like, Poker Face just have so much mobility, and with the Winston bubble as well, Muse has gotten much better at being able to place those down in order to try to keep the pressure off of the backline and also block off the healing. Like, if Ramatra just gets stuck in that bubble, that healing's not coming through from Brig or Ana.
Yeah, and that's the difference maker there too, depending on where O2 Blast feels very comfortable on this ramp pick. The one thing that I was looking at, although I was very happy to see Lisumin and Lego being picked up here for the O2 support lineup, the only problem that we currently still have in this roster is that they really need a Winston main tank, which is something that they haven't really been able to work with. Yes, they could try to work in the ramp here onto Lijiang, but it's about that consistency in the compositions that we've been having with the dive comps and trying to overtake a lot of these other teams currently that overwhelm the other squads that just do the dive way better.
Yeah, that's kind of, again, speaks to your point, like what happened yesterday when we did see Poker Face start to lose their grip. They got reverse swept by Panthera. That was kind of nuts. It was because of how often they were able to isolate Muse, just getting a little bit too far forward, becoming out of position. All of the focus of the nades, the sleeps, going onto Muse immediately, so he got chunked down and got taken out, quite honestly, before he was even able to use the Primal Rage. But that's not really the same type of rush factor that you have with the Ramatra, so it relies on something like the Prophet Hanzo pick into Hidden of all people to really get things going here for O2 Blast.
And that's a huge first pick here too, only because it's going to delay that EMP charge in that next fight, but Valentine on the other side is going to be able to get that pulse on stick, but with Protect making his way right back to the point. He gets a nice little 3K before Muse goes down. He is able to find Lego here, but a great aggressive push here from O2 Blast after they lost Protect originally in that first fight.
And they might have to trade their backline a little bit there. You saw that Lego and Lee Min both got... What? Okay. Yeah, this is exactly to our point. Ramatra and Hanzo can work against the dive if you're gonna just wake up with picks like that. What in the world?
This is Prophet. This is Prophet we're talking about here. So
that's
scary.
So true, though.
I mean, this is where we see him shine. It's been that Hanzo constantly right now, getting those crucial picks. Hidden's about to get the EMP, though, and look at what O2's Blast is looking to work with. It's going to be big. Plethora of ultimates on the table here, too. Nearing 50%. Gets the hack, though. Leaves him in. The rally coming in from Lego. The Protect here. Right after Hidden tries to fully have the opportunity to take advantage of the EMP. Meanwhile, protecting the rest of O2 Blast, and they didn't even have to burn too much. I mean, they used the rally, they used that pulse earlier on. Rory's going to be able to get that just as quickly, and Prophet still melting down the rest of the opposition, while Pokerface will have Muse coming right back in with the Primal.
What's nice about Prophet having the Dragon Strike too, not having to invest that in that last fight, is he can play a bit more far forward. Use it as that zoning tool when Pokerface are going to want to try to stuff themselves through this choke. But there is a bit of a backcatch happening here as Valentine's going to head over to the point. But it's really just to start pushing people away, and here's the Dragon Strike as everybody gets isolated off Pokerface.
Yeah, Muse forced to go on the other side, but it leads him into the trajectory of Who Are You? And while Valentine's going to be able to go in through the backside of the point alongside Muse, here comes the rally from Eden. Pokerface now finding Protect, the overtime ticking away. O2 Blast having that advantage, and East Summer going down with the nano boost is going to be big. Nice anti onto Protect, and it's going to be a reset here for O2 Blast. Unless Prophet has something to say here, hand in hand with Who Are You? Backing away as Muse jumps right back in with the Primal. Valentine had gone down earlier with the pulse bomb in hand, and Muse finally clears off the point before Lego's going to meet him right back in the spawn.
There wasn't enough sustain to get through that, but if Prophet had come up with the clutch, that would look very bad for Pokerface to try to end off this stage. But as it stands, O2 Blast get a chance to come back in with both of the support ultimates. And that nano boost is going to be huge. Push that onto Protect. Make him an unstoppable raid boss as he moves forward. And maybe get the Annihilation online as Pokerface have quite a world to work with here.
Oh, the nano boost on top of Protect after that pulse bomb is stuck onto him from Valentine. Hidden goes down with the EMP. Huge play here from Prophet to secure their push onto that point here. Backline is getting harassed in the corner. They get taken out, and O2 Blast now are going to ease their way into recapturing the point here at 99%.
That's it. Overtime is wicking away already, and we can see a desperate touch come through from Valentine, but how do you get back after that point to touch? You're so isolated now. Pokerface can't come in as a full team of 5.
They're trickling in. Aiden had activated it. He got the reset, but with Valentine going out, and Hidden was about to go down too. Can't re-engage here while Aiden was in the window. Hidden going down with the EMP in hand in the last 2 fights was crucial there. O2 Blast to take that.
That's not good. If you're holding on to ultimates as long as what Aiden, and Hidden were kind of holding on to theirs for that round, there's something wrong with how Pokerface are able to initiate those fights. And a lot of that was definitely Prophet just opening things up with a pick in every single engagement, and Pokerface not feeling confident that they'd be able to get any value out of using their ultimate there, try to go in and overwhelm with a bigger bank of ultimates. But we're heading on to where Pokerface could try to get a bit of a flip here. Again, Ramatra versus the Reinhardt. We've seen this look from Pokerface before, where they do like to play a little bit more of this Rhine rush comp, and with the main the Symmetra too, Symmetra can be able to work wonders with those turrets to slow.
Oh, Oh, absolutely. Especially with the setup already here with a double wall. Protect having to be careful backing away, but looking still gonna be off angle. It's gonna be Prophet staring right down the middle. Trying to retreat too. A nice immortality field to help him out. He can't climb over the May wall. Blocking his only escape out. Valentine looking for blood. And they're trickling down as Muse helps clean up right afterwards. Aiden having this fight over to the side, but Lego gets the better of him at the very end. While Protect goes out, Poker Face with this skirmisher now making their way into trying to finalize this point capture. Lego's still there, delaying this. It's just going to be hidden, and Valentine here just trying to wait for the rest of the squad to come in.
Yeah, that cap is still going to go through, though. And so Poker Face are going to start walking away with a decent amount of percentage, as now it's just Prophet in the front line. Doesn't always feel great unless you're able to get that off angle, and look how Protect is actually going to be funneling them down into the sights of Prophet.
Photon barrier and the window on top of it. The window to the soul here. Simple's holding onto his. Lisaman being able to clear up that entire side. The Photon barrier cannot protect Poker Face, and O2 Blast quickly to recapture that point.
All they needed was the amplification matrix too, just as a zoning element, and also to make it more reliable for Protect to go in there and just try to pummel people down. But with Prophet also working up to the Dragon Strike once again, you've got so many amazing tools that O2 Blast can rely on when it comes down to playing this a little bit more defensively. Oh, Prophet has to get away though.
Oh, he is missing worldwide. He is out of there. Meanwhile, a huge immortality field from Simple, but the survivability while Protect pulls the trigger, calls in the annihilation, clears out everybody in this side room. Don't worry, the sacrifice was all worth it as Poker Face are forced to reset back in the spawn.
Huge reset for them as like the full team would. That's gonna be O2 Blast just kind of sending a message in this case. Lego still has the sound barrier to work with too when Poker Face are starting to run out of impactful DPS ults. You've got the Reinhardt Shatter, but how are you gonna land that if everybody's playing so spread out? And okay, well that's one way. Ice Block is down to block it.
That is huge here. Good pick as the Shatter comes in right afterwards after the sound barrier had been unleashed, and this may be the player that Muse needs to rely on to as Aiden comes in, hidden, pops off, finds Prophet, the problem, and Lego right afterwards, and Poker Face managed to retake that point.
Beautiful stuff as well when it was just the Reinhardt Shatter. And when O2 Blast did throw 4 ultimates at the fight previous, it's going to be a little bit of time before they're going to be able to get back into this one with anything that's going to be like a solid fight win. It's all about trying to force position with the ultimates that are on O2 Blast, as nothing is going to be as impactful as just the annihilation itself. That would be kind of like the fight winner. So we'll see the amp first just to get people into a position.
Here comes Aiden with that sound barrier. He went down with it earlier on in that last fight. He's coming in, allowing the rest of Poker Face to keep their feet planted on this point here. Playing off the back in this 1v1 versus Lego that we've already seen before here. Aiden falling low, having to back away in time. He can't get the reset. Lego, once again, wins in that 1v1 trade over in the back.
That's huge, though, because now you can just go back to Taxi, and everybody on O2 Blast is now going to be able to play with this player advantage. You do see Aiden come back to the point, but not before O2 Blast have already made their way in there, and to be able to micro-position around, it's just not as easy now.
Blizzard has been unleashed, but Prophet has already made his own way right through Poker Face. He is clearing out the entire team, making up 5K, taking out all of Poker Face, nearing 80% now as O2 Blast looking great. About to get that Blizzard on board too.
That's so nice to just throw on top of Poker Face as they make their way in. You see some switches coming through from Poker Face as they try to at least go back to get the touch. As Simple's on the Kiriko, hidden as well in the Sojourn, but look at how they're stuck in this Blizzard.
That was such a good wall there too. Where are you gonna go? Muse can't do anything, can't even put a toe on that point here. Meanwhile, the overtime has been activated, but every one of Poker Face's members have been fallen down. Nobody left to touch on the point. O2 Blast, nice dominating win for our first map.
What a great map for them to kick off with too, because of how potent that Ramatra composition can really be on Lijiang. And to be able to get this win is so important for them to just kind of kick off this series on the right foot. The control record was looking a little lackluster heading into the start of this series, but it's even tougher as you take a look at how they're doing in the other modes moving forward.
really highlighting that backline is really helping out O2 Blast. Lisumin really popped off there too. Like 3 deaths, I believe, too. The survivability for Lisumin and also allowing Prophet to stay alive and be that problem was a big key factor for that first map.
It was really nice to see how Lego and Lisumin started to work with the roster, just able to funnel their healing down into the Ramatra to keep it up and nice and strong. So with that, we're going to see O2 Blast kick things off on this match, and we'll see what happens after this break.
Welcome back, everybody. O2 Blast take the first map on Lijiang Tower, and now we're moving on to our second map in Midtown.
Midtown, a place where you could still see the Ramatra Rush. We've seen this from a few teams, just kind of wanting to lean into that one, especially when you take a look at how the West has approached this map in particular. But Poker Face, they still seem very steadfast to run the Sombra Tracer Winston. At least they felt that way in their match against Panthera, and also when we just saw how they approached that first round of market on Li Shang. Wouldn't be super surprised to see them just kind of stick to the same old, same old. So let's see if Prophet can continue to show up.
Really shining and putting him in that position. It's going to be the new backline that we're currently witnessing from O2 Blast. Lego and Lee Soo-min doing a great job so far after that very first map. Really a highlight performance out here too. Prophet was enabled in such a way right alongside Protect there. You can tell that both these players were having a lot of fun, but specifically Prophet after that 5K that we got in that replay was such a highlight. Got to see it again. Meanwhile, on the other side from Poker Face, some changes will be coming in here too. Seeing that they were able to funnel their way into some of these points, but unable to really fully take it over from O2 Blast.
That's one of the reasons why O2 Blast's comp can be so oppressive, though, is that the way that they play with their individual pieces, it's about making their own map architecture, whether it's with the Mei wall when they're playing like kind of more true like Ramatra Rush, or if it's really more just like about the brawl with the Brig and the Ana helping to shield bash people into Prophet sightlines, or Protect just kind of walking into people and pushing them into it too. That's their whole game, and Poker Face are playing completely into it right now. And they've got to change that up. Midtown with these longer straightaways could help them initiate these dives a little bit better, but it's been tough going trying to access that strong backline, as you said.
I love how you highlighted that from Poker Face too, because each individual player here on this team is very talented. It's just when things don't go according to plan for them, they just choke and they look like they're in shambolic land. So we saw that play out yesterday when they lost against Panthera in the reverse sweep. Now moving on to Midtown though, they could wake up a little bit here, maybe work into that different composition that may actually help them out.
As Matt and Mitch would say, the talent is there. But we need to see it, and that's the big key difference maker for this squad, and it's disappointing when Poker Face was touted as one of the top contenders teams in the league coming into this stage after such an incredible performance during their knockouts at the very beginning of the season, heading into even the spring stage qualifiers. So it is disappointing to see them in this position where this is their last match of the stage, and could also just be that they walk away with that one and only match win.
Hey, even though it's their last series, we need to see a game being won by Poker Face, and I say that because then that would make Muse get his 100th map win on today. So he's currently sitting at 99 at the end of that last series that we just met with Panthera. So all has a Poker Face, all right? Just this one for Muse. Got to do it for the music.
He was so close. Like that's also maybe one of the more disappointing parts about the reverse sweep, is that he got to 99 and then Panthera completely shut him out, and I don't want it to be that he has to wait until like next season. So like maybe the gentleman's sweep, O2 Blast, consider it. Consider giving them one singular map just for Muse.
Problem is, O2 Blast can't even afford to spare a crumb right now. They're looking to completely turn this around. Again, backline really put it in the work that they need. And Prophet coming out on the Ashe, not too surprising considering this is something that we've already seen before from O2 Blast.
Yeah, absolutely. We have seen like just the Ashe, the Hanzo, like any of these heroes can really work on these long-range sites. And Hing got forced back immediately. That was like an insta-translocate. Yikes.
Prophet is scary. I'll say it again out here. Just trying to see where the approach is going to come in from Poker Face. Right through that choke. Tech being very aggressive here again, being on this ramp, something that we've seen already before from O2 Blast. Activating Nemesis, trying to isolate Muse, managing to try to get away in time while Koryu being on that Mei. There's to block him off, he's trying to run away. Here he literally won, but he manages to escape, giving him a little haircut right beforehand.
Oh, Protect, what are you doing? You could have cleaned that up, no problem. Who are you is gonna stop that push again, because Aiden's dead. Okay, another reset for Poker Face as they have to start looking at using this Nano Boost to engage. And all right, gonna hit Muse as Hidden gets deleted.
Who are you? Is melting down these individual picks between Aiden now next. Hidden here. Poker Face in a lot of trouble, and they use up that Nano Boost originally to just allow Muse to buy in some of that space, but they haven't been able to really fully engage her while Valentine makes his appearance. A nice leap with the stick on the post bomb. Maybe what they need here to turn things around. Only Lego up to help out Prophet, falling low. Protect's about to get that annihilation here too. The first 6 already been taken here from Poker Face. Prophet playing on the back as Valentine tries to disengage. Seeing that Protect is trying to contest him in that side room. So close to getting that ult ready. The Blizzard has already been called in here from Who Are You. Rally's gonna be activated here from Lego. A nice anti, and there goes the annihilation for Protect. Everybody clear off the point. A nice sleep though from Simple. Delaying the annihilation while Muse lived way long enough as Prophet, seeing that he was one, is going to be able to clean that up. Hit it on the other side, so we will be able to also take care of 2. O2 Blast are playing very spread apart though. Makes things difficult here for Poker Face now that the Dragons get called in front of Prophet's face.
Okay, yeah, that's rough. That's so rough. At this point too, O2 Blast, they can still come in and recontest, but it's not a full team of 5. They're a little too tough for them to stay on their feet to be able to do this, but if they delay this long enough, Poker Face are on the run now. Who Are You gets a chance to stabilize this defense as he comes back with the ice block, and that has bought enough time now for the rest of the team. But Valentine saw that ice block go up and said, well, it's offline now, so time to pulse bomb.
Good awareness of the CD right there too. And after finding 3 already, backline's gone. Just a matter of time before Protect meets him right back in. But he's just gonna stall for right now before he has to go into the reset. And O2 Blast with less than a minute on the clock. Better late than never. Gonna be able to get this payload moving.
Yeah, O2 Blast now have to come back though on like the high ground setup there. They delayed this capture for so long though by Poker Face that they are able to like work with a bit of a better time bank heading on to the second point. And with Prophet already getting set up on the high ground too, there are not many great ways for Poker Face at the moment to try to get up there. They did switch over to the Doomfist. This is slightly abnormal coming out from Muse. But there are some nice targets for the Doomfist to try to hit, like Prophet's Ash or maybe the Brig, but both of those have mobility cooldowns.
Oh, Aiden saying not again. Not again. Protect finishing him off. So close to getting that rush online too. Mentioned the Doom swap too that we're also seeing from Muse playing up that low ground. Makes sense at least for this section. You get on top of the high ground just as quickly here too to try to contest him, boot them off the high ground as Hidden's gonna be able to find the head off of Prophet. O2 Blast also are about to have a plethora of ultimates to work with. At 3 online, a nice anti, but the annihilation for Protect. He can't protect himself. The follow-up right after he used that annihilation, after that nice anti coming out from Simple, without Poker Face even having to burn that backline ultimate. Nice look as Poker Face are going to be able to take that cheap fight.
Super nice coming out from Poker Face too. Like I do have hesitations about this Doomfist working, but honestly the Winston wasn't working out much better, so maybe just go with something that's a bit more comfortable for you and also be able to try to chunk down a fast target. With the stun too, I mean Doomfist being able to just kind of get in there much more aggressively does help to try to activate these dives, and oh, Prophet's in trouble.
Hello, hello.
Oh, so
Protect. I want to be the rude awakening after your nap. Hidden fighting Who Are You, and Prophet retaliates right back as Muse tries to get away. Funneled inside the side room though, it's going to be Hidden, caught with Lego, who had just used that rally earlier on to set them up. Sumin gets hit with another anti, but the number advantage still favors O2 Blast here while Aiden tries to get away.
What's up? Aiden does get away. We're going to see Muse swap off the Doomfist.
Oh!
I see more why the Doomfist would have been a really nice hero to have there. You saw the disruption come through, even on top of that Blizzard, and still being able to get the Brawl out of the way so that the rally wasn't as effective. But now you're starting to work up against the clock once again. Poker Face at 45 seconds to get back into this one. Kitsune Rush is going to be nice to lay down on top of the cart, and Dragon Strike is good to be able to split up this team as well, but where's the follow-up on top of that? Gotta be from the Winston jump.
Just clear up the high ground, sending out the Dragons here too. Here comes the rush as well, setting up Muse into position. meeting him right by the stairwell. It's going to be Protect. Nice fortune to control that space too. While the Bob is called in, Prophet was holding on to that one from the start of this fight. Less than 30 seconds now on the clock. Poker Face to get to that next checkpoint. Prophet over on the other side, no one's paying attention. The rest of Poker Face are funneling inside that bottom bridge and Protect with the Annihilation. Clears out Simple and Hidden the follow-up. Nobody's left as O2 Blast looking to clear out this point. Stop Poker Face right before getting to that checkpoint.
Ah, that's all she wrote. Yeah. That was a strong defense coming through from O2 Blast. The Ashe, just a really nice hero choice to have against, like, even the Winston. If you get Dove as the Ashe, you have the Coach Gun to be able to push that Winston back. And even if you're playing around with the Brigand Ana, it's not, like, you know, Prophet's mechanical skill is something that I would rely upon to also help keep your healers safe. Push back the Tracer. Force her to recall. Force the Sombra away. Like, so many nice plays coming through from the Ashe.
It was very similar to what we had seen when O2 Blast beat the Seoul Dynasty. Literally the exact same comp here with Prophet being on this Ashe. Taking a look at some of these highlights here before diving into the other side. Prophet was cleaning up so much on top of that bridge. I do like the attempt from Poker Face though. A few times we got to see the Dragon try to clear up that high ground too. For O2 Blast was so quick to disengage and then counter rotate right around where Poker Face dropped down into that low ground, right into the line of sight originally of that Annihilation. Good cohesiveness that we're seeing here from O2 Blast. Now getting started, looks like we got some changes over from Poker Face. We got Valentine, of course, sticking to the Tracer, but Hidden going back over to the Sombra.
Yeah, I want to call out that Doomfist choice once again here, because that was a nice attempt coming through from Poker Face, and I think that they had recognized in that instance that this was going to be a very difficult composition to dislodge from that high ground. So you may as well try something up until your backs are against the wall with that clock. But it's going to be pretty stock standard here from O2 Blast, is what we saw on Li Shang. And for contenders, Poker Face once again too, just more of that Tracer Sombra. You gotta go back to kind of the old reliable, and I think the key to go over the Brig on defense makes way more sense.
These different angles too that Prophet's holding. He's trying to funnel them inside from underneath the tank cart. Trying to inch their way onto this point though. Who are you doing a good job at splitting some of the attention from Poker Face. Trying to pull Valentine right to him while Hidden tries to rack up some more of that damage to charge up that EMP. Slowing down his EMP charge though ever so slightly. Yes, he gets the hack onto Prophet. Managing to fight his way right back in. Looks at Hidden. Who are you? Tries to give him some backup, but right behind Prophet was Muse. Nice follow-up here from Poker Face, and Simple and Aiden are doing a good job at keeping the rest of the team alive here. Valentine is just cleaning up what is left of O2 Blast, where they try to go for a reset here. It's just Lego and Lee Sumin holding hands inside of this room.
Oh boy. Yeah, I mean, O2 Blast are going to have to go again on that one, but that was a long engage. And that is one of the downsides of running something like the Ramatra comp, is that it does take a bit of time to set up. And when this point is so far away from the attacking spawn, I mean, look at this posturing for position. This is going to happen for a while until Poker Face opts to get like a hack down or something and start to jump in on that.
Well, Yippee racking up here shortly for Hidden, but the sleep onto Muse too. He's also got the Primal coming up soon. Prophet gets hit with an anti. Gonna be able to try to take height. Does see Muse is gonna meet him right up there. Hidden also holding on to the rally ball. Who are you? Looking for the opportunity. The EMP has been unleashed from Hidden. Can the follow-up come in? As Who Are You also initiate the pulse bomb. Doesn't get the stake, and Prophet is one. Muse finds the threat. The Annihilation for Protect. Somebody wakes him up. And afterwards, he finds Simple, gets the revenge after getting put to sleep originally, and Lee Sumin helps put Protect in that position. Valentine is able to find him, clip him, and Protect is clearing out this point. In combination between the Annihilation and swapping right afterwards to the Nemesis after the reset, he puts down the Vortex, and they already get that second tick.
What a fast take, and now they're going to have even more time in the bank than what Poker Face had. Just about 30 seconds more as this payload gets unlocked. The 4 minutes to work with is even just such a big boon when it comes down to how many ultimate rotations you can get versus something like that 3.5 minute mark. And O2 Blast are already starting to make their way close towards that high ground. Oh. Valentine gets taken out, and that's a huge opening for O2 Blast to work with as this card comes around the first corner.
Look at Prophet. so
How
much
could you
pressure
not
here.
look at Profit?
I mean, everybody is literally clearing up the space from the pressure that they're feeling right now, giving him the high ground, the positioning advantage as Muse gets hit with an anti from Lee. Aiden hiding behind the crevice of this wall, as Valentine's gonna be able to jump right there, close with that pulse bomb here. So is Who Are You, fighting that Tracer Ditto over to the side room, or approaching the car rush from right down below. Look out for hidden here as Prophet backs away. Muse tries to nail him down as a target.
Oh my god. This card's
Very
so
split up,
close
though,
to the
in general,
checkpoint.
too. Oh, but Who Are You with the pulse bomb onto Muse is big. Valentine was literally one, and Lego's gonna be able to capitalize here.
Oh, that's it.
Only 3
That's
left
it.
for Poker Face. Yes, they get the payload to the shiny box of victory. They try to hold those 2 different split angles, but O2 Blast had so much pressure coming onto Poker Face there.
Oh, that card had moved so far. And because of how far back Poker Face were for the defense, as soon as they got bullied off of that high ground, that was over. That was O2 Blast dominance coming into this match so far, and we didn't see anything very different here on Midtown to follow that up, and so now Poker Face, the onus is on them. Muse is still not at that 100 map win mark. Vicky, that's a travesty. Hopefully Circuit Royale will be different around the corner.
We want to celebrate. We always love to celebrate these dubs coming in, especially when it's a milestone out here. But O2 Blast, they're not going to be so forgiving. Love to see the pressure coming out from Prophet when he took onto the high ground right there. You saw how the rest of Poker Face were forced to navigate right down to that low ground. Hopefully, Circuit Royale is going to be different. We got map number 3 on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. O2 Blast currently sit at match point after taking our first 2 maps on Legion and on Midtown, and now we are escorting ourselves over to Circuit Royale, which I know is Necro's favorite to see all the action go down here.
Well, that was my favorite for 2 reasons. One, because you said we were escorting ourselves over to an escort match, which I thought was very slick. But 2, because we were just talking during the break about how much of a clown fiesta Circuit Royale has really become in these last few weeks, and in this stage in particular. You know, when it first entered into Overwatch 2, it felt so in a box, like what you would play. It was like, okay, we're gonna get the Sigma, we're gonna get the double sniper, we're gonna have a blast, maybe throw some Zen in the back line and just go ham with all these picks. But now, because of how heftily these teams are starting to lean into the Winston brawl, even over in the West, we're seeing Winston versus Winston. We've got the London Spitfire on Reinhardt on this map. And in the West, I honestly, I don't know what to expect over here either, because we also have Peppy coming into the roster who played the Diva on this map. Make this make sense, Vicky.
You don't remember that Zarya, what we saw yesterday? Very interesting things coming out to play
I
here.
pretend I do not see it, because I did not see the grab either.
Well, the Graf was hitting Ghost, honestly, in his sleep here, but it was difficult, but it just also highlights the different compositions that are still being rotated in for Circuit Royale. A very defense-favored map. When I started playing on Circuit Royale and was able to take a look at Shambali, I'm like, man, being on the defense, you're having a good time out here. And Circuit definitely being one of those maps out here too. That's also going to favor the snipers that we're definitely going to be witnessing going into this map.
Yeah, so we still could see the double sniper composition, because Poker Face, when they played this map versus the Shanghai Dragons, did bring out like the Widowmaker and the Hanzo, but also ended up also playing a bit more of like the Hanzo Tracer with the Diva look coming out from Peppy, as they did get subbed into play that map too. But for O2 Blast, it's kind of more of the same, and we have seen a few teams maybe lean into a couple of the different hit scam picks on this one. I think back to when like Florida Mayhem, London Spitfire, you had like Hydron and Sparker trying to play the Soldier on this map, and that is a look that we've seen from O2 Blast 2, choosing that over something like the Ashe or the Hanzo.
Would love to also highlight the side-by-side comparison where Poker Face is currently 0-7 on Escort.
Oh, and, no.
Look, you gotta call it as it is. And O2 Blast are currently 2-4 on Escort. So can this be it? The dub for Muse and maybe the first dub on Escort? It's gonna be a tricky one.
That'd be a huge dub.
I'd be surprised here with the way that we're seeing Prophet really play out to his strength, especially being on that Hanzo earlier on. We gotta see what we're gonna be rolling out with.
That's actually a coherent song. I'm proud of Prophet. Usually we just hear all of these players bash their heads against the keyboard and hope that it makes some music. Which honestly sometimes is how I feel I play in my ranked games, but we're not going to talk about that. As we actually are going to see the Sigmas from both of these teams. Wow, I did not think that I would see the day, but this looks like a very honorable Circuit Royale, if I've ever seen one. I didn't think we'd ever see this again after the whole Atlanta Rain and Toronto Defiant map. Oh, that's bad.
Well, welcome, Peppy, here into this map. He was the one that came in, as actually Muse was the one sitting out for this specific map here. A nice retaliation that we're seeing between Valentine and Aiden. I'm gonna say, Peppy was definitely feeling out that music that they were hearing outside. Now backing away, though, in time, as Who Are You and Lego need to make their way back. Profit gets taken out by Valentine, looking for the revenge, and this is what we're talking about, especially right here around this corner. So volatile here for these double hit scan that we're witnessing for Poker Face.
Well, when Peppy went down so early as well, that was so much free real estate for O2 Blast. And they have a lot of advantage just being so close to their spawns. And without that shield that Peppy had provided, this card has already moved pretty far forward. Any pick here from Prophet or Who Are You will be good enough for O2 Blast to move this even closer and even potentially get that checkpoint before anyone from Poker Face can come back. So pay attention to where Prophet and Hidden are going to be playing these Widowmakers and who they've got in their sights too. It's all so much frontline focus right now.
And Hidden's going to be able to play into their strength too on the other side. Being on NT, popping off on the Widow himself and right alongside Valentine, who's very close to getting those dragons and split up the rest of O2 Blast front line. And here we go, sending out those dragons exactly right there. Prophet forced to hold back just for right now. Waiting that out here on the other side. Well, Peppy so close to that flux. Valentine has the nano right on top of him. Trying to just get out of their line of sight while Hidden does the rest. It's the cleanup onto Who Are You, Lisa Min, and it's the rest of O2 Blast that are looking to get that reset after a nice little cheeky pick off as Hidden's gonna be able to take onto the height.
Great defense so far from Poker Face. They haven't needed to use very much here besides Dragon Strike and the Nano Boost, and with this Transcendence coming online as well, even if Protect hits the Flux, the Transcendence is just such a nice counter to have against that, especially if you're going to be running the Ana over the BAP and you don't have the Immortality Field to save your team instead, so the Transcendence comes in very, very clutch there. But back up as Poker Face, they also have these sights online. They could just pop them now and put O2 Blast in a very bad position. Okay, Aiden doesn't have it.
Oh, Prophet though, with the follow-up finding Peppy. Right there as Protect tries to clear up that next corner with that Flux. Peppy goes down without being able to use his own Gravitic Flux. Valentine still holding the side angle here too. While Prophet falls low, is going to be able to reposition on the other side. But Poker Face have so much to work with here with the Transcendence being the first thing that they're going to utilize. Aiden coming in to re-stabilize the rest of the team. Yet Prophet still finds Valentine right after that Transcendence is done. Who Are You is able to follow up, finds Aiden, and Hidden falls right afterwards like a row of dominoes. O2 Blast finally waking up a little bit. Prophet said, hold on, better late than never. It took me a little bit to get that first pick on the board. Now you add that up to 3.
Oh, and Who Are You just comes in from behind to just punch Simple in the back of the head, knock him out. And now, look at all of this forward positioning that O2 Blast can take. Even have the Disruptor shot that Peppy cannot step into for fear of just getting too low in health, that a stray shot from Prophet or Who Are You would just take him out immediately. He still has the Gravitic Flux. That is something that you can use here, but as I called out before, the biggest difference that O2 Blast has in these defenses is that they have the Transcendence and the Immortality Field. They only need one. And he got stunned! Oh! Oh my god, he got stunned!
No way! Right out of
I think he got rocked!
Too. Prophet too on the other side finding Aiden, and that's with O2 Blast still holding onto the Transcendence Necra. Fortunately, that Flux was cut off immediately. Got canceled right off into the air. Taken down as O2 Blast. Wipe out what is left of Poker Face. And look at Prophet's positioning. Already holding forward so that way he can hold that angle to find them catching out on the other side of the spawn room doors.
Okay, they're smart. They're smart, and Prophet also knows because of the Venom Mine placement that they are coming out of the right side spawn. So gives a lot of intel over to O2 Blast that they can go ahead and take poolside. But I cannot believe that Peppy got stunned out of the Gravitic Flux. That hit nobody. And that Transcendence is so valuable because now you know you're not saving it for anything in particular except maybe the Dragon Strike. So if you find yourself stuck between Sigma, Rock, and Hard Place, then go ahead and use the Transcendence there, and it's a nice saving grace to have as that, or just aggressively. Look how far forward this card has already got. Poker Face, you've got to stop this. Put your bodies on the point.
So holding these angles up on the high ground here too. There's so many open sight lines that they have to be aware of with Hidden and Valentine specifically on the high ground here to their right. Here comes the Dragons. Peppy gets saved just for a brief amount of time with the Immortality Field, but Lego gonna be able to finish him off while Hidden is gonna be able to find that trade. Meanwhile, look who's right behind him. It's Who Are You that has taken reign over this high ground, overlooking this payload. Also seeing where Aiden is positioned right there. He's gonna get 3v1 literally on the other side as Protect tries to run away. O2 Blast duking it out over to the side. Meanwhile, the payload has not stopped Necra. Still having bodies here while the backline gets annihilated from Poker Face.
Yeah, and Hidden's just a Widowmaker, and the Disruptor shot again, gonna force Hidden back into spawn. You at least are able to pop the sights, but Prophet has free reign of your backline!
Oh no! Gets a follow-up off those Discord orbs too that are being able to put down so much damage alongside Prophet's shots. Gets into a different angle. Can he get another one real quick? Does it get the headshot? Oh! Tries to test Hidden without being fully healed here too, but it's a saving grace. A minute and less than 40 seconds now on the clock.
Breathing room for Poker Face now. That was looking like a dire situation for a long time. And Poker Face gave up so much free push on that cart. But with another Gravitic Flux, Peppy has another chance to try to make a big play with this, as Horyu's now working up to this overclock. It's gonna be a race against time as Pokerface is running out of it.
After getting pinged once, tries to jump away. Can't run away, though, from Prophet's line of sight. Gravitic Flux was used earlier on here, too. Nice immortality field. Helps out 3 here. Prophet goes down. Protect manages to restabilize, but with Lego feeling that pressure, Valentine is able to get the trade. It's Valentine versus Lego here. As who are you controlling so much of that space around that next corner? Finding the backline of Pokerface. Leaving 3 right in front of the spawn room doors, and Protect doing all that he can without Lee Soo-min's window. It's gonna have to be another reset here for O2 Blast with less than 40 seconds now.
I get why Who Are You used the overclock there. I think at this point, especially switching over to the Genji, they're gonna try to do their best to get a little bit more point presence down, but I would have liked to see that overclock get saved when you knew that you only had 3 members alive with Protect and Lee Soo-min by your side. But the AI Matrix is gonna help buy O2 Blast some space and also buy some time for Protect to get this Gravitic Flux online, so eventually they just, throw Pokerface up in the air and get the cart that way.
We already seen it happen down. We got to see the appearance of Poco earlier on.
Where?
Are you finding that pick? Valentine's about to get the play here on the other side. Here comes the Flux now for Protect. The window from Lee Soo-min overtime taking away while Aiden makes a desperate swap over to the Kiriko. Protect saved by the immortality field while Valentine now finds the opportunity to slash and dash through O2 Blast. Finds Protect. Prophet goes down with a nice deflect from Valentine. Still the delay with the Transcendence from Lego, but for how long? Even through the window. Now it's Horyu's time. The only difference is he doesn't have the blade, he doesn't have the survivability. And no more bodies left on the payload from O2 Blast, while Pokerface gets to hold them back.
That was a great attempt by O2 Blast, but that point, that final push of third is so defensively favored. Even when they started to get that player advantage in those moments, like Pokerface was still able to come out of spawn and get the clutch, but that was a fast push. And here's a prime example of why.
Oh, we got to see the Gravitic Flux also getting canceled very early into that game.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. I was like, where did it go?
Boom.
And then I saw this stun on the UI and I went, ah. It went into Protect's loving arms. Doesn't this pool look shallow to you?
A little too shallow.
You're from Florida. That looks a little too shallow.
Well, I mean, with my height, it may look shallow, but then you'll see me drowning, unfortunately. I'll probably fall under. I'll probably fall
Girl,
right
I'm right there with
that,
you.
that ducky right there. Hopefully, though, we don't see the other side of Pokerface after successfully holding back O2 Blast round in this case, too, because right there, Valentine had that pop-off opportunity with that Dragon Blade, the deflect at the very end as well, dealing with the issue that was Prophet. Getting set up here, too. Looking at what we have in store for us from O2 Blast, sticking to what we already currently saw.
All right, a little bit more of the same. Yeah, it is a little bit of a kind of a matched presence here. It's not going to be the Ana anymore coming out from Simple, as Prophet also puts the whew, Zen's to bed now too. Are they going to keep holding this close? I suppose they can. O2 Blast, like, don't really have a reason to try to back away from this unless they're worried about something like a Genji coming out.
And he can at least make his way right back to the loving arms of the rest of his squad here. Who are you? Backing away. Is going to be able to get into position. Look down these open line of sights. While also noting that Valentine is right there. Tries to jump around, do the cha-cha slide. Right outside of Valentine's point of view. And Valentine's the one to fall first. The head falling right off of his shoulders. Now Prophet gets into position here. Having the advantage, though, you can already currently see Pokerface just trying to hold these different off angles, waiting to see how O2 Blast wants to approach it from the low ground here, and that's a trade that they needed to get aggressive around that next corner. It's really just Who Are You that's continuously applying this extra pressure.
Who Are You has been so good with these storm bows. That's gonna be another headshot, sending Aiden back to spawn. And even though Who Are You falls here, it's the fact that Aiden is down that makes this fight so detrimental. You're still going to see the investment of this amplification matrix, but Prophet's so far back to try to keep this at bay.
I believe he had 3 on him too at the very end. It was Peppy who did the finishing blow with the annihilation. Protect going down, and Immortality Field called in now from Simple. Got it on the high ground. Tries to get that finishing blow onto Peppy. Unfortunately misses, and now the Gravitic Flux has been called in, hugging the other side of the corner just in case he falls so low. They did lose out on Simple earlier on, and now the restabilization from the Transcendence, they still lose out on Lee Soo-min as hidden. Again, this is where his element is. Where are you going? Why are you running? As Lego goes down next, and now it's going to allow the rest of Poker Face to get this progress on the payload.
I've never seen a Widowmaker get a chance to play so close to a point before. You've earned it, though. I mean, Hidden at this point has popped off so many times, and just, I love being able to see these Widowmaker duels, and this is one of the reasons why Circuit Royale has always been so exciting to watch. And so, I don't know why we haven't had more Widowmaker on this map, because this is very much delivering. As Aiden comes back in, and the Gravitic Flux getting called out here, feels like a little too late as O2 Blast have to throw so much at this.
Nice holding the corner there too, though. The Transcendence calling in from Aiden. Lee Soo-min with the Immortality save as well onto him and Protect, but the restabilization cannot come out. Valentine with the dash, doing so much of that pressure. Aiden too with these Discord orbs as Valentine cleans up the rest of O2 Blast. Holding forward at the same time, clearing up that extra space so that way the rest of Poker Face can have some room to breathe here on that payload.
This payload has moved so far. And even though Protect gets to come back, with what? O2 Blast have no ultimates in the bank when Valentine has this Dragon Blade online, can just slash and dash his way through the back line, as Ryu's going to be coming out on the Genji as well. Oh, he wants the Zenyatta.
Ooh, and the dash. Yep. And he's got that blade ready to go once it needs to be used. The dash, though, comes in from Who Are You? He who used it second has that advantage there, especially after that damage he had taken earlier. No blade used up here. Simple's got that window available. And Prophet holding his corner uninterrupted means that Poker Face are going to disengage here.
Poker Face have so much time to work with, but the danger lies in the fact that they're running such a stable comp. And there's so much ground that they have to cover in order to get back to this cart now. So it relies on Hidden getting another opening pick with the Widowmaker. Valentine finally getting into a position to be able to use this blade, but wow, everybody's getting so low on O2 Blast already.
Oh, Valentine with the stun into immediately annihilating him. Everybody was on Valentine while Lego wins the trade off of the Ditto against Aiden here. Aiden wants to build up into that trance, going into that next fight. They still got 2 minutes now on the clock to count for them to get that payload over to that point that they were so close to getting.
Yeah, but the momentum has been completely at a standstill as Poker Face, like, see how far they have to go. You gotta go out of spawn, then you have to go up this narrow staircase. Unless you want to just go right up the main choke. And that's just too long of a time to get back up there before you end up seeing O2 Blast at the pace again with having this high ground advantage. Vicky, I'm sure you see this all the time. Those who have high ground know best.
That's why it's a saying. I have the high ground here. The Gravitic Flux being called in from Protect. Such a difficult spot to traverse through. Uphill here as the blade gets called in from Who Are You first. Valentine's still holding on to his because he doesn't need to use it yet. He shuts down Who Are You. The Transcendence gets called in from Lego, but a little too late. Aiden had used this earlier, setting a Poker Face up for success and putting Valentine in the driver's seat for that fight.
They're finally going to get this payload over the line. It's been a long time coming, and they've already come down to the sub 1 minute mark. But as you called out, Valentine still with this Dragon Blade. Now Poker Face have a bit more of a unique opportunity to get into this one with the Dragon Blade to open things up, especially when you have the back line right there. Easy picks.
And you're getting funneled inside of that one choke point too. Who Are You? Looking to retaliate. Peppy's so low, he's going to be able to find him. Aiden in that 1v1 also finds Lego over to the side. Who Are You is going to be able to climb right back up, or so he thought, while Aiden pops off with the 3K, sending O2 Blast back to the lobby.
That is the most fun you can ever have on a Zenyatta.
When you get to kick them off.
Right? Exactly. I think, yeah, that might be even like a bigger highlight. Just kind of kick them off of the map. That's exciting. but Valentine's still looking for an opportunity to use this blade. And with being so close to this final checkpoint, you want to have as many ultimates in your pocket as you can. And at this moment in time, it's just Prophet's Sights to help buy a bit of time for O2 Blast to get something online to contend with Poker Faces.
Away for right now. The window's available here. He's nearing that gravitic flux. Window bidding called in as well as the accretion did protect temporarily. The immortality field's gonna help him out. Also about to have the flux here as Valentine initiates the blade, hugs the spawn room doors, gets caught in the flux here too as Leeseman is gonna be able to find Valentine. Who are you? With literally 1 health, comes in, about to have the Dragon Blade, finds Aiden. It's gonna have to be another reset with less than a minute on the clock here for Poker Face.
And that's where holding onto the Dragon Blade so long actually becomes a hindrance. That was so much time that Valentine could have built up another blade, maybe even 2. And now you're in 30 seconds left. You don't have that blade online, and you still haven't got out the big defensive pieces of O2 Blast kit. Like, Lyco could have another Transcendence entering into this last stretch, and this is the final chance that Poker Face have to get on the board. Otherwise, Vicky, they're gonna be shut out. Muse will not get his 100th map win. Peppy will not be able to give him that chance to have it as an option.
Oh, no impact, no flux, the Transcendence, and no Valentine. Prophet on the high ground here. Creature deletes the Immortality Field. Overtime ticking away here. They lose out on Lee Soo-min, but the highlight here is going to be Lego. If he can pop this Transcendence, restabilize Prophet, who are you? But there won't be any bodies. It's just going to be Lego making his way back. Pops the Transcendence, keeps the overtime ticking away. But for how long before it's too little too late? Poker Face looking to put a map on board here for themselves as well. Puts it to the finishing line and is going to be able to take the map.
Finally getting on the board. And with that as well, Poker Face finally get a win for their escort record this stage. They are now 1-7, Vicky. And that was better than what they were entering into this one. So hey, hats off to them that they finally got an escort win under their belt.
Rejoice! We said it! We said what was on the line here for Poker Face coming through. Yes, Muse wasn't the one playing with the rest of the team, but still allowing them to take that dub means everything for Poker Face, especially with O2 Blast already sitting at match point, which means we got a map number 4 on our hands. I'm excited to see how this plays out too. Looking at the way that Poker Face was able to retaliate on Circle Royale, they also were able to really split up a lot of that focus onto the threats that was Prophet, even isolating that backline at one point, Necro.
Absolutely. I mean, the snipers, what else can you really say when you're able to watch such high-intensity Widowmaker gameplay? What a treat. And around the corner, we've got map number 4 of this series.
Welcome back, everybody. Poker Face take map number 3, their first dub on an escort map, and it happens to be on Circuit Royale. You love to see it, and you love to see another map among us. It's going to be map number 4. We're going to be moving on to a push map on Esperanza here, and we're not going to see any change-ups, too, looking on the side of Poker Face.
No changes, which surprises me based on how we've seen Poker Face approach Esperanza in the past, and with it being more of a classic dive map, it would have made sense for Muse to switch back into the roster if they wanted to play a bit more of the Winston. But the Ramatra comp from O2 Blast has been looking strong, and I could very much see O2 Blast want to play the Ramatra again on Esperanza, and I don't know if Muse's Winston is enough to stand up to the task when it was focused so hard in the first few maps of the series.
Yeah, after those first 2 maps, I do like this call, especially since they're riding off of that momentum of the previous win with Peppy having a lot of impact being on that SIG. Maybe expecting either the Diva or the Ramatra going into this upcoming map on Esperanza. You have a lot of that high ground that you could work off of. Just being able to also help heal for that backline too is going to be important here. Poker Face. They saw that Aiden was getting focused down quite a bit before Aiden had woken up and chose violence on that Zen in that previous map. Seeing some of the signs here. Poker Face get to see also the shirt right behind them. See some fans out in the crowd. Our teams here are playing at home right now. They are not playing live, but they got the fans still supporting them nonetheless, giving them the energy that they need, especially after that last map, Necro.
Yeah, and all these fans sticking around after the very first match of our day. I mean, what a banger for the Seoul Infernal versus the Seoul Dynasty, and all of these players that are in this Eastern region have so many fans out there, and you love to be able to see the support for them, especially with players that you're so familiar with. We talked a lot about how O2 Blast, they have had rosters that have ended up transcending the O2 Blast organization themselves, but for Poker Face as well, this is a team of players that we have grown to know and love over the years of Overwatch League contenders, and just continuing to try to make a name for themselves. Having a bit of a lackluster performance this stage, but pulling it together, and they are taking us to a map 4.
And rotating through what they feel like is working best for them. We've seen a lot of different comps come out, whether it be on circuit, throughout the course of the last 2 weeks now, going into Esperanza. We've seen different variations from O2 Blast. We've seen them stick with the Sombra, we've stuck with the Hanzo, the Tracer. Even earlier on today, we got to see more of the Junker Queen on Esperanza. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that being played out here too, as O2 Blast has used the Junker Queen in the past.
They have used the Junker Queen. I think it was more for a Winston counter, much like what we ended up seeing a bit earlier today too, coming out from like Dallas Fuel in their match versus the Hangzhou Spark. I don't think Peppy's gonna want to play that though, and so I wouldn't maybe want to see the Junker Queen into something like the Ramatra or the Diva. But at the same time, what's going to be really interesting watching these two teams slam against each other, if they do bring out something like the Brawl of the Rush, is think about the number of tiny rooms that exist on Esperanza. Those tight chokes, those small stuffy corners, where I don't think a Winston would want to get stuck there. So
you don't want to be
Peppy's Ram.
Yeah, I was gonna say the fodder food for the annihilation out here in those side rooms. I mean,
I would, I don't know about you, Vicky, but that doesn't sound like very much fun, especially in tiny Overwatch land.
Maybe that's why Muse got the memo. He says, "I'm just gonna stay at level 99. I'll hold my max skill okay for right now. You guys can have fun right here." But also just the fact that it's gotten so close now with Poker Face taking this dub, Peppy subbing in here. We get to see how this works out for the rest of the team, feeling that confidence after that dub. Getting set up as well. I'm excited to see how this plays out. So this is just Muse sitting out here and Hidden and Aiden doing everything that they basically can to help enable the rest of this team.
They've been doing a great job, and I think that Hidden with their debut in this roster has started to fill the gap left by Finale. But even before that, though, Poker Face, they struggled a lot to figure out what kind of DPS duo they actually wanted in this roster. Because it was Valentine Victoria for a little while. That had its own limitations when it came down to the hero pools for both of those players, which is surprising in even its own way, just knowing how well that they ended up working together as a duo on the old Boston Uprising. But yes, this Valentine Hidden duo, provides way more flexibility. Hidden has been really on fire when it comes down to these big picks with the snipers. So to see the Hanzo here too really excites me about Poker Face's chances. As you called it, Vicky, it's the Ramatra versus the Ramatra.
Oh, they are zooming. Hidden said, I want nothing to do with that. Hasta la vista for real, as they're going to be able to pull up over to the side. See the Vortex controlling some of that space by the bot here. Getting that sleep as Simple gets caught by Protect. Duking it out in the mouth of that room here. The bot finally gets unlocked. O2 Blast choosing violence, taking onto the height right afterwards. Nice way for them to roll out off the rip.
Oh, that Symmetra teleporter helps so much. That was something that Poker Face was not expecting. O2 Blast using that teleporter to be able to close the distance so quickly is going to make this Ramatra composition from them just a bit more powerful. You're able to get really close to Poker Face. Even the Mei provides such an interesting competitive element with the walls, and again, working towards how O2 Blast want to play this out. Making that map architecture for themselves become the building blocks. Be the building blocks. Be the Legos, if you will. Oh well, and never mind.
Unless you step on them. Unfortunately, that's what just happened. That's very painful. Doing a really good job, though, at least setting up O2 Blast at the very beginning, but now only leaving Lee Soo-min to help sustain the rest of the team. It's just not going to be enough, not even with that immortality field. Poker Face take control over the bot and clear out the rest of O2 Blast.
Poker Face able to get back on the board. They just needed to withstand the onslaught a little bit, and now you've got their chance to work past the neutral and start to take the lead. Nice Sonic Arrow from Hidden, just to see if he can scout anything out, as Prophet is going to switch off of the Symmetra. So just a bit of an earlier, I wouldn't call it cheese strat, but the Sojourn's going to be better here, except that it's not here anymore.
Don't worry, Necro, I'll follow up on that. Gets deleted immediately afterwards. The Blizzard, though, from Who Are You? Keeping Peppy stuck inside that room. Immediately pulls the trigger with the Annihilation. Looked at Who Are You and said, you thought, while Valentine cleans up the rest of the team. A nice cleanup and a nice answer from Peppy right there after getting frozen from the Blizzard.
Well, now we know why Peppy is going to stay on this roster. You called it out originally, where if we're going to expect the Ramatra, then we should see the Ramatra from Peppy as well. And even still, those were some staggers. Can you even get back in time to actually contest this before they get the checkpoint? They can't. That's a huge advantage.
The Face are profiting off of this, and look at this. Having ultimates to work with from that back line. The Annihilation's also ready from Protect. The window has been called in, and Leg was so close to getting that sound barrier ready. And turn this around here as Aiden calls in the rally. The Nano Boost onto Peppy, who is duking it out over to the left side. Lego goes down without being able to have the sound barrier ready. And getting out of Protect's area of just having the Annihilation, giving him some of that extra space while Lego makes his way back. Protect goes out. And Poker Face still coming out on top in terms of the number of answers, but Prophet inside of the side room was able to find that last hit, but Aiden now making his way right back. The rest of Poker Face have made their way right back on top of the bot.
Yeah, and this bot rounding the corner too gives even more space for Hidden to work with Hanzo. You see everybody sidestep as quickly as they can, just knowing that O2 Blast do have the reinforcements coming back to start pushing this bot forward. And the overclock too gonna open things up as O2 Blast needs to start getting some meterage down on the board. It's towards the 6-minute mark here.
Lasted just long enough, even after taking a nap and going incredibly low. Was literally one shot at one point and still was able to get that last shot. Sound barrier activated here for Lego. Unfortunately cannot help him as he went down earlier in that fight. Still enough with the number advantage, clearing up Poker Face to finally shift this bot over to their side.
Right, past the neutral does shut off the closer spawns from Poker Face. Who Are You has the Blizzard. Nice to be able to throw that down on top of Poker Face as they come back into this one. The Hanzo and the Sojourn. This has been a very stressful team fight situation. Hard to call when Hidden or Prophet with a good pick can completely swing the doors wide open.
So that space for the Disruptor shot. Blizzard called in while the Dragons try to scrape right above O2 Blast, giving them a haircut too. And you're fighting inside that side room while Peppy has the Annihilation activated originally there. The nice wall coming out from Who Are You, but it cannot save Prophet from being in the line of sight of Valentine, who has that pulse bomb, looking to try to engage, has been able to find a very vulnerable Min here, and doesn't even need to send out that pulse bomb. Gets taken out by Peppy, but it's a trade-off for Hidden. Aiden's got that rally. Pokerface just have so much more to work with unless Protect can beat everybody to fight him inside that room. Up to the Annihilation right afterwards and finds himself to catch Simple. Peppy gets the revenge after that rally sets up all of Pokerface to have the advantage at the end of that fight.
That Annihilation looked like it was used a little late there, but it did get out that valuable rally. So with that off the table, Lee Min can actually help Protect get back up to another Annihilation a little bit faster with the Nano Boost over there to boost up some of that damage. But at this point too, that's not good. That's not good.
Valentine has had it out for Lego here, trying to make his way back. Eastman does have that nano boost, and Simple's been holding on to his since the previous fight. Annihilation coming in close too for Peppy. O2 Blast is just trying to clear out this bot. Time is still dwindling away. Pokerface still have the advantage ever so slightly, while Valentine had just used up the recall. Running for them, trying to control this choke point though. The nano boost put onto Protect, help out the survivability, while meanwhile, Peppy's got the Annihilation, he's got the nano boost in, he's got some Z's that he's catching here, while Hidden's gonna be able to find Who Are You. Number advantage in favor for Pokerface here, while O2 Blast are playing very split up to avoid being so close to Peppy. The Annihilation's already done for, and Lego's gonna have that sound barrier in this next engagement.
Oh boy. I mean, the sound barrier is going to help out a little bit for O2 Blast to get back into things, but they also need to be super careful to not throw both the Overclock and the Blizzard into this fight. Gotta start by getting some raw picks, because as we're approaching that 3-minute mark, O2 Blast are starting to run out of some time to be able to get this bot back over to their territory to keep pushing and try to take the advantage back. And this is a standstill.
Oh, nice. Splitting up. Not just what's on the bot here, but trying to split up O2 Blast backline. Lego still has that sound barrier they was able to get in that fight, and Who Are You's coming in with that Blizzard as well. Looking this different angle while Valentine tries to duke it out inside this room. He's going to be able to retreat for right now. Having this high ground here, Valentine's got that pulse bomb ready, and O2 Blast have a lot more to work with for that ult economy. Ooh.
That's
huge shot. Huge finding Hidden right there. And with Simple being able to retaliate though, it's Prophet on the soldier and making his way, finding this blast with the overclock on top of it. Find out that all of Pokerface, there's heads lined up for him to take.
Now we're cooking. Now we're talking. And this bot's very close to getting that checkpoint, but this is where O2 Blast need to start putting up. Oh, with a whiff and a miss too, with the pulse bomb. O2 Blast really do stand a chance here as long as Prophet doesn't go down.
Thanks. Trying to get that sick, turning around there. Prophet. Try to isolate. Simple over on the other side. The sound barrier from Lego is going to be the initiator here though. Lego's taking a nap. Can't get speed boosted over to the front. Lee Min does have that nano boost, and with the Blizzard and the rally activated, Protect has activated the Annihilation. Everybody wants to fight here. The Blizzard's going to be able to fight Hidden. Only 3 left for Pokerface, and with Aiden and Simple going down, it's going to have to be a reset from Valentine next.
There you go. Minute and 30 left on the clock, and that first checkpoint is activated for O2 Blast. But they had to use everything in their arsenal to be able to walk away with that checkpoint. And with Pokerface working up to the Nano and the Annihilation, that is a deadly combo of ultimates that Pokerface can throw at this and take back control. So O2 Blast need to start getting picks. We're on the board and fast. As Who Are You is already starting to get chunked down. It's on Prophet to be able to get a pick, and now.
Oh. The threat going down, and here comes that Annihilation. Peppy melting down the backline, melting down Protect, and O2 Blast nowhere in sight. After using that Annihilation, you mentioned the deadly combo, and it's about making a statement, all right, with a tactical crouch, and now they got less than a minute on the board.
I mean, that sure was a statement. Yeah, the Nano Annihilation is just such a brutal combo. And with O2 Blast just not having anything to deal with that, even without the sound barrier, that's just a nice chair fold over, go again kind of situation. And with the Dragon Strike 2. Okay, that's not going to get anybody, but O2 Blast, they're all split up now.
Oh, beautiful wall coming in for you, and they capitalized. They needed that here with Peppy going down. It's going to be that seesaw at the very end. Overtime's gonna get activated here with less than 10 seconds too. They need to be able to activate that, as Prophet is gonna be able to still put in some extra pressure over on the right side. Taking that to height, as you can currently see. Aiden's right there, Overtime ticking away. They have to stay on this spot too, while the rest of Poker Face are gonna be able to hang out here. They wanna be able to try to take advantage of Aiden, who's about to get the sound barrier.
Yep, absolutely. Aiden needs the sound barrier online too when Prophet and Who Are You are working up to their DPS ults. And now also protecting Lee Soo-min very close to that Nano Annihilation combo as well. O2 Blast, they just need one more fight. Prophet goes down.
Oh, and that was right when the overclock was activated here too, but the Annihilation for Protect, the backline from O2 Blast had the ult advantage charge in comparison to Aiden and Simple. And now the bodies are falling. Valentine and Peppy go down. And even though Poker Face won't be available for this fight, it's Overtime still taking away. They have chance to maybe try to rush over here.
Oh, it's gonna be a tough one. Aiden's on standby with the sound barrier almost at the ready, but this bot is getting so close to that checkpoint and that victory. This is Poker Face's final fight, final chance, final match of this stage.
So close, just a crumb away, and there goes that sound barrier. It really helps out 3 here. Blizzard was calling from Who Are You, split up so much, while Lego now pops his own sound barrier. They fully rush forward onto Peppy. Valentine with the nano boost, sending out Valentine up into the field, but only leaving him without Simple or Aiden. It's gonna be difficult. Aiden, yes, finds Who Are You. He finally goes down, but Protect with Nemesis, with the Vortex, clears out too much space. The immediate turnaround, are you kidding me? O2 Blast to the final second. Take the series 3-1.
That is a devastating loss for Poker Face there after such a tremendous effort heading into this final map of their stage. But so much credit to O2 Blast. That was a huge amount of distance to have to make up after Poker Face got that early lead. And they also had to withstand a full slate of ultimates from Poker Face before being able to overwhelm with ultimates of their own. So congratulations to O2 Blast. They get another win under their belt. And they still have one more opponent remaining, Shanghai Dragons, they get to face off against tomorrow.
Yeah, that's going to be their final match tomorrow, but that's the dub that they needed. Honestly, Protect Ram, such a scary situation to face off against. That's why we saw Muse just stay subbed out, allow Peppy to do what he could do best for Poker Face, but O2 Blast with the seesaw of the match come out on top. Yes, they lose out on Circle Royale, but they had that advantage for those first 2 maps originally with that power of the same Ramatra.
The Ramatra has looked better and better as O2 Blast have worked into the rest of the season. It started off pretty mid, and you know, O2 Blast for a while were really trying to throw the Winston comp at their team opponents, and it just wasn't quite working out. But now with this new flavor of the Ramatra that's really been put together, gotta give so much credit to Prophet for being able to help open up all of these team fights with the space that Protect has been making for him.
Yeah, we gotta highlight Prophet as the player of the match. We talked about him a lot, and for all the right reasons. Lil P, who was tired of being called Lil P, is coming back to full force. We got to see him earlier on in the season here. You can see some of the highlights we got to see. He got a 5K right here, by the way. This is the 3rd time I get to see this, and it never gets old. Even jumping off to get into the position, finds the from right behind, and then gets the last pick onto Valentine. We saw that actually go down a few times too on that first map, which was a great way to kick off quite a statement from O2 Blast for that first map.
Yeah, it was amazing to be able to see like the Hanzo, the Ashe. Because honestly, any of the heroes that Prophet shows up on, I feel like you're always in for such a treat. And I can't wait for an Overwatch League meta to go back to something that can show off this hitscan prowess a little bit better. The hitscans are so vulnerable if you're playing against a team that does have the double flanker, especially if you just, you know, you don't have the reaction time or such to be able to do that. And yeah, wow. I mean, and even Transcendence can't stop them. Like, sorry, that does healing over time. It doesn't keep you.
Oh, right here too. We even got to catch the Flux and cancel in 4K, and then Prophet just having a field day. Also love to see that between Prophet and Who Are You, sometimes they would cross their bullet trajectory into shooting at the same target, and it would just make an X in the middle of the air. Both of these players on the same page here, while Prophet just keeps on clicking heads. Right here as well, the moment that Poker Face tried to poke their heads outside the spawn room doors, delayed some time away from them. Even here though, he did have a little bit of a difficult time. His overclock did get shut down, but when he was able to unleash it, he was able to win 2 of those team fights that were detrimental for the seesaw of the match when they had no time.
Yeah, so amazing to be able to watch all of this, and I can't wait to hear from the winners, O2 Blast, a little bit more with a translation from Unknown.
바로 만나보시죠.
안녕하세요. 후아이 선수 반갑습니다.
Hello, who are you? How are you?
승리 축하드립니다. 승리 소감 한마디 해주시죠.
Congrats on your win. How do you feel?
네, 저희가 최근에 연패를 되게 많이 했었는데 저희 리빌딩을 통해서 되게
So
조금 더
we weren't that hot
단단한
in the earlier parts of the season, and after that mid-season rebuild, we're doing a lot better. So I definitely feel good about that.
한지 얼마 안 됐는데 로스터가 바뀌고 난 다음에 첫 출전 아닌가요 오늘이?
네, 맞습니다.
So this is like the first time the new revamped roster is playing
저희가 아마
all together, right?
일주일 정도 되지 않았나.
How long have you practiced together?
일주일밖에 시간이 없었는데도
About like a week, I think.
보여주셨습니다. 어떤가요 팀 분위기는?
So how's the team vibes like?
팀 분위기는 정말 좋아요.
아,
Like team vibes is really good.
그 주축이 되는 그런 팀 멤버가 있을까요?
주축이요. 일단
Who's like the key member of the squad
저희 팀에
in terms of vibes?
그 원래 알던 선수들이 몇 명 있어가지고 좀 더 차이가 이제 금방 좋아지지 않았나.
So I wouldn't put out a single individual, but we do have members of this squad that have been together in previous teams before. So I think that's a big plus factor in making good vibes on the team.
이끌어준다라는 말씀을 해주셨는데 마지막 맵이었던 이스페란사 방금 전 한타였습니다. 굉장히 급박했던 상황이었는데 그때 조금 설명해 주실 수 있을까요?
So let's talk about Esperanza for a minute. It was really coming down to the last minute. Can you explain the last few moments of the game?
이제 상대방이 치고 나오는 거에 좀 당황을 많이 하다 보니 게임이 계속 말렸었는데 그러다 보니까 이제 조금 저희가 되게 급해졌던 것 같아요.
I think early on we were kind of really confused, or rather kind of lost after the early aggressions on the opposition side. So it took a while to get a footing into the game. But after we did get that stabilizing point, we talked with each other a lot, and then we countered their aggression one by one, and that's how we got there.
저격수전이 정말 관객들이 정말 볼만한 그런 그림이었거든요. 그때 위도를 위한 딜각을 어떻게 열어주었는지가 궁금해요.
So we had a lot of snipers coming on today, and you opened a lot of space for the snipers. How did you what was your mindset coming into that?
좀 이동기가 있는 캐릭터들로 몸으로 먼저 딜각을 열어주다 보니까 되게 위험하거든요.
네.
위험에 자주 노출되다 보니까 그래서 좀 우리 위도가 잘 쏘니까 따주겠지 하는 마인드로
usually as a flex DPS, I move a lot around a lot. Like the heroes itself is a lot of including a lot of mobility and all that. But also at the same time, that means you're exposed to a lot of danger or a lot of opposition pressure. And I just coming into that, I just really believed in my partner DPS that as the Widow, they would be able to make all the kills while I just run around.
최근에 이제 다른 캐릭터들을 되게 많이 연습을 하면서 실력이 되게 많이 늘었거든요.
Also, I feel like not just me, but us as a team has really improved through playing all sorts of different heroes, not just the heroes that we're comfortable with. So I think that's also a really good plus factor in the team.
하는 영웅을 하나 꼽아주실 수 있을까요?
Can you single out like a single hero that like you've been really improving on?
그런 거는 이제 생각해본 적이 없긴 한데 아무래도 최근에 좀 트레이서나 메이를 좀 많이 했었거든요.
It's really hard to single out one. But just to kind of like give a rough answer, I think I've really played a lot of Tracer and Mei recently, so maybe that.
트레이서는 아무래도 이미 좀 선수들이 많다 보니까 메이가 아무래도 좀 더 특별한 느낌이 들어서 좋지
So
않을까.
to me, Mei feels a little bit more special because Tracer, like already everyone plays Tracer really well. So.
드리자면요, 너가웃 때 만나고 싶은 팀이 있는지 궁금해요.
So coming into the knockouts, which teams do you want to face at knockouts?
서울이나 이제 좀 상하이를 좀 만나면 좋지 않을까.
I'm not really sure, but
뭔가 팀
I think
선수들도
Seoul
약간
or
다
Shanghai.
같이 의견에 동의하는 건가요?
So do your teammates
네,
also agree with that?
서울을 만나고 싶어 하지 않을까 싶네요. 팀원들.
Well, I mean, I think I can be a little confident in saying that our teammates really wanted to go against Seoul.
인터뷰 마무리하도록 하겠습니다.
So let's wrap up the interview with your goals for coming into the
응원하시고
later part of the
지켜봐주셔서
season.
감사하고요. 다음 경기도 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있게끔
I just really want to say I want to thank the fans for everything, and I'll just keep on improving on
네,
it.
감사합니다.
Thank you.
지금까지
And that's the end of the
후아이
interview.
선수와
Back to you,
인터뷰
Vicky.
나눠봤습니다.
Thank you so much, Unknown. Shout out to Unknown, always being the GOAT. And who are you? Just being humble out here. Thank you to the fans back at home. Love being able to see that they put in the work that it did at the very end too. But that's not all. We got some more Overwatch League on the other side of this break. You don't want to miss it because it's the Guangzhou Charge versus Dreamers right here. Welcome back, everybody. We have our final series for the day to wrap up our East region. Guangzhou Charge versus Dreamers are up on your itinerary. While the Guangzhou Charge, they are in the spirit of the Chengdu Hunters, looking to stay on board because they need all the help that they can get, while Dreamers are looking fantastic.
Dreamers are looking like they are living the dream right now as one of the top contenders teams heading into the stage, as well as just putting up performances to be able to back up why these Overwatch League teams are so scared of them. But let's talk about the Guangzhou Charge, because you called it, kind of on the struggle bus right now, heading into their final match of the Summer Stage Qualifiers. They're 1-6 right now, but they did bring out a look in their match yesterday that I feel like is kind of looking up for them.
Yeah, there's one word on my mind, and I know it's on a lot of others' mind, and it's that Pharah. Give me Pharah. Jinmu Pharah, come back. That was so entertaining to watch. It put in so much work, but unfortunately it wasn't enough for the Charge at the very end of the day. So now, bringing in a different look, you can only imagine that Dreamers definitely could be expecting this. While we have seen the Guangzhou Charge struggle a bit, they've only won once, I believe, in this stage qualifiers, which was versus O2 Blast, but they have been struggling, currently sitting in that 9th place spot in the overall East standings.
Yeah, it has been a little bit rough goings out here as Guangzhou Charge had to make some pretty hefty adjustments to their roster as well. I mean, over just the course of this stage alone, it was Gaga in for Piggy. We also saw Choice A1 get dropped, and now Jinmu is in that roster. We saw the Pharah come out from him, and that may end up playing quite well into the Dreamers lineup. As we able to kick things off, we do have, of course, the Korean hottie himself, Dreamer, that's going to be kicking things off in the roster, but that's exploitable by something like a Pharah.
Yeah, this is the team that have been able to beat the Shanghai Dragons, Panthera, O2 Blast, showing off what our contenders team that has performed the best so far has been able to put above the rest. Love how you highlight Dreamer being the Korean hottie. That's definitely what he is. He's going to be the one starting off here on the starting roster. Sad, Top Dragon, 2 of these DPS players. So in sync too. This duo has so much synergy, and you can see it shine through with their play.
You really can. I feel like whenever we see Sad and Top Dragon play, I mean, it's like a lot of Symmetra May to be able to back up Dreamers, Reinhardt, even sometimes seeing the Echo coming out, but really just it's more the same with just making sure that that Dreamer Reinhardt can get topped up, Tracer Echo for the Winston. Lots of ways to be able to play around that tank in particular, but it does come down to kind of a test match of comps. We called out the Pharah, we called out the Reinhardt. How are these going to match up against each other on our first map of Lijiang?
Good question. I want to see the Ditto come out. I want to see the Ryan versus Ryan matchup going onto Lijiang. You know, I'm calling it already right here. I would love to see that play out. We're going to have to wait and see, though, but maybe we see the Pharah having the opportunity to shine already for that first map. They waited a little bit to see the Pharah yesterday. Now maybe may not want to wait so far. Once again, we are starting off in Lijiang Tower.
I would like to see the Pharah come out right away. Every time they brought it out, Jinmu looked better and better. And it was that Pharah that ended up giving so much trouble to their opponents yesterday. I mean, Seoul Dynasty, they had to work for that win. It wasn't Guangzhou Charge going down without a fight, and the Pharah is one of the best looks we've seen from them all season long. That with Gaga Zarya, yes, maybe it had a bit of a lackluster performance when we saw it on Circuit Royale, but Gaga can play a diva too, which could help keep that Pharah just a little bit safer. And I appreciate both the flexibility that Gaga has been bringing into this lineup, just being more notably known for his Winston play, to be able to show up in a different way to really shine as that single tank in this roster. Oh, the ball's pretty good too, I guess, as we see that hovered over, but I have doubts about that one, so I'm just going to focus on Dreamers at the moment, because that one is definitely the comp they're rolling out with.
Let's see how this is going to play out here.
No way.
Oh, we are going to be able to roll out on it. All right, Gaga.
Oh,
welcome back on this ball. Let's see how this plays out into Dreamer being on the Ryan. You know what, though? I said I wanted to see the double Ryan, but Dreamer embodying the Ryan himself, this could be a different approach that Gaga wants to take, with Jinmu sticking to the Pharah, wasting no time We ask and we receive, and we get to see the Jinmu Pharah in full force without wasting any time already, while Jimmy is going to split up some of the awareness here from Dreamers, being on that Sombra already, getting the hack onto Meeson.
Oh, this Pharah, you don't usually see it on this point because of how limited that skybox can be, but if you're able to play up on this high platform, you're focusing Dreamers out where Gaga can hit him where it hurts most.
Jimmy deleted that immortality field. Meeson thought he had a little bit of room to breathe, get taken out immediately right afterwards by Jimmy. Gaga's going to be able to control so much of that space being on the ball here. And with Jinmu also putting in some of the extra pressure, this is going to allow the Guangzhou Charge to take lead on this point first.
The Pharah's so pokey. You're waiting for the Pharah to get enough splash damage down, maybe even Jimmy to get in the back to grab a hack onto somebody on Dreamers, just so you know that that shield isn't going to be available for Dreamer to keep the rest of the team safe. But after the Mercy falls, this Pharah becomes even more vulnerable, as now it's the Kiriko's job to try to keep it up.
That is currently what we're seeing here from Sad, immediately trying to retaliate from the Guangzhou Charge onto the high ground. Dreamer says, you can't run from me, as Gaga rolls away, gives up that space. Dreamers are going to be able to have to retake that point already on as they're approaching that 15% mark.
Oh my god, Dreamer actually just hit him with the ban hammer. No Pharah in my control center, please. That's unfun, but they're already back into the mix here. The rocket barrage to open things up.
Meeson put one toe on that point, got deleted immediately. That rocket barrage doing enough of the damage that it needed to do here, because Dreamer is exiting out. What about the shatter in this fight here? And Dada comes in with a sound barrier. I like this option here because they're going to be able to stall long enough to allow Dreamer to come right back in, get some extra progress on the point. Minefield being called in while Top Dragon went out without being able to utilize the Blizzard here. Nice immortality field, but the EMP coming in from Jimmy in conjunction with Faraway and Xerneas are able to clean up what is left of Dreamers here. Sad is literally one. He manages to survive. They're trying to get away in time. Can't get out from Gaga's line of sight while Dreamer is swatting away with the Fly Swatter to make sure that Jinmu isn't a problem.
The reason why the Pharah plays so nicely into this Reinhardt, theoretically, is because it chunks down that Reinhardt shield. You can't keep the rest of the team safe. And even if Jinmu is able to grab an angle behind Reinhardt shield, it's another way that you could just chunk him down and take him out of the fight. But Dreamer has that Earth Shatter ready to go. Gaga's hacked. Giant ult battery here for Dreamers to get back into this.
Hold it to nothing but the Fly Swatter, as Sad is going to be able to find two here. Love the follow-up that we're currently seeing as Dreamers are able to retake the point. Also predicting exactly where Jinmu's going to be. He keeps popping up in the same window because where else he's going to come other than that back end of the point. Leaves him one, but with some help from Xerneas in the pocket on the damage boost, you'll be able to find Meeson, who is not having a fun time. Approaching that window now as Dreamer's going to try to counter-rotate over to the middle's part. He's got the shadow ready, and the hack does come down onto Dada as now the Blizzard gets called in. Top Dragon just trying to help stall, but Jinmu is a problem that has still not been dealt with.
I can't believe that Meeson just went up there to try to contest the Pharah. We saw the immortality field get burned so early that even if Meeson was able to survive, you wouldn't have ended up seeing that immortality field as such a critical piece of this defense. And the Earth Shatter is just too late. Look at Jimmy's cleanup already.
Oh no, the point will be able to get flipped once they're done cleaning up Dada, who is running away for his actual life, but into the line of sight of Jinmu again. Meeson says, I'm not going down without a fight. Worth here as Xerneas is going to be able to get the res right afterwards, and just repositioning here at 65% and climbing for the Guangzhou Charge.
I can't believe Sad hit the EMP there either. That would have been a huge ultimate to get back into this fight. Land that onto the Pharah, the Mercy, just that duo, take them out of the skies. And now that that's off the board, Dreamers have to rely on raw picks and even just this Echo. Top Dragon's very good at this hero, but doesn't have a whole lot of time to be able to build up a duplicate before Guangzhou Charge can hit it with the EMP too.
If it stalls long enough here, Guangzhou Charge have so much to work with. Here comes that EMP. It's landed on the Top Dragon and Dreamers. Dada though ready with the sound barrier as Top Dragon gets taken out. He was approaching 75% on that duplicate, and Jinmu is still a problem in the skies. Overtime ticking away. Sad falling low here, going on the other side. Dreamer just trying to stay on that point, gets pooped right off of it. Gaga just spinning to win, looking like a Blade himself, and with that rocket barrage, looking at the Matrix straight in the face, Top Dragon takes advantage and takes out Jinmu from the equation.
Ooh, Xerneas all by his lonesome. Can actually just pocket the Kiriko. Wow. Not able to get back in, but Dreamers just take the dub over that fight, and now with point control back in their favor, they've got the EMP back online from Sad. The duplicate is up for Top Dragon. A lot for them to work with as, oh, also Jimmy gets deleted there too.
Overtime activated though, with Gaga rolling right back in. He needs all the help, the support here. EMP coming in just to get rid of Gaga, who's been stalling on the point. Enough time for Xerneas to make his appearance on the Lucio. Currently see Dreamer taking advantage right here as a duplicate comes online from Top Dragon. Top Infiltration tries to get a pulse bomb online just as quickly. Faraway going down, and one by one they're falling down. Necro, the Guangzhou charge aren't present on this point. Xerneas was right on the outside, but the pressure was too much for him to confidently touch.
Oh man, that was such a back and forth round though. And even though that was not a point I would have expected to see the Pharah on, just because, again, that limited skybox, not really having a whole lot of hiding places to keep yourself safe, and Guangzhou Starch still walked away with 99% of that point. I think you're feeling really good about your odds moving on to these next few rounds of Lijiang, where Market and Garden are both phenomenal places to run the Pharah. But does Top Dragon's Echo throw a wrench into that mix?
None of it does. We've seen Top Dragon's Echo before. He's a specialist here when it comes to that Echo. So scary to deal with, but he'll be able to take that fight right over to Jinmu. Feeling the pressure already. It's Neeson nailing him down. The barrage, the rocket barrage coming in, or the rockets hitting him. Over to the side, Top Dragon now. Ooh, the hack, but it doesn't even matter. The focusing beam doesn't even need to come out. Jinmu gets taken out right after that. To their plans as a charge are going to be able to back away. Just for right now, they're going to reset and allow the Dreamers to take control over the point first.
Dreamers having control of the point does make this very tricky for the charge, though. The Wrecking Ball had been getting a little bit farmed there with the hacks coming through from Top Dragon, Sombra, but you don't have to worry about that anymore, knowing that the Sombra's off the board from Sad. It's going to be the Echo this time around. So Gaga's actually going to switch over to the Zarya. This is something we saw yesterday. It lacked some oomph behind the actual... Yikes. Yeah, like, where's the bubbles? That's really what this would be for.
Repositioning. And dealing enough of that damage here, too. And Top Dragon...
Oh, he's at spawn!
Yeah, literally hugging their doors while Top Dragon's over on the other side, floating around them right before they're able to disengage here. But look at the ultimates that they're about to have online too.
Gaga's gonna switch again. It's not, the ball didn't work. You know, the Zarya was stuffed by the spawn, and now at least the D.Va is able to come back out to try to bolster up Jinmu. But the clock is starting to run away from them.
Oh, a huge first pick, especially since the duplicate will be off the table. Has that nano boost ready. Jimmy's about to get his own rocket barrage now. That was activated here from Xerneas, while Jimmy has the EMP ready. EMP is going to be activated. Neeson caught in that line of sight. The backline deleted from Dreamers, as Dreamer looking to find the opportunity to now re-engage here. The point is going to go over to the Guangzhou charge, but a nice update here with the gap of the 70% in comparison to Charge finally getting the point.
And now Charge can't lose it either, because at that point with the Pharah and how you want to play poke on this point, you need as much time as you can get, and 30% may not even be enough for Guangzhou Charge to find an opening pick, especially if Dreamers want to play a little bit outside of the point if they get it back. But Charge have to play here, otherwise they fall prey to, I mean, look at that! I mean, Top Dragon's so low, but oh, the Echo in response.
Wait a minute, Top Dragon says, don't worry, I don't need a pocket here, I don't need the Mercy. Now comes in, gets the direct shot with the rocket onto Jinmu, getting as much as they can. If it isn't even charging that rocket barrage quickly, it's about getting these direct shots to recapture the point here, nearing that 75% mark.
This is where it gets risky. Charge are just simply going to run out of time if they don't get a pick right away, and with how far forward Top Dragon can play with this, I worry about Jinmu even getting into a position to use this barrage or even try to get a pick back on the point.
Top Dragon has Xerneas in his line of sight here. Gaga's incredibly low. Jimmy looking for that, flips those wings here if he can, send them all the way down like a paperweight. Overtime ticking away though. Guangzhou charge with Jimmy taking a nap on the point. Needs to wake up. They don't let him. They don't let him use the rocket barrage either. Tries to get right back into the mech right before Dada stops him in his tracks here. It's a trade, and the number advantage is in Dreamer's favor. Nobody left to touch from the Guangzhou Charge, and a dominant first map win here going in favor for the Dreamers.
I was looking really good from the Guangzhou Charge earlier on Control Center. Even running the Pharah, they were able to get a significant amount of that capture progress before it got flipped back over to Dreamers. But on Market, yeah, what a different story. That was dominance. That was perfection. Leaning into the top track and Echo was absolutely the play. And we've seen teams even across the board in the East try to play to the Echo, like Becky, an incredible Echo player, and Echo's becoming more meta. This is Top Dragon's time to shine.
And so working to the strength, especially from what Lijiang Tower could help elevate the different picks that Dreamers feel a lot more comfortable on. You saw the quick swap of once the advantage was favored into the Guangzhou Charge at the very beginning of that first round, and wasted no time to swap over to that Echo, even using that duplicate to copy the Pharah and get the direct hit onto Jinmu. All right, so that was map number 1 onto Lijiang. We got map number 2 on Eichenwald on the other side of this break. Don't miss it. Welcome back, everybody. Dreamers win it on Lijiang Tower. Unfortunately, Guangzhou Charge, they were trying to play into their strength, but their strength was not enough. The Far gets shut down, and we are moving on to Eichenwald.
Oh, Eichenwald. This is another map that you could end up seeing. The Jinmu Farah does play around the castle architecture quite well, but after we ended up seeing out of Top Dragon's Echo just to keep that Farah in check, I don't know if Guangzhou Charge are going to want to try to rely on that anymore moving into this next map. It just feels risky knowing that we have seen some really nice counterplay coming through from Dreamers.
Yeah, I can't blame the Charge trying to play into their strength, but you just can't go in there with the Farah and Frey that it could work out here. But we are seeing some swaps, which is also nice to look at. Necra, we're going to be bringing in Dart into the DPS lineup here.
Yeah, making his debut on the Overwatch League stage and also playing for this roster. Dart was one of the DPS that got picked up at the same time the Dreamers had to make their roster rebuild for the mid-season, and we haven't got a chance to see him play yet. So what a nice opportunity to be able to showcase this DPS player as Top Dragon, showed off the Echo. We did see Sad earlier on in this match, but Sad is more known for those hit scan heroes. Maybe Dart has something cooking up a little bit that would be able to play a bit better with Top Dragon's Echo. Maybe a stronger Tracer look coming out from this team.
That'd be interesting. The Tracer, maybe even the Genji here. We got to see how this plays into what Dreamers has in their sights. Obviously, they've been cooking something to bring in Dart right now. Also shows the confidence that is really spewing off of this team. This is a team, just to highlight, is our top leading contenders team thus far in the East. They're currently sitting in 5th, right above Shanghai Dragons and behind the Hangzhou Spark. And so now, trying to see if they can claim another Overwatch League team under their belt. The Guangzhou Charge, though, have not been as fortunate so far. You can see it on their face, just getting ready. Again, we are going on to Eichenwald and Necra. You highlighted it perfectly, having a lot more of that open sky to work with here between the Echo or even the Farah.
Yeah, one other thing I want to point out about Dreamer's performance is that Seoul already took a loss earlier today, and that actually may mean that Dreamers have a chance to overtake them in the standings.
Whoa.
I would be really interested to see if that happens because, if Dreamers can keep it up, they do have a very strong chance of putting themselves into a great spot for seeding and also actually even potentially being able to even make the playoffs. I think that's huge. They did phenomenal in that very first Eastern knockout stage that we had at the end of spring.
Yeah, it's even funny. I know we're seeing a different look from them, but it's funny because they were able to beat the Dynasty and the Guangzhou Charge during that run where they had gotten revenge on Perfect Race when they were set down to that lower bracket. So, again, it was a different look, but they were able to work into a lot of the tank flexibility that I feel like provides a lot of the strength from Dreamers. And I mention that because they have Liga, the Masterclass Diva, that is able to also provide much more of that flexibility for them, while Dreamer himself, it has a nice Winston. We've seen the Ryan, the Korean Reinhardt coming through here from Dreamer. Korean Hottie, as he calls himself. But get to see this all play out for Dreamer's strengths because it's having that flexibility that allows them to stay on top of these different comps that get thrown at them, like the Jinmu Farah.
Jinmu Farah is going to come out here on the defense for the Charge. Really nice way to get some pop shots at the spawn room doors as they open. But, yep, it's the Tracer Echo. Dart gonna make their Overwatch League debut on the Tracer. One of his signature hero picks is Top Dragon. Gonna come out with the Echo to once again contend with the Farah. This was already a strong look from Dreamers on our very first map of the series. Let's see if they can keep it up here.
Huge here with Gaga also rolling out, being on the Zarya, has a lot more time to work with this pick in comparison to what we saw in that first map. Of course, we really just saw him roll out from that spawn room door. Already building up a lot more of that extra damage, but as he gets taken out, far away, getting crushed out too hard by Meeson over in the back end. Meanwhile, Top Dragon is feasting while everybody is stuck in that side room closer to that point. Wasting no time as Dreamers making their appearance to get this payload moving.
That was a fast take. I mean, you talk about a little bit more setup here from that Gaga Zarya. He already does have 50% towards that Graviton Surge, but Jinmu gonna switch off of the Farah completely. Has really been outdueled and outclassed by Top Dragon's Echo so far, which is sad to see, just seeing how much fun Jinmu's Farah did bring to their match yesterday. But you're looking for a win under your belt here, and if Top Dragon's getting the better of you, try to potentially match them at your own game. There is more sustainability on the side of the Echo versus the Pharah that you can play around just a bit better, especially when it comes to the duplicate.
Jin was so low. Top Dragon's already got that duplicate. You just mentioned it right now. Gets a duplicate onto the Zarya from Gaga. Jinmu taking a break. Right back to the spawn before Xerneas gets that res. He's so quick to get that grab already. Having to watch out. Look out behind you, Jinmu, as he's going to be able to fly away, but only as Xerneas pops about to keep everybody alive. Top Dragon now uses up all that duplicate and finds Gaga at the very end. The Nano Boost was put on Dada, but the fight's already done here for Dreamers. They're already eating out here.
That copy onto the Zarya was so smart. Even though you're not going to get the Graviton Surge online because of the Echo duplicate changes, it still provides you with so much tankiness that it's difficult for the charge to be able to try to pin that down. And so look at Dreamer already playing up by the door. It does make him a bit vulnerable. Jimmy wants to go ahead and hit the EMP right over this final point, but...
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
The isolation off of that EMP and the follow from Jinmu and Farway finding Dart and Dreamer. The rally at the very end popped from Dada, but it isn't going to help restabilize Top Dragon now. Fighting for control over on this point here. He is going down swinging, even if it means, I guess, giving some extra damage right over to Gaga. Now it's going to have to be a reset here while Charge finally has some room to breathe.
I would have liked to see Dada hold on to that rally. What a crucial defensive ultimate to not have at your disposal anymore, especially when you were already down 2 members of your team. But Top Dragon, just being out of the picture, you're losing such a significant amount of DPS that it's going to be very difficult to overwhelm. If you have that up, I think the rally makes a lot more sense, even if you're down someone like Neeson, to be able to try to actually make up for something like that. Rally can absolutely cover those grounds, but Dreamers now don't have that to be able to make their way back and into so many ultimates coming out from the charge.
Oh, the duplicate to go through the iframes to ignore that pulse that was thrown out and stuck onto Jinmu. Dart now falling low, calls in with the recall. Currently Top Dragon taken to the sky, is about to get his own set of duplicate. Jimmy so close to the EMP while the Nano Boost was put onto Gaga. Originally Dreamer repositioning with that primal. Just waiting for the opportunity to re-engage too, because they have the Nano Boost ready, and here comes that duplicate from Top Dragon.
Zarya once again, look at how far back everybody's getting bullied, and those bubbles too, just helping to build up that charge. Everybody's getting beamed down.
They're running away. Meanwhile, the EMP comes in. It's landed on Dart here. Top Dragon sends out that grab temporarily here as well. Catches Farway, and that's going to be the nail in the coffin. The backline gets deleted. The melt with Top Dragon getting the 3K as well as the team wipe from the charge. They're also going to be able to have some extra room to work with around that next corner.
Did you see his face too in the cam? It was just stone cold. That's the face of a stone cold killer right there.
Just another day at work.
Exactly. It's just another day at the office here for Top Dragon. As the Echo, after it opened up that second point, Top Dragon is going to put it back on the shelf, coming back with the Sombra choice. And so smart. Like, you got 3 minutes to work with. That's plenty of time for you to build up an EMP. And Jamie's actually switched off of their own DPS pick. It's going to be that Ashe instead of the Sombra. And a pause.
All right, we got the quick pause, maybe the tactical pause. Xerneas was in the middle of popping that rally here too, as well as Dart very close to getting that pulse bomb. Now looking at the ult charges too, though, Dada also was very close to getting that rally. Trying to see which of these teams are going to take control over that fight around that next corner here. But love to see the retaliation that we had from Dreamers at the very end right there, the moment that they were able to get to that second point.
Yeah, it was nice to see the duplicate come out, and then, of course, like the Graviton Surge, even though it ended up kind of being a zoning surge. Can we call it that? I don't think I've ever seen that, but I mean, after some of the surges we've seen for the last few, I will say that they can be zoning tools. I think I can confidently give them that title. But it worked, and it put everybody also in a low enough position that Top Dragon could go in and clean up picks. So much time to work with going into that third point.
Look, Void was just trying to deal with the problem out here with those grabs, all right? He was just trying his best out here, shooting up into the sky, trying to find him, and now, meanwhile, Charge able to retaliate against Dreamers. They were able to find that back line. Dada going down with that rally, and Jinmu was literally holding forward. Also nice to know that we had that switch right after we got to that second point with Top Dragon being on the Sombra, racking up that EMP charge as quickly as he can.
Yeah, exactly. That's not the only change that came through, though, because Jimmy's also on the Ashe. And the Ashe is also super smart. I mean, we saw just how the Ashe was even being able to be used in our last series that we just concluded with Prophet's Ashe. A great way to be able to boost back the Winston. But you gotta start getting these picks, too, because Jinwoo's already down.
Top Dragon's also going to be able to hack all the health packs around here, too, to prevent Charge from getting some of the extra health to restabilize here. Moving in as Dart does have that pulse bomb once again, still holding on to it. Top Dragon's got the EMP ready. Jinmu also has that duplicate, gets the reset in, gets the copy on the Ana. Dada was ready though, he's got the rally while Top Dragon tries to unleash the EMP. Gets shut down, it did land onto Jimmy and Xerneas. Jimmy's about to get the Bob. Naga's taking a quick nap, he's also got the Primal to reset just in case. Dart sends out that pulse bomb, controlling that spawn room door right before, and though he is able to also take care of Jimmy before fighting the trade from Jinmu. Gaga still has that Primal, but it's about the space that we're currently seeing both Dreamer and Gaga fight for here through these bubbles. Fighting that first pick, it's the backline gone. It's going to be another reset for the Dreamers with a minute and less than 30 seconds on the clock.
Gaga's Winston has really been lighting up the competition right now. Unfortunately, does get taken out here, but Guangzhou Charge could just backpedal on this quite quickly if they need to. They have tons of space to work with. As the Bob is available, you could just push that in there as a defensive mechanism to get back out. But Gaga's back, and Dart is going to be hunting the back line here.
Wow. Being the first one to get picked off again. Backline really getting focused down here as less than a minute is on the clock. Jimu's holding forward, has to look to his back. It's Dart that's being the pesky fly. Meanwhile, look at Gaga's positioning. You trying to help out Jinmu here, and Charge still holding on to a plethora of these ultimates. Dreamer will have the Primal here, and Meeston will have the Nano, so we have to see how this plays out with less than 40 seconds now.
That doesn't feel like it's going to be enough to just completely take over the fight. You're looking at Top Dragon trying to get that EMP online, but it's been a little slow going. It's not too far away, but with Jimmy taking out Dart, this has to be a quick disengage for Dreamers if they want a chance at a full 5v5.
Here goes Dreamer, popping the Primal, gets the reset. Bob to answer right back to control the space on that payload, but he's looking at a wall here. Little lonely right before Dreamers wrap around that next corner, but they're just gonna wait for this. May not have the extra time though, they gotta stay on the point. Top Dragon doesn't have that EMP yet. The duplicate has been used up here already as he gets put out right afterwards. Dreamer with the damage output with the Nano that he has on top of him. Dart gets that stick with the pulse bomb, finds Xerneas. The rally from Dada help restabilize all of Dreamers, but they lose out on Top Dragon. They won't have the EMP with overtime ticking away.
We hope that Top Dragon can throw the translocator in, just be able to get back to this fight. And if the EMP comes online, that could just completely seal the deal. Winston Bubble goes down to try to protect the team, and the anti comes through.
Oh, the EMP then afterwards. What an immediate retaliation. No follow-up off of a huge anti out to Dreamer and Dada. Instead, it's the follow-up from the Hail Mary EMP that Top Dragon had for the very end of this fight. They have to deal with Gaga next. The stall is coming in, gets demec'd, and no sight here left from Gaga. Jinmu can't touch the point, despite the desperate swap over to the Tracer. They are finally able to get that payload to the finish line with no time.
That did come down to the wire, but Dreamers got the EMP online in just the nick of time. And that was a nice way to just end cap this point and get us rolling into the next round. But what a nice surprise from the Charge to see the Ashe pick. The Echo coming out from Jinmu was pretty standout. I liked it. I think this is another look from them that they can rely on just to make sure that they aren't going to get completely deleted by like an expert play from Top Dragon. That 4K is still so cool to watch.
Clear at the whole point. Such a good Echo player here too, and that's probably why we saw the Echo coming out from the Charge too, trying to match that. When the Pharaoh's not working out, you're also forcing Xerneas to help pocket you, splitting some more of that attention, leaving Xerneas vulnerable there for Top Dragon to just pick apart. Looking at Dreamers now, sitting on the defense here. Nothing to change. Still sticking to the Echo and Tracer into the strengths that they have already worked out for themselves. But Dart already having a great performance this far.
I've heard so many.
Dart has been definitely showing up as the tracer for this match. You can see how Dart and Top Dragon have been working together a little bit more frequently, with both of them hunting down the same target. Dreamer also helping to Tesla Cannon down somebody. But even still, you know, Dart's also been going back to peel a little bit for Dada and Meeson if necessary. And that has also really helped for Dada and Meeson to stay stabilized in this matchup. You take a look at some of these stats, I mean, yeah, they're getting traded a lot here. Okay, that doesn't maybe help my cause. But that's tough.
Necro Curse coming through in every different way, alright? Especially when Top Dragon goes out right after you just mentioned him too.
Okay. Well, looking forward to the next fight. I guess I'm gonna really just talk up the fact that the Jinmu
Oh, he was so close. He was so close. He was like a pixel away.
That would have, I can't, I like, yeah, it's a valiant effort to try to go in and touch, but the rest of the team wasn't there to be able to follow up on that recontest. So it's much smarter for Dart to just go back to the team, make sure he doesn't get staggered. Oh, Jimmy, how? That was so far away.
Think about Dreamers right now too. A lot of mobility here to contest not only from the skies, but Dart splitting up some of the attention while harassing that backline, while Top Dragon literally is putting in so much pressure from the height with that focusing beam too. So essentially finishing up the job. Love the restabilization from far away. Xerneas gets hit with an anti, and Jinmu trying to clip Top Dragon's wings comes out on top. We'll have the duplicate for that next fight, while Jimmy is just trying to clear up some more space in front of payload.
So much space getting worked with here. As Charge just continuing to charge forward with this, with the EMP too. Oh no.
Dada has not had a fun time. The follow-up immediately right after that EMP into making sure he won't be in this fight any longer. Hasn't even really been able to even build up a rally thus far too this time around. The Nano Boost is put onto Top Dragon. He's got that duplicate just in case. The rally on the other side from Xerneas and a pulse pump stick from Jimmy. Meanwhile, the focusing beam, while Top Dragon has the backline just funneled inside of that room, right in front of the spawn room doors. They get the double trade here for both the backline members, and Top Dragon just trying to reposition them.
Oh, okay. Duplicate. That's not the Primal Rage.
It's the face-off here too, clearing up that space. I love the backup, the insurance policy that was Gaga to help out Jimmy there, while Dreamer also manages to retaliate. Boots Top Dragon out of the duplicate here. It did force out that Primal though here as well, so Dreamer will have that Primal next.
Dreamer's Primal Rage will be really nice to just help push back the rest of the charge. Especially now that the card is still moving forward, but Dreamers are just in the spawn of the charge at the moment. Oh,
No way.
Top Dragon has to get away. That was a close call.
He's getting away with this. Jinmu's one. Gets away, right to the safety of his translocator. Kissing it for blessings here. That has got the rally finally on board, while Jimmy splitting some of that attention, managing to retreat. Meanwhile, who's hailing from above? Top Dragon, the back climbing too far away, and Xerneas with the awareness are just trying to get away. Helping out each other in front line though, it's gonna be Dreamer. Top Dragon funnels himself inside that side room, and Jimmy's gonna be able to capitalize. Get off my back line. They are gonna trade them for Jinmu.
Oh, it sounds like the Tale of Old instead of the get off my lawn. The back line here, I love that. But Charge just kind of continuing a steady push forward as a pulse bomb whiff and miss comes through from Jimmy, but it doesn't really matter when the EMP is just going to be like kind of on the back line. I don't know what's going on right now with the hacks here onto Dreamer, but the Nano has to come out to save him.
Nano Boost was put onto Dreamer originally here to get that pick. Far away won't have his Nano Boost himself in this next fight. Got 2 minutes, less than 25 seconds now on the clock, and Dreamers with Top Dragon just for constantly harassing them by their spawn are definitely splitting their attention here. Jimmy needs to get into position with this EMP.
Big key is if somebody can come back to try to force Translocator out. Oh.
Nice follow-up here between Jimmy, Jinmu, and Gaga. I think we saw the Hunters bleed right through right there here too. The duplicate coming in now from Top Dragon. The backline from Dreamers, we're in a lot of trouble. He is holding forward. He thought he could get away. And Xerneas said, with that flail, you're not going to get anywhere. Mace to the face, literally.
Yeah, absolutely. We're gonna have to see the rally come through though from Dada to try to push back the charge, but if they can withstand through this, then they can come back in relatively quickly with the Pulse Bomb, and they have the Nano Primal. A lot of things to throw at this point after that rally expires.
Big anti landing onto Jinmu. Dada goes down first again. Has been constantly harassed by Jimmy. Gaga had popped that Primal earlier on here. Gonna be able to split up the attention here from the rest of the Dreamers, though Dreamer himself is falling incredibly low. But Jimmy has had it, has had enough. Clears out that payload. 23 elims, by the way. 15 final blows, only 4 deaths. Has been putting in the work to deal with Dada specifically, who's died 10 times, by the way.
Yeah, Jimmy has like almost a deadlift at this point. But yeah, poor Dada and Jinmu were kind of holding hands with the top number of deaths in the server right now at 10. It has to end here. Like, Dada's got to be kept a bit safer. Has been so many times just isolated from the rest of the team, and yeah, definitely focus fired.
At this point here, in the third point, playing a lot more close. This is going to lead to Top Dragon making that swap over to the Sombra. The Nano boost onto Dreamer. Got the Primal ready too, just for that survivability. So he does get hacked. Blue coming in. He won't have the EMP for this fight. Xerneas holding on to the rally here still. While Dreamer finally activates the Primal, is going to be able to find Xerneas. A nice anti onto Gaga and Jimmy too. The backline annihilated from the charge. No sustainability left on their part, and they're trying to run away before finding themselves in the line of sight of Top Dragon.
That's an enormous amount of time whittled off of the clock, as well as Guangzhou Charge have 1 minute and 30 left to try to push this over the line and bring us into extra rounds. What we're playing for right now is just to finish with any time left in the bank, or just at all.
Working with that limited time bank. And meanwhile, coming in is Top Dragon, finding the 3-man EMP, causing the demise of Gaga, Farway, and Xerneas. Jimmy running for his life while Dart is on his tail, wasting even more time away from the Guangzhou Charge.
Guangzhou now going to make another swap adjustment. Jinmu's going to go back over to the Echo that we saw get started on this map. Working up to a duplicate would be very helpful in these final moments, but look how far back they've gotten pushed.
What?
They're not even at the cart right now, and they're getting away with it. How are Dreamers letting this happen? Like, they're so good at this defense.
Dreamer's doing such a good job at cutting off the rotation, looking like a Miami driver himself out in these streets. And with some help from Dart going in from right behind him, now you got less than 30 seconds on the board looking at the Guangzhou Charge. Jinmu making the swap over to the Sombra. You won't have the EMP here. You have Xerneas with the rally and a few other ultimates. Gaga's nearing that Primal as well as Jimmy holding onto that pulse.
Yeah, going back over to the Sombra after trying to pick the Echo just feels so lackluster, knowing that that EMP won't be online, but Jimmy's gonna open things up with a big pulse bomb here onto Dada to add another death to his name. Dreamers have to back up from this.
Can they play off of this pick here with Dada going down again? Dreamer's got the Primal, he's got the survivability, but Gaga pops the Primal himself first. Finds Beast in here. Back up for backline while the rally gets called in from Xerneas. Farway also has that nano boost. Jimmy with the priority targets onto Dada is absolutely huge, and with overtime ticking away, Dreamers are looking to restabilize. Dart gets hit with a hack. He now calls in with the recall, and Dreamer made the swap over to the Ram.
Oh, the Ramatra's gonna be so good here. How do you contest against the Winston? You can just walk right into his bubble and pummel him to death. As Dart is landing a pulse bomb onto Xerneas, but the Nano comes out from far away. But with a main source of healing down from the charge, they don't have many more members left.
Catch Dreamer outside, being on this Ramatra. They clean up what is left of the Guangzhou Charge, and Dreamers take our second map here on Eichenwald.
What a series. Vicky, this has gone the distance. Charge have gotten so close to being able to get over the finish line, but in these final moments, Dreamers just clutching up every single time. The Ram, so nice to be able to come out of those defenses with, and you love talking about the survivability of these teams. Like, despite the fact that Dada got hard focused in every single one of those fights, Dreamers was able to stick together as a team and overcome the obstacle of just having less healing available.
Dreamer did so much that game. I believe he did like 15k damage alone at the very end right there too. He was popping off alongside Top Dragon, Dart, his debut here in the Overwatch League, putting in the performance with Dreamer for the first time out here on stream against one of our Overwatch League teams here. Now, currently, Dreamers are sitting at match point. Let's see what happens for map 3 right after this. Welcome back, everybody. Dreamers sit at match point. They are the fighting Dreamers for real out here. Top Dragon is popping off. We get to highlight the amazing performance of Dreamer. That is trying to live his life while Meeson is there to help provide that support. Dart, too, making his debut over here in the Overwatch League. They're looking great. Looking at the Guangzhou charts, looking like, honestly, it's just a difference maker between skill of what we've been witnessing in Jimmu. Getting harassed by Top Dragon, whether it be in the skies or back on the ground, Necro.
taxi fare is over there? I've never been to Korea, so I wouldn't know, but that's very interesting. Also, it might be like a Lucio reference, to be fair, because like I do like being taxied by a Lucio back to point. That's always a nice feeling.
Look,
oh, that's a colorful sign.
Honestly, the art that I've been able to see in the crowd have just been amazing. Makes me wish I could have the talent to draw like that. Gotta just put in that practice. Zoe, also an amazing artist herself out here. Taking a look at our starting lineup, nothing to change out here. You know, I feel like Leg Day has to be somewhere in the back. Apparently, Leg Day is out here competing with the rest of the Dreamers. I saw he got his jersey out in the mail.
Yeah.
Apparently unknown as well, working like a sub. So Dreamers is really stacking up their roster out here. Maybe this is the power-up that they're confiding into in the backstage.
You gotta make sure you've bolstered up your reinforcements, and they definitely have. I mean, you called out Dart making his debut on that last map, and it was a successful one. That was Dreamers bringing us to a match point already in this series. And so Dart staying in this roster speaks more to me that they are going to stick with some of the Tracer Echo Winston we ended up seeing on Eichenwald, and Guangzhou can't make any subs. So we're going to see more of the same, but when it comes down to the Echo versus the Echo or the Pharah Echo, just honestly, the Jinmu versus Top Dragon, that's not looking great for the Charge right now. That's very unfortunate.
We are going on to Watchpoint Gibraltar here, and we know what the Guangzhou Charge do best, Necro, and it's about them liking to feel something. They need to feel that things are on the line here, because in these Game 5 situations, once we go to that Game 3, that's when a lot of things start lighting up for the Guangzhou Charge, staying true to the Map 3 curse that they could work into. Let's see how this plays out, considering the fact that Watchpoint Gibraltar could equally just be Top Dragon's playground being on that Echo.
That is super true. I mean, both of these teams are able to play to like such a nice strength with those aerial units, whether it's Top Dragon's Echo, Jinmu's Pharah, or Echo also has some staying power on a map like Gibraltar. But if you're gonna run the mirror match into each other, that's where things start to get really tricky, because we already saw how that played out on Eichenwald, and that was Dreamers getting the upper hand. I would hope to see a little bit more emphasis on making sure that Jinmu can stay up and play a bit more aggressive, because at this moment in time, it's Top Dragon with the confidence to go in and make those plays.
Definitely agree, especially looking at the very end of how that second map went down. We saw him make the swap while he had the EMP originally here too. Wanted to see if Jinmu could just get more aggressive, but also get put into the place that he needs to be, without feeling like he's getting pressured out too hard by Top Dragon. Dart also was doing a very good job at harassing that backline between Farway and Xerneas. We saw him literally funnel into that side room while Top Dragon with the focusing beam came around the front side. Going into this next map here too, doesn't look like we're getting too much of a swap up from both sides, minus maybe seeing that Jimmy Genji.
I would love to see the Jimmy Genji. Please give me the Jimmy Genji. Oh, I would be so happy with this, because this, you know, maybe we see a bit of a Hail Mary change up here, but I think the Genji would be really nice just to give it a little bit of extra pizzazz. But Jimmy is very well known for these hit scans. The Hanzo, the Widow, Ashe all play in Jimmy's wheelhouse, and I see Jinmu actually stick to the Tracer for this to try to help highlight this Jimmy Ashe.
Alright. Taking some of that pressure here while Dart tries to take the fight to him from down below. Top Dragon tries to navigate away. Dreamer, though, gets absolutely destroyed by Jimmy. Looking right above from the low ground. Able to nail him down, just trying to see if maybe there's no angle that Top Dragon can continuously press them on, but Farway knew exactly where he was going to be at. No, Mason gets to see another day. Literally living out all 9 of his lives right there. Walking away, 1 after putting Gaga to sleep. Gaga's gonna try to go in again, but the fail coming in from Dada says no way. Stuck in the line of sight of everybody left from Dreamers. They're gonna be able to find Gaga next.
Gaga getting taken down is another standstill for the Guangzhou Charge's attack. With this card having moved already past the car wash, it does give Guangzhou Charge a bit more to be able to jump up to the high ground, get a bit of a reprieve, wait for those cooldowns to come back online before they end up approaching the cart once again. And so at least they have bought them that space, but Top Dragon is looking for an opportunity to try to jump on Farway in the back, especially after the sleep dart already came through.
Gets to survive there too. Harassment coming in from Jinmu originally. They'll hold that back corner in the line of set of Jimmy, though. Dart uses the recall, having to back away. Luckily, Dada and Nissan are right there, too. And Top Dragon's the first to go out. That's why Jimmy being on this Ashe is so crucial, especially before they get to that first point. Nana Boost coming in here, too, onto Jimmy. Is looking to do the damage here. Meanwhile, the Nana Boost on the other side from Dreamer has been able to find Farway. Luckily, Farway was able to unleash that Nano right before he went down here. And now Jimmy's getting juggled like he is in the circus. Dreamer is taking him to the juggle town, forcing the rest of Charge to back away here and respect that space on the high ground.
Guangzhou Charge still are able to come back in though with that Bob, even though Jimmy goes down. You've got the rally as well. And just having more point presence as this card is so close to that first checkpoint is going to be huge. We did see this pick from Jimmy really highlight the Guangzhou Charge last season, but it has to keep coming up here in a big way.
Top Dragon is different. Falling low from that Dynamite. It's booted out of that duplicate, but is able to get the Nano Boost right beforehand. Isn't going to be able to stick, though, unfortunately. It's fine. They're still holding on to that high ground. Charge is still working with the plethora of these ultimates. Gaga has that Primal still ready. It's about booting Dreamers off of that high ground here as that next step, as Dada also has that rally.
The Dreamers have just been constantly playing the touch the spawn door challenge. Like, Jimmy isn't gonna be able to get healed up there from the anti and the nano. No way Gaga gets away with this one. I was a little scared because that is a little too close for comfort with 1.75 meters away from that first checkpoint. But they are able to stave it off, and Dreamers can come back with a full team of 5. But it's an ult fiesta. It's not a cloud fiesta, but it is an ult fiesta out here. So many on the board.
Edging forward here too with less than 30 seconds to get to this first point. This is where they unleash all those ultimates. The Bob has been called in from Jimmy. Gaga pops the Primal here, and Jinmu goes crazy with a little quick 2K here. Dada, his rally will mean nothing as they're finally going to be able to get this first point here. And already getting set up on top of the high ground here. You can currently see where Jimmy's going to position himself being on this Ashe.
Nice overwhelm from the Charge. The Bob was always going to help give some point presence towards that end. And the Primal Rage 2 just to help dislodge the rest of the defense. Let's open up the gates for the hangar phase of Gibraltar. But Dreamers are now coming back to be able to contest with their own ultimates here with the Nano available. Top Dragon could get that, but it's going to be Dreamer on the receiving end of this one. Oh, Dada goes down again.
He's just been that focus. He's not been having a good time since our previous map here. Now Top Dragon's going to meet him right back in the spawn, but Dart keeping them alive, taking care of the backline. That is the Charge. Dreamer has the Primal too. We saw what he was able to do with the Nano beforehand, and it's that survivability. Charge don't have that backline here, and this dude's going to be able to stick on this on. It looked like there was going to be a swap maybe as he was hovering beforehand, but no changes going forward here too. They're going to hold this defense on this high ground.
Top Dragon just getting some stickies down onto the Charge, forcing them to approach in a bit of a different way. But they're blocking both doors. One side is Dreamer, the other is Top Dragon. Top Dragon playing up close so he can get the duplicate online, and there it is. Another great way to be able to stave off the attack, and it's less than 1:30 now.
Duplicate here from Top Dragon. Nice anti-though from Farway. To get the follow-up here as Top Dragon gets booted out of that duplicate, and then the shield bash into the whip immediately afterwards. Dart gonna be able to restabilize here. Meanwhile, Jinmu is looking for an opportunity. He's got that pulse bomb ready, but misses it. It's fine. He still gets the finishing blow onto Dart at the cost of that pulse bomb. Houston drops down from the high ground, tries to stop the push on this payload, gets the sleep. Can he get the finishing blow as Top Dragon makes his way back? Gets harassed though by Gaga on the other side, and Jimmy finding 2. Jimmy's been that priority that has been able to clean up the rest of Dreamers.
This is why Jimmy's gonna pick the Ashe, like once again showing us why this Ashe was so influential in Guangzhou Charge's success last season after Jimmy got brought into the roster, and he's gonna stay. And it's just these hit scan heroes that constantly are going to allow Jimmy to show up in these matches. And it's gonna start becoming public enemy number 1 as Dart looks for a target for this pulse bomb. It'd be nice to be able to take out such a big source of DPS for this team.
Difference maker here now is Top Dragon be on the Sombra, be able to hack those health packs right around that payload as it reaches the next corner. Nice anti, can the follow come in, and it does. Dart, great communication in with Eason. We'll be able to deal with that threat that was Jimmy. He's getting very close to that Bob now, but Dreamers dealing with a lot of ultimates that they can work in for this next fight to match that with the Charge.
The EMP is coming dangerously close to being online as well, so Dreamers having a full slate of 5. Honestly, again, we're in a similar situation where it's going to be 5-on-5 in terms of these ults, but it's about who hits first. It's going to be Dada with the rally.
Top Dragon wanted to get that EMP online so bad. Woke up the sleeping Gaga from underneath that bridge. The rally called in from Dada. Don't want to burn everything here with less than a minute on the board. Now the rally is activated from Xerneas. You talk about a full slate of ults ready. Well, the Charge will have the opportunity to even use it with Farway going down. Xerneas is going to meet him right back to the spawn room doors. And it's going to be a cleanup here from the Dreamers while still holding on to at least the Primal.
Oh, that was such overkill. I know, I know there was a nice target there for the Pulse Bomb, and Dart has been charging these up so quickly. But now, with just the Primal, you want to make sure that that Primal is going to be able to give you enough space for Dart to get another Pulse Bomb online. Meanwhile, the Charge, they still have 3 ults in the bank. Primal of their own, the Bob is very nice. Oh, the anti!
Wow, positioning to stop the backline from pushing onto that choke. Dreamer, popping the Primal. You said you needed to get that impact off the Primal. You have it here, but now Gaga's just trying to filter Dreamer over to the side room. You gotta touch the point. You gotta force us into overtime. If you're the Guangzhou Charge, jump right back in here as it's gonna be activated. Gaga comes right back in with the Nano Boost, putting himself in the line of sight from far away. Also getting half from Top Dragon. They finally get the revenge onto him, who tries to press onto that back line. Also seeing Jimmy making the desperate swap over to the Widow. Gonna have a clear line of sight if he can get set up on the high ground that you currently see Dreamer jumping right on top of. Tries to isolate far away from right behind. The payload's still getting some of that extra progress.
Oh, Dart 2. I mean, Dada going down means that the Tracer versus Tracer is going to be a little bit weaker. And the Charge look like they're going to get it done with this overwhelm of ultimates.
One by one, though, Dreamer comes in, stalls long enough inside the bubble. The Nano Boost, though, the survivability for Dreamer. Wait, he jumped.
Oh, Gaga jumped too far away.
He jumped.
Oh, no. He zap, he jump. He went on. And the OT expires away. That's so rough because of how long that overtime had been in effect. You jump too far away from the area of effect, and sadly it does just kind of deplete with a snap of your fingers.
That was so unfortunate. Thinking that
that's still far
others
though.
Are right there. Yeah, they basically made it right there, but still didn't get that 3rd point.
Yeah, like there's a win condition on the board here,
Right.
whereas you would have liked to be able to say, well, at the very least, let's go into extra rounds if you're going to plate the map. If Dreamers get this far and they do reach that green box of victory, do they just take the series here? They're on match point. Wait, no way. I'm not going to call it out because, like, what if we do see the Fara Sombra? But it is Jimmy Ash once again here on the defense.
I feel like that's just a direct message. But we gotta see how they roll out of
Return to sender.
Basically what we saw from Top Dragon on Eichenwald, really. Now it's Dart's turn.
True. That's true, but well, maybe we'll see if that actually ends up happening. At the very least, I could see the Symmetric Teleporter to be able to get Dreamers to close the gap before Top Dragon goes back to try to play something like the Echo or the Sombra. Depends on what he wants to try to come out with. And it's going to be the Sombra right away here. Doesn't even want to play that game of the Echo, knowing that Jimmy is on the Ashe and has had very deadly accuracy this game.
I guess it with that anti. Backing away for now. Love seeing the Tracer Ditto that we've been constantly having between Dart and Jinmu. So Jimmy being set up on this high ground is already going to get harassed by Top Dragon in the dive. Immediately coming in from Dreamer, wasting no time. The cohesion coming in from a team like the Dreamers. And now it's a wipe. The Charge can't even get set up. They can't even stay on this high ground. They're dropping like flies here as the rest of Dreamers, with Dreamer taking the driver's seat. Sending everybody in through the driveway. Order up here. And now they're going to be able to get some of that extra space while they get the payload through the car wash.
Dreamer can play so far forward as well. I mean, Meeson has just a phenomenal sight line onto Dreamer at the moment, being able to play from blue box. And, oh gosh, with Dart 2 winning the 1v1 there?
Oh boy. Love the comms coming in too from Top Dragon, getting these very crucial hacks, by the way. About to get that EMP already. Another hack onto Gaga while Xerneas gets whip-shotted from above. See the ante coming in, that was absolutely big right before Far Away goes down, but still the number advantage was in favor of Dreamers. Jimmy could only do so much when he's not being himmy here in this situation, but now some extra room and some extra time to work with.
A little bit of extra ult charge into Jimmy's piggy bank as well. As Dreamers, they just have to wait for Dada and Lee Sin to get back online before they can come in and wait for, okay, not the pulse bomb, but Top Dragon is in a nice position to use the CMP. He's already trying to zoom behind the charge. Gotta wait though, he can play a very patient game here if he wants to wait for Lee Sin to get back. Or hit the trigger.
Huge! Finding a 4-man EMP. The 2K follow-up right afterwards. Far Away about to meet them right back to the spawn room doors. Dreamer, find him in the pit because he is willing to take you down with him. With that primal, it's just going to be another cleanup here and another reset from the charge. We always love to see Jimmy being on this hit scan. But Jinwoo's also been struggling just a little bit in trying to find these isolated fights that we've been seeing from Dart.
And those Winston bubbles have been so good to shut down those sight lines as well. Buy some time for Dreamers to get this cart even closer to the checkpoint, where this rally is going to be even more helpful.
Nana boost onto Dreamer while the rally is activated here. Xerneas going to match that on the other side. Bob adding a 6-player here for the Guangzhou charge on top of this point. Playing so spread apart. Look at the Bob's positioning here on this high ground. And I like the call from Dreamers. They try to disengage right before that. A huge ante from Far Away lands on top of Dada. Can't get away as a full 5-stack here. Top Dragon retaliates though immediately right afterwards. Finds the heady onto Jimmy. Finds a trade. Backline from Dreamers suffering just a little bit more as Dreamers trying to back away here.
Dreamers have to scuttle just a touch. We saw a nice pick though, as like Top Dragon and Dart have been working in tandem to follow up on the Top Dragon hacks. Makes a lot of sense why Dart would be slotted into the roster to play the Tracer right now if we're not going to end up seeing a bit more of the Echo or even just like kind of like the Sober Tracer. Top Dragon doesn't want to play the Tracer.
Oh no, but can't get out.
Oh, these
Let
supports.
Let me out! Block them
can't.
and then pop the primal. Now they're just getting flailed around. Literally like a ragdoll out here. Save him! Dreamer, as Top Dragon.
They can't touch! They can't touch!
His way with the payload! The C9 lighting up in the chat.
That's not a C9. That's not a C9.
I love
Gaga
it.
was just like stuck in the back, but it's the auto response of Dreamers to put that in there, because C9 is still like mental damage. You put that in chat, you are sending a message to your opponents that they messed up in some way, shape, or form. But Guangzhou charge, they gotta pull it together because this cart is moving so far forward, and it's not too far away now from that final box.
Again?
With 3.5 minutes. Dreamer, stop this violence!
Xerneas and Far Away can't play the game right now. They just keep getting stuck in a corner from Dreamer, just primal raging them. They can't even exit out the door. Look, he's going in again. Nano boost onto Dreamer. Dreamer's died twice, by the way. Has over 13k damage and 30 elims. Dart comes in with a pulse bomb, finds Gaga, nobody left in sight, and they are taxiing this payload to the shiny box of victory. Dreamers with a dominating win on our third map, taking the series 3-0.
What a statement from Dreamers. They were already in such a good position coming into this week. This is going to be their second to last match to be able to close out their summer stage. And with this one, you know, they're still chasing the tails of Seoul Dynasty that are right above them in those standings. This win brings them even one step closer, one map differential closer with a clean 3-0 sweep. It's unfortunate for the Charge, though, as they have had some struggles in this stage, but major kudos to them for working to make those adjustments over the course of this stage. And they're not done yet, despite this being their last summer qualifier match.
Yeah. Dreamers also has that next matchup versus the Hangzhou Spark. And when you claim one Overwatch League team, it's always nice to start off with some momentum, with some happy smiles. You see Dreamer right there. I'm sure he's definitely happy after that performance on that last map.
Yeah.
But this really highlights what we've been talking about from Dreamers, whether it be the dominating performance on the Winston or we see the Ryan coming out from Dreamer. They have that flexibility here. Even without us seeing Liga, Dreamers really has that solid tank lineup, and let's not even miss out on the fact that Top Dragon coming in with the performance that he did and then integrating Dart into that equation. Sad, you know, giving Dart some of that space to work with on that Tracer.
It's been so amazing to see the DPS lineup for Dreamers come in and completely thrive in this meta. Dart offers so much value when it comes down to being able to play some of this more projectile-focused DPS. The Tracer coming in really clutch to help bolster up Top Dragon's DPS choice. Even still, we ended up seeing Sad at the very beginning, like you mentioned, too, to be able to play the Sombra and the Tracer in just more of these rush-style compositions. But Dart made a name for himself, and Top Dragon, with his consistent performance over the entirety of this match, is really making a statement and name for himself heading into the final run of this Overwatch League season.
Honestly, when you have a player like Top Dragon, making sure that your win condition that you're trying to work into, your strength, is now completely negated. Right here, the 1-2 Scooby-Doo after getting the duplicate, copying Jinmu here, still taking to the skies, and then we got to see the nice charge up with the grab into the finishing blow at the very end. Just to cut off far away when he puts the sucked in right there, and then the focusing beam to be the nail in the coffin. So many highlighted moments here for Top Dragon. This also makes, I believe, Top Dragon's second MVP award here.
Well deserved. Well deserved through and through. Top Dragon was also so self-sufficient when it came down to playing the Echo. Much out of the same page as how Becky's performance on the Echo ended up faring yesterday for them. So Top Dragon really love to see this Echo choice play to their favor in what works for their hero pool. And even when the Sombra too, like, that was a great look to be able to see from Top Dragon to bring that out when the Echo also wasn't working.
Yeah, and it's super smart too. When you see Jimmy swap over to the hit scan, swap over to the Sombra here, and Profit, you enable Dreamer to do what Dreamer was doing best throughout that entire final map, and it's harassing both Farway and Xerneas. Barely even got to play to that second point, all the way to that third point here. Beautiful look here from Dreamers. Let's jump into an interview with them to see how they're feeling after that incredible win.
안녕하세요. 탑드래곤 선수 승리 축하드립니다.
Hi Top Dragon, congrats on the win.
네, 승리 소감 먼저 부탁드릴게요.
How do you feel?
일단 저희가 최근에 스크린 성적이 그렇게 좋은 건 아니었는데 광저우 상대로 승리 거둬서
So our recent scrim results weren't that hot, but I mean, taking down a Overwatch League team in the form of Guangzhou Charge definitely feels good.
스크린 성적이 살짝 좋지 않아서 약간 걱정을 조금 하셨었나 봐요.
So scrim results were worrying, maybe? Yeah, it was a little bit.
상대 광저우 차지가 파라를 조금 잘 쓰기로 유명한 그런 팀인데 1, 2맵이 파라 나오기가 제법 괜찮은 맵이 나왔습니다.
So, players on the Charge have a name for themselves as good Pharah players, and map 1 and 2 was a good map to play Pharah. Were you expecting the Pharmacy?
되게 자주 썼기 때문에 파라가 나올 거라고 생각을 했는데 위장타워 관제센터 같은 경우도 쓸 줄은 몰랐어요. 근데
So yeah, we were expecting the Pharmacy, but I didn't really expect them to use the Pharmacy on Control Center, so that kind of caught us off guard. But I mean, after that, it was a little bit as planned, and then we were a little bit slow on the reaction, but we did in the end execute as planned, and I think we overcame that.
못했다라고 말씀을 하셨는데 드리머 선수가 디바를 기용을 하는 모습이 나왔습니다. 그때 즉흥적으로 딱 콜이 나온 건가요?
And we saw a diva from Dreamer. Was that pre-planned?
디바를 써본 적이 없는데 갑자기 드리머
So no, we actually Dreamer never played diva before on scrims, and he was like, on the match, he was like, hey guys, I'll play diva, and we were all like question marks, but it worked out. So yes.
신의 한 수라고 생각이 될 만큼 정말 좋은 판단이 아니었나라는 생각이 드는데. 아이햄발대 역시 상대가 파라 그리고 메르시 조합을 기용을 했습니다. 근데 그때 재밌는 장면이요. 탑드래곤 선수가 파라를 복제를 해서 그죠? 에코를 하셨을 때 파라를 복제를 해서 그 서열 정리라는 그런 모습이 나왔습니다.
So in Eichenwald, we also saw a rare occasion of you playing as the Echo, duplicating the Pharah and blasting the enemy Pharah out of midair. Like, was that a planned play when you were duplicating the Pharah?
파라는 아닌 것 같아 하니까 참고 있는 건데 저도 언젠가는
So there's a reason for this. So I really wanted to play the Pharah, but our teammates are always calling out, hey, Top Dragon, Pharah's not it, Pharah ain't it. So I just want to show them that my Pharah is it. So that's why I duplicated the Pharah.
탑드래곤 선수의 모습을 기대해 보도록 하면서 다음 질문 드리자면요. 내일 말씀 주신 것처럼 항저우 스파크와의 대결이 있습니다. 이것으로 서머 퀄리파이어 일정이 마무리가 되는데요. 마지막으로 각오 한마디 부탁드립니다.
Tomorrow you conclude your summer stage qualifiers against the Spark. Do you have any comments on that?
세 경기인가 졌을 텐데 세 경기 다 앉을 수 있었다고 생각하고 그리고 이제 항저우를 잡게 되면은 저희가 시드 순위를 좀 높게 가져갈 수 있기 때문에
if I'm not mistaken, we lost 3 matches so far in the qualifiers, and I think those are the matches we shouldn't have. There were a lot of matches we shouldn't have lost, and like by beating the Spark, we can have a better footing on terms of seedings coming into the knockout. So I definitely want to win.
현장에 지금 뷰잉 파티 와주신 분들도 굉장히 많이 계시는데 마지막으로 팬분께 한마디 마지막으로 질문 드릴게요.
So there are also fans on both online and offline watching you play. Do you have any message to the fans?
오프라인으로 뷰잉 파티 계속 머물러 주셔서 너무 감사하고 팬분들이 응원해 주시는 만큼 저희도 엄청
So I really want to thank all the fans offline, online for supporting us, and we'll definitely put out a performance worth cheering for. And that's the end of the interview. Back to you, Vicky.
Thank you so much, Unknown. Unknown, always the GOAT. Shout out to Top Dragon. I love hearing that come out. I wanted to show my Pharah is it, even if my team were saying that Pharah is not it. And he definitely made a statement with that. What a day of matches it's been, Necra.
It has been such an amazing day so far. We started things off with a bang, with the Seoul Inferno going up against the Seoul Dynasty on LAN. That was so much fun to watch, especially with Poco coming back to play competitive Overwatch once again in the Overwatch League. But then the rest of it too, I mean, what was not to love about the Hangzhou Spark versus Dallas Fuel match? I was on the edge of my seat the whole time.
Yeah, I had whiplash after that series. That was an amazing turnaround from the Hangzhou Spark against a team that had a pretty spotless record until that very moment there. Then we got to start things off between Necro and I, between O2 Blast and Poker Face. You see O2 Blast taking it over Poker Face, making some adjustments within their roster. And then ending up the day, we got Dreamers taking it 3-0 versus the Guangzhou Charge, and we got the updated standings right here.
Yeah, so you can see that Seoul Dynasty and Dreamers are neck and neck right now. And it all really comes down to Dreamers' performance tomorrow versus the Hangzhou Spark. That is going to be an incredible match. And if Dreamers can win that, and with a high enough differential that they can take over the Seoul Dynasty's map pool, then like they get that 4th spot. And with that 4th spot, they get a automatic slot in an East knockout bracket for winners round 2. They don't even have to play the first match. They just get to wait in the wings and see what happens.
Almost getting a feeling of deja vu, where Dreamers had found themselves in the finals of the spring knockouts bracket versus the Hangzhou Spark after they had dropped to that lower bracket. It's almost like the script writes itself here. We get to see it play out very similarly hand in hand. But a lot of the action happening over in the East has played out amazingly. Never really know what to expect, especially within this last week. And don't forget, we got so much more Overwatch League action here in the East. Tomorrow, we got the Dallas Fuel versus Panthera. Then we got the Hangzhou Spark versus Dreamers. And to end the day and to end the qualifier run for these teams, we got O2 Blast finishing it off against the Shanghai Dragons.
Oh, that first match of the day too has so many seeding implications as well. Dallas Fuel, if they win that match, they get that first seed. If they lose it, then Seoul Inferno will clutch it up. So many different standing implications for all of the matches tomorrow, and it's going to be an amazing day to be able to close out the summer stage for the East region.
Yeah, we've had so many amazing calls here, looking at all the series that we had today alone. Got me really excited. You know, I was getting up on the East Coast myself, looking at all the action that Avril Leg Day had taken you guys through for the first 2 matches. And then to end it on that note, Dreamers, still the more consistent placing team that we have from our contenders crew, looking at these teams. And honestly, with the confidence and talking to Top Dragon, you could hear that the comms are lighting up. They feel very comfortable with each other. I love the dynamic that they have with Dreamer too, talking about how he likes to just kind of insert himself into scrims when they have that opportunity. But I like the way that everybody is feeling on that team, and I can't wait to see how that series is going to play out between themselves and the Hangzhou Spark.
Yeah, it sounds like such a fun team environment when you take a look at how Dreamers have interacted, not even just within the games themselves, but also how it sounds like they also interact with each other outside of these matches too. So just a phenomenal day of Overwatch, a phenomenal weekend with both the East and the West delivering some really high octane matches with so many different just storylines building up across them. I maybe go check out the Gladiators New York match that happened yesterday. That'd be a really fun one to check out if you wanted to see some of the action going on in the West. I won't spoil it, but go watch that one.
Oh man, you know what? It's a good thing you said something because I almost did it at that point. But we got to see how the action plays out for the rest of the region going down in the West. Just because we're over here in the East, there's still a lot more action within Overwatch League for you guys today. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and we hope to see you again tomorrow because we got even more APAC action to close off this finals week and the summer stage qualifiers.